Good afternoon, Podium Chasers. Welcome. Welcome, everybody. This is the Redline Racing League Race for Alex annual event held every year within Redline Racing League. And as you can see on your screens at the moment, this year we are most definitely at the home of British motorsport, which is Silverstone. So we have got some major issues going on earlier today, well, just within the last hour or so, actually. And that was mainly to do with COMMS deciding to run some maintenance on the servers, which didn't help anybody at all, and we didn't actually know what time we were going to get in. We have had some issues already with the server sort of dropping in and out. So, a quick disclaimer from me, if that does happen, okay, if we do drop in and out, just bear with us and then we'll get straight back on again, so no worries about that. So, let me just change car for you. We are currently in free practice. Richard Christie, he's your man to beat at the moment in the 34 McLaren, a 158.522, which is not too shabby at all. And yeah, we'll go from there. Let me just open up a separate chat page. 1 second, in case anyone comes into the live chat, which I'm assuming that people will do. Let's just go in there. 1 second, ladies and gents. Obviously, this has been a little bit haphazard because of those server issues. So let me turn the sound off. Thank you very much. Don't need that in there, do we? No, we don't. Okay, so we are in there. All good. Okay, so what's the format going to be? Well, we know this is going to be a 6-hour race. So we have got a multitude of teams. We're going to run through all of those teams and all the drivers that are representing those teams this afternoon into tonight. And then what we will do throughout the session, we're looking to bring some driver interviews, team interviews. Let's get an update on how things are going with everybody. And obviously, as we're getting through that, I will occasionally take a little break here and there because, well, I can't sit here for 7 hours. As much as you guys might like me to do that, I can't sit here for 7 hours, so we'll have a little bit of a break in between, because I've already done 4 hours earlier on this morning for the SimGrid VCO World Qualifier. Yeah, busy Sunday. So, and as you can see, the server has now just dropped out, so this is going to happen a lot, I feel. So let's go on there. Let's come out of that, as you can see on your screen at the moment. I have a feeling, practice server, I have a feeling this is going to happen quite a lot, to be honest with you. Let me just check on the Discord. You're going to start the server again. Driver sync issues, please all join in the correct order. Good shout. Now, anyone that's sort of new to endurance racing within ACC, evidently you can do driver swaps, which is a fantastic element to the game. So you and your teammates, you must join in a set order. So the first driver who's going to do qualifying and start the race must join the server first, and then everyone can join thereafter. That driver can evidently then choose who he or she wants to have in the car. So let's just go back in here. You'll all have to bear with me. I was going to say we were going to have a slightly shorter practice session. It was going to be an hour's free practice and then half an hour on the qualifying, but obviously that's going to be curtailed because we do want to get everybody out on time, so I need to sort that software out as well. It's alright, these things happen all the time. So let's OK that one, let's go there, connect. Okay, let's wait for that to come up whilst we're having a look out on the pit lane. And Trevor Anderson is in the pits. Callaghan is out, so let's clear that. Okay. And that's what you call a crash. Right, and move away from that. So now what do we have? Now we do have something that resembles being online and watching some cars on the track. Anybody watching in a live chat, good afternoon to you all. Please don't be shy. Michael races in. Let's do this indeed. Michael, question for you, my friend. I saw yesterday you were doing a 24-hour race, another one. So have you kind of left them to crack on with this one, or you must be pretty tired, mate? But anyone in the live chat, don't be shy. Please do drop in and say hello. That is all good. And we will, of course, very shortly, we are going to be having a chat with Mark. Keno's in the live chat as well. Good afternoon, sir. Hope you're well. So yeah, there's been a lot of conversation going on in and around the paddock about sort of lap times and how people are going to get on, what's the weather going to be, and there was some rather sadistic people suggesting there should be a lot of rain and then dry out, and then a lot of rain and then dry out again, and yeah, I think that would just be causing too many issues for people. As I say, as we go through this free practice session, currently with 21 degrees ambient, 28 on track, so not too bad. Not going to absolutely eat the tyres at those temperatures. But again, it's something people are going to have to bear in mind when they're putting their laps in, most certainly. So in terms of what you guys can see on your screen at the moment, on the left-hand side, obviously you've got the driver that is currently in the car. You've got their driver number, and then what we're going to have is session relative split. So whoever sets the quickest time, it will then show you how far off that time these individuals are currently. When we get into qualifying, we'll change that so it will show the actual live delta times for their best split, so we can see who is improving throughout the qualifying session and who needs to improve throughout the qualifying session. That is what we shall do there. So who are we having a look at the moment? We have got Mr. M. Jones in the number 44 Audi. He's currently flying around the track. We'll see how this individual gets on. So yeah, once we've done this, I think we're going to only have a 15-minute qualifying session. And then we'll move in and we'll do a full, well, it's a 6-hour race, isn't it? So plenty of time to be making up any places that you may or may not lose out on in qualifying, most certainly. So you see Trevor's in the pits there, which is all good. Mr. Jones is out at the moment. Let me just go and pop in here. I'm expecting somebody to come and join me in a few moments. In a couple of minutes' time. And certainly befitting that we start off the session today with a chat with a guy who's obviously been instrumental in the running of Redline Racing League, and also the reason why we're doing this at the end of the day, which is all fabulous. Just got to keep an eye on Discord just whilst this is all sorting itself out. What's the name of the stream? COMMS by Coops. Just go onto my YouTube channel. COMMS by Coops is right there. Sorry, I should put a link in, shouldn't I, really? Hold on. Let me do that. It's alright, we're all different servers have different ways of doing it. Share. Copy the link. And let's put it in there. There you go, buddy. There's your link. Anybody who wants to come and get involved, it would be fantastic. We have obviously been raising money for Mind, and you can see there just underneath my beautiful face is our donation link. So at any point during this session, anybody feel free, and obviously it really does every little helps. It's a fantastic cause. We've already raised over £500, so the target that Mark wanted to hit for this year's race has already been done. But obviously the more that we can do, the better. Obviously it's for a fantastic cause, and I'm sure Mike will talk a bit more about that when he comes on to join us. So I'm not going to run through the teams just yet because there's a lot of them. We'll do that after we've had our chat, and then once we get into qualifying, we will do a full lap guide, real-time lap guide. So we'll jump on board with one of the drivers, whoever we deem, probably this guy actually. There's lots of people from different leagues in here. I know a lot of them. A lot of them are helped, I'll give them a little elbow in the ribs to get them across here. Michael, I actually race for that team, Red Kings Motorsport, and he's a great chap, as is everyone else that's racing today. So no doubt he will be near the sharp end in his Radeon sponsored McLaren. Although they should have been really cruel and just made him stay in the BMW. That would have been a good thing to do. Yeah, let's move on. Right, Mark, if you are about, please feel free to come and jump in the live chat on the comms in Discord, and we can have our little conversation, and then we can get on with running down who's driving for who. Now, incidentally, one of the other great things, James, who's also massively involved with the running of Redline Racing League, he's been really busy in the background, and I mean really busy. He's managed not only to get in sort of some fantastic sim racers You know, and casual. God, I say casual. No one in here is casual sim racer. You know, they pretty much live for it. They were posting out pictures of their setup to anyone just to pass the time, and wow, I mean, some of them. My G29 isn't really going to cut it, hence there was no photo from me. But we do have real life racing drivers in here. We've got esports drivers in here as well. We'll run through all of that evidently when we do a quick rundown of the teams, and yeah, we can then push on from there. So I'm going to keep my eye on that whilst we're waiting for Mark to come and join us. Let's just have a quick look through. Let's have a look. For those of you that are not familiar with Silverstone, let's have a little walk through of the track. So, top-down view of Silverstone, we're going to have a look at sectors 1 through to 3. And, you know, it's a track, it does allow overtaking. There are always opportunities, especially through COMMS. You've got to carry a lot of speed through there, down through Maggots and Beckett's, then all the way down the Hanger Straight. Good opportunity to get a tow. Through Stoke, you can obviously lose quite a lot of time in that corner, through to the back section there, and then through Club, all the way down the Hamilton Straight, and then through Abbey into Farm Village, the Loop, and then down through the Wellington Straight into the old, if you like, the old stadium section, Luffield and Brooklands, and then back through to the start-finish line. Now, that was a quick lap, and I can drive this circuit that quickly, but I doubt these guys will be able to. And let's get ready for that. Is he coming in? One sec. Let me just drop him a quick line. Alright, let's give him a little nudge. He's probably trying to organise a million different things at the moment, but hey. It is what it is. Just a quick walkthrough. I'd say, well, it was quick. It was massively quick, actually. Normally I'd slow that down quite a lot, but as I say, with the amount, literally with the amount of things we've been having to do whilst these servers, it's been all hands on deck. Now, one other thing that I do need to make people aware of is we've been doing some work, and there's Dewsbury in his McLaren, in the WTF McLaren. So Dewsbury has managed to get dragged in with Traction Dave, hasn't he? Poor guy. Poor guy. But one thing we do need to take into consideration is liveries. You can see we do have a number of liveries on, and there's the Ross McGregor there in the Rocket Bentley. But we do, unfortunately, there are a few liveries that didn't load up, and we've been working really hard on those in individual files, JSON files, livery folders. There are a few that haven't loaded up, and this chap, Peter Brett, the number 7, is one of those, unless he's going for the Team Carbon, which he may be doing. But that's currently where we're at with it all, unfortunately. So John Dudley, there he is in his 34 McLaren. Jota liveried McLaren there. Christian Buckley's currently in 8th in his Team Carbon Aston Martin. Doesn't matter. It's not about how the Aston looks, it's just about how she sounds. Chris Overend there in the Team Brit car. These boys are real drivers, and they've got great insurance, because you can see there they've got Adrian Flux on there, so we know that they're covered if anything goes wrong today. Crab Artur, there we are in the 666 BMW. Again, that looks rather colourful on that one. Ross Webster in the 13 Aston Martin, and then we've got Kirk Heath. There we go in the 141 Aston. So you can see liveries we do have. So some of them are going on and some of them aren't. So Mark's still not with us at the moment. No worries. We'll continue to have a quick look through all the beautiful drivers, and this one is called Skins. So the team is called Skins, or the driver is called Skins. However way you're looking at it, that name is Skins. Jacob H is running for the 236 Bentley, currently in 17th place. Gavin Sullivan, I worked so hard, Gavin, to get this BMW livery on. I think I did mention previously there's a software that you can run called Awesome Sim Racing, and basically you have like you have collections, and the drivers just load up their liveries there, and if it's not loaded correctly, or if there's a problem, say with a DDoS file, that should be a 1 or a 0 or something like that, it will let you know, and then it just holds all those liveries, and then all your commentator has to do is sync it, and away you go. So that might be something to have a look at going forward. Lorenzo Borgiali there in the 146 Ferrari. Very nice indeed. And then Daz. Daz is running in the 44 Audi. Go on, Daz. Rees in the 14. McLaren, currently 22nd. Matt Damon, film star maybe? Don't know, but I definitely know that livery. Loaded that one up earlier on today. Is currently in 23rd position. Gary Dawson, who's running in the 17 Nissan. Good to see a Nissan. Definitely good to see a Nissan. And then Hayes, the 88. I love how some of them have just kept their Discord names. He's running in the 88 Audi. Tom Lisa there in the 669 BMW. Daniel Callahan, I should say. Got my letters mixed up there. And then we've got Boardley there in the 272 McLaren. Quite a few McLarens. Trevor Anderson. There he is in his 221 BMW. Lee Bullion in his BMW. We've already had a look at Tom, and Peter Greaves is in the pits. And Porsche! My word, we have a Porsche. So currently, as it stands, we have got 32 drivers in, which is great to see. And Michael Races is currently topping those charts at the moment with a 1:57.992. JR says, I thought you were driving, Coops. No, Junior, I'm not driving. I've just done a mammoth few hours this morning with the Road to World Cup comms, and then we're doing this one this afternoon, which an absolutely fantastic cause. Mark, are you with me?
Hi there, yeah, sorry, I'm finally here.
That's okay. Right, ladies and gents, some of you will know this voice, some of you will have no clue who this voice is. So, Mark, do you want to just briefly introduce yourself and just give us a little run through about why we're here today, please?
Yeah, sure. So, hi everyone. My name is Mark. I'm the owner of Redline Racing League. Been going for about 5 or 6 years. Started on PlayStation, started on F1, went to Gran Turismo, and then eventually we've sort of like made our way through, as everybody does, and progresses through to PC.
Yep.
So yeah, that's a little bit about me there. Why we're doing this? This is Race for Alex, as you know, you've seen the name. Alex is my son. Alex passed away in January of 2019, and we're raising money today for mental health for that reason. So all donations are going to Mind. We do this every year. Fortunately, this year, this is the first time we've managed to get COMMS. So Coops, massive thank you for that, mate. Really appreciate it.
Welcome. Great cause, man. Great cause. Well, it's only because they let me loose. The wife had nothing up. No, joking. No, it's a fantastic cause, and I know all the guys that are involved in it that are sort of legacy RRL drivers, but the new ones that have managed to help get across, everybody, you know, what a great cause, and that's why we're all here. So we do have a donation link, which is under my face on the screen. That will stay for the entire race, so anybody who does want to pop on there, again, doesn't matter how much you do. It all goes to a great cause. Please do feel free, and I'm sure you'll be quite happy already, Mark, won't you, with what's managed to be raised to date?
Yeah, I mean, every year, sort of like, you know, you think to yourself, what am I going to set the target as? Now, to be honest with yourself, with everything that's happening in the world right now, the cost of everything just flying up and up and up, I thought I was sort of like being a little bit optimistic with the £500. I think we raised about 1,100 last year, so you know, we're living in tough times at the moment, and listen, I don't expect everybody to give. Everybody has their own sort of like personal sort of like financial things to worry about first. I get that, so it's you please don't feel that you have to donate. That's not what it's about. It's about spreading that word as well. But yeah, going back to what the question that you asked me there, sorry. I'm overwhelmed. I really am. Fantastic.
Good, mate. Good, and I'm happy with that as well. And by the way, what we should probably do is sort of tap into some of these guys who've been posting their setups when we were waiting, because some of them have got tons of steering wheels in there that are worth thousands. I'm looking at some of these pictures of these guys that are in this today, and I'm like, yeah, it's just a hobby, right?
Yeah,
it's not, is it? Not at all. But good. So I'll let you go for now. So thank you for joining me. I really appreciate that. And again, as I did pop out on the Discord earlier, anybody in the teams or who's managing a team, or if you want to pop in for a chat throughout the race, let me know how the team's getting on, or you know, any difficulties you're having, drop into the interview section on the Discord, and then I'll see you in there, and then we can have a little chat. I think that'll be a really good thing to do throughout the event. All right.
Spot on. Thanks ever so much, mate.
Good. You're welcome. No worries.
Catch you later.
Enjoy it. See you later.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Right, there you go, guys and girls. That was Mark. What a lovely gent. Never spoken to Mark, actually, before. It's always interesting when you do that sort of thing and you put in a face to a name. Do they sound as you think they should? But what I do need to do is get off this little battle. These guys are thinking it's, well, I don't know what they're thinking. So anyway, let's get on board the real racing driver. Michael will kill me with saying that, but obviously not. But we do have real racing drivers here this afternoon, which is great to see. In the live chat, Lurchy says, oh, who's taken over the 8 hours now? I passed over to James, and James is going to do a stint of comms over there, and then I believe Chromadex is going to finish that event. But obviously I don't know exactly what's happening over there, Lurchies, with regards to, you know, drivers being able to get in when they were having that maintenance period. So I think they are trying to sort that one out, but we'll see what happens. So 21 ambient, 26 tracks, so the tracks come down by 2 degrees. We've got 11 minutes left of free practice. And then we'll move into qualifying, which again will be a shortened qualifying session. So whilst we do that, let's have a little talk through who we've actually got racing with us this evening and what the teams are. Okay. So there are, according to this, 36 teams. So we've got Redline Racing League. I've got a team in, so that's James and Skins. Those two will be racing together. New quickest lap there by Chris Overend, a 157.905. That's not too shabby, is it? We've got Lone Ranger team in, which is going to be Webster. I think he's running this one on his own, hence the name of the team. That would be quite sensible to think that, wouldn't it? Team Redline, which is going to be Mark, who we've just spoken to, and Bales and Stoke Jacko. And again, these are all Discord names, and I'm sure I'll have to just keep my eye on those. Lurchy says he'll be staying here. Good man. Supporting your RKM boys, no doubt. Shy Talk is our 4th team in. That's Madchip, Dazza Snipes, and Dale H. Now, I know Madchip actually, last weekend we did the 24 hours of Spa within Formula Racing League. So if you actually want to go and have a look at that, you're more than welcome to on the channel. That was a pretty epic event, I have to say. And Madchip entered that to do it on his own. The entire 24 hours. And I tell you what, if it wasn't for the fact that he showed us a picture of his gear shifter being snapped in half, I think we'd got 4 and a bit hours into the race, he would have completed that. So he's back with us this evening, which is always great news. And Dazza Snipes, know Dazza very well, also races over there in Formula Racing League. And we've got the 88s, which is Drew and Hayes. Okay, the 88s, hence they've both got 88. I like that one. Just Gary is Just Gary. Cascanova says, good evening, beautiful. Good evening, sir. How are you? I am very, very well. Just hopping in and out of streams. Have a great session. I surely will, Cass. And I'll look forward to you coming back across when you need to. Fry Guys Motorsport are in the Porsche. That's Peter Brett, who we saw earlier on. And John Al is going to be in that team as well. Then we've got Team Brit, who we were watching a moment ago. So that's going to be Chris Overend. Well, again, I'm just going by these names. Al Bandito. Interesting. And Devin, so we'll get more of a feel for who exactly they are when we get out there. Red Line Racing, the TF Racing is Trev and Fox GB. Moist Viper Racing, interesting, is John Dudds and Richard Christie. Let's change car because Skins is in the pits. Let's have a look at Ross Webster in his 33 Aston, just getting a feel for the track at the moment. So we've done Team Brit, Moist Viper Race, we've done that one. Celtic Bromance, V12 -4. Clever. It's Kiki Mack and Barney are in that one. Worst pace scenario, great name. Do you know what, I might give a prize out for the best names at the end of this. I do like that one. Worst pace scenario is a couple of Redline Racing drivers, so Formanelli, and I've got Mark R. Rod's also in that team. Rocket Simsport is Ross McGregor and John Monroe. We did see those guys in the Bentley early on. WANK Esports Rejects. Interesting name, guys. I'm sure I'm not probably going to be saying that name too often on stream. Is Crampfy and Mad Dog. IDK Racing is the Blue Boy and Jacques Lahome. Do you like that? I like that as well. Celtic Bromance, haven't read the rules, is the Kinky and TRIP. And then we've got Team Blue Flag, which is Tatch, Daz, and KLJ613. Dear oh dear. Fry Guy Z Team is Illumination, Josh, and Sasha King. Bananas is Super Palex. And then we've got Supermarket Energy Drink Racing, which is Homeschool Racer. I love the names. Gavlar X Racing has got CJW in there, and Gavlar as well, which I believe is Gavin. TFK Racing is Lesser, Fine K, and KR3 are in that one. And then we've got AKM Racing, which is Michael, Piggy Punters, Dean Quayle, and Bogjam Park. Celtic Bromance Demolition Brigade, so they've got 3 teams in this event this evening, is Crab and Happy. And then we've got Croft Motorsport, which is AM Croft, Jeff Badgers, Turbo Senna. Loving these names. Squadron Course Polito is Lorenzo Borgiali, Lorenzo Cravello, and Riccardo Pastorino are in there. And then we've got Revolution Sim Racing, which is Ben Watkins and Anthony Grumpy Gaming Dad. Well, I think we all suffer from that syndrome a little bit, don't we? Let's have a look at Mr. Sullivan in his 28 BMW. Let's just run through a couple more to go on this one. Revolution Racing, we're just on that one. Red Kings Motorsport was Michael Races. Red Ken, which is Jamie and Keno. Curious Moose Racing, which is Tubes, Soundcheck, Mike Tucker. Remnant Racing is Henry Handy in 20B. And then we've got Alan Arm, Bullmeisters, Niall Bullion and Lee Bullion. So evidently, got a family connection there. It's Peter Brett goes quickest with a 1:57.460. And then we've got W2F, it's a racing team, Traction Dave and Aaron Dewsbury. You need to watch out for those, they're pretty quick. Wildcats Curse of the Commentator, which will be me. And I do think we've got some commentators in there because Mr. T. Lunn I know is a commentator, and I don't know about Catgrin, but I'm assuming it is. And then we've got the Fry Guys, which is Christian and Damien. So that is a run through of all of the teams that we have. What's that saying? We're going to have to move to a different server. Hold on. The one we're on seems to be bugged and isn't allowing some people to join. We'll restart after practice. Okay. Okie dokie, Trevor. Thank you for letting us know. So there will be another short break once free practice is finished. As I say, this is all due to this maintenance that was going on earlier on today, and he's playing havoc just slightly. It'll be alright. It will be alright. Mad Chip, there he is in his Aston, 27 Aston. He is on Mad Chip. And he doesn't mind us saying that. He's always in our podcast on a Wednesday, chatting away and giving out random stuff on Twitch. Dow's in the live chat. Good. Hello, Dow. Hi, Coops. How's it going here? Did you guys get through the server issues? Kunos and another word. I'm not going to repeat that live on the stream. Something you do to a lollipop. Dow, we're okay at the moment, but those issues did definitely affect us before the event started. We didn't know whether it was going to actually get going or not, and since we've managed to then get in, things have been a little bit buggy here and there, but hopefully things will stay as they need to. Remember, guys and girls, on your screen just underneath on my face is the donation link for Mind for this race for Alex. I will consistently talk about that. Because it is a fantastic cause that we are racing for today, in memory of and celebrating, from what Mark's told me, a pretty epic dude, from what Mark has said. We had to push through, lost 1 or 2. Oh yeah, okay. Who did you lose? I had a quick look on the Discord before I came on here, Dal, and it was, yeah, there was, well, as you would expect, some interesting discussions on there, so... But what? Well, we can't do anything, can we? If Kunos decide to take things down, then that's no one else's fault. So 4 minutes left. Off through practice, then we're going to change server. Just so you all are aware, we'll change server. Then we'll get back out. They'll do a quick 5-minute practice just so that the server can run correctly, and then we'll get into qualifying. Once we do get into qualifying, you know exactly what's going to happen there. And then, ladies and gents, we're going to get on board. And we're going to start doing some real life lap guides. But for now, as we're coming through the field, let's do what I love to do. And let's have a little bit of Aston time, courtesy of Mad Chip. Out the way in front of him there, as you can see that. So I love the Aston. Sam Holloway, look at that, that's a pretty impressive time. Josh Irwin goes quickest of the lot though with a 57.352. Although that's telling me that it's Sam Holloway. So let's have a look on the spotter guide, see if they are in the same team. Michael, Jamie, Keno. Okay. On board at 96, aren't they? Let me see. Sam Holloway, Josh Irwin and Sasha King are in that particular team. They are currently top of the charts as well. So 57.3, not bad. Again, tracks come down, ambience come down by a degree. So ambience come down by 1 degree, that's now 20, and track is now at 26. So the actual, to be fair, server issues have destroyed any practice time you may have had, says CJW Racing. I don't disagree with you, my friend. I don't disagree with you. Couldn't have happened at a worse time, although you guys count yourselves lucky, to be fair, because the race I was doing earlier for Formula Racing League was the World Cup qualifier, so there's 10 grand on the line for that one if you finish in the top 3, and as you can imagine, some people are managing to be in the server and race, and then others that are trying to join later on weren't then allowed to join in, and then they've had drivers whose driving stint has run out, which has caused quite a little bit of an issue, but I know the admin guys over there worked their best to make sure that they could get everyone where they needed to be. So at least we are in practice, and at least we will get qualifying done, and fingers crossed, touch wood, we'll manage to get the race done as well. But yeah, I feel for you. I do. I feel for everybody, really. It's not good when that happens, especially when there's no like advance warning. But yeah, so Sam Holloway doing rather well in that 96 BMW, most certainly. Peter Brett in his Porsche, fortunately no livery on Peter's. That is currently in second place, and what's he? 3/10 down. Bobby Trunley. There we go. So Bobby is running with Chris Overend and Devin Braun. That's your guys for the Team Brit. Certainly to be watched. Certainly to be watched this afternoon. Dewsbury's currently in 4th place. Beautiful timing. Look at him. He's just showing us the side of that livery and how strong those impact bars are on the front of that McLaren. Thanks for that, Aaron. Michael Race is 5th currently in the pits. Ross McGregor is out. And Ross McGregor's obviously running in the Rocket Racing, and his stablemate is John Munro. Now, John Munro, I really want to know if it is the John Munro that I think it is. And you guys are thinking, well, who do you think it is? Well, I don't want to say in case it's not the right person, then I'll just look stupid. But I would certainly be interested to see if it is that particular individual. Right, let's just drop in there. No one, okay, no one's in interview yet, which is fine. So free practice is finishing. What's going to happen now is everything's going to die for a few moments, and then we're going to jump into another server. So when the screen goes blank, I'll go and jump in, and I'll wait and see which server everybody prefers to get into, and we can obviously move it on from there. 12 of you with us at the moment, which is fantastic. Now, another thing you're going to hear me say a lot, because it's just the right thing to do. There's 12 of you in. Wow, there's 13 of you in at the moment. There's 5 likes on this currently. If you are watching and you want to stay with us for the rest of this evening, which I hope you do me a favour, press like. I'm not even asking you to sub, just drop a like for me. It takes half a second, really, really helps get this content and this race and all the stuff that I'm trying to do over here out to more and more people, which would be fantastic. And I can see 2 of you have already done that, so I doff my cap. Thank you very much indeed. So there you go, all the cars have decided to disappear like magic, and I shall follow suit. So let's get out of this one. It's mad, isn't it? It's crazy. Oh no, look where the camera is. Hold on, guys. Look, I did wear this today for Red Line Racing League, but you know, camera angles, just trying to get some nice artwork in the background. Obviously, we're completely missing the COMMS by Coop sign, but there it is. All will be good. Right, so where is everyone going to go into? That's my question, ladies and gents. So if I refresh it, we'll see how many's got more people in. Well, I think we're going for that one then. Oh dear. Let's pop that in there. Right. And for the 12th time, we'll get there. At least we know where we're at. At least we know where we're at the moment. Right, that's all good. Let me come across to this. Yes, that's disconnected. And while we have that, thank you very much. Let's reconnect. Okay, so we're on board with Nile at the moment. Let's change that. Let's change that. Let's go there. So again, they're going to have a little, a very short little free practice session now. 4 minutes left to go. I don't even know if anyone's going to bother going out for this part. They may just decide to stay in and you know, try and make some changes to their setups, etc. Oh, here we go. Dow says Coops thinks it's John, the John he knows, as there's only one John, so it has to be John. And everyone's legged it again. Come on, ladies and gents. We are going to get there. Do you know what? This is just great practice for me to figure out how to keep moving in and out of the servers, so it's all good. Right, let's get out of that one. So, Dow, yeah, in essence, mate, I think it's John. John the First. This is who I think it is. Right, let's try it again. Come on, peeps. Or this is going to turn into, I mean, it might be, you never know. This might turn into like an NFL game where it actually takes 5 hours. Well, we're racing for 6, where it takes 12 hours to do the race. That might happen. It won't. As soon as we get into the race, we are going to be all good. Right, let's connect. Right, so we're still in practice. I will just leave that as session best for there. That's all good for me. We're watching John at the moment. How's that looking on stream? Blah, blah, blah. Good. Okay, we're back. So remember, we have got well over 30 teams in this. We've got some decent stream links being popped out there on the Discord. Obviously, Traction Dave's put his one out there. Don't watch his. He's not very good. No, he is. He's very good. Please ensure you join the lobby with driver 1 first, says Mark. This is very important. 100%. We don't want this being restarted over and over again. So take heed, people. 35 teams. Like it. So, what does it feel like to drive a McLaren around Silverstone? You know, not everybody does drive a McLaren. Not everybody drives an Aston. Not everybody drives a Ferrari. Some people like to mix it up and take different cars at different seasons to get to know them. Other people are very, very staunch and, nope, I'm only driving a Bentley. Oh, nice one. Nice one, John. Only driving a Bentley, or I'm only driving, you know, a BMW or whatever it may be. So each car has a lot of different characteristics to them. They handle in different ways. The aero packages are different. The weight all these things, braking, accelerating, they're all massively different. I know the BOP helps to keep the pack closer together, but really no car feels the same. And whilst I'm talking about that, on my channel there's a Coops Cars section. So if you want to have a look at what I think of each individual car and sort of my preferred tracks for those cars, feel free or not. That is also totally up to you guys and girls. So just under 2 minutes left, and then I think things are going to get moving. Well, thank you very much. I must say, anyone that has dropped a like so far, and indeed the few people that have subbed, wow, that's amazing. Let's hope I keep you all entertained for the next 6 hours then. Otherwise there'll be a mass exodus, which Dow would probably say is correct, really. But who's out on track? James Franklin is currently out on track in the 23. Ferrari does tend to go pretty well round here. Got to say that. Then you hear that thunderous noise there, which obviously was not the Ferrari, and made me smile. Okay, what we got? 45 seconds, then we're going to get into qualifying. So what I like to do is I always decide, so anybody that's watching now, currently that's in the pits, that's keeping an eye on the stream, I always like to take my victim from first one out the bag. really. And that person will be the one that does the lap guide for us. So, pre-warned, we will be live on your car talking through the lap. So, no pressure at all. I guarantee somebody like Dewsbury, Traction or Michael will try and jump out there first because they love it. And that's all good. So James comes across. Well, 7 seconds left. Michael races with a 58 flat. Just for good measure. Track time is king and all that. You know, it's not like he's just been doing a 24-hour race. Not like last week he did a 24-hour race at Spa either. So, yeah, definitely needs to have more track time. Chris Overend goes 1.9 slower on that particular lap. But everybody, don't tell me again. Don't tell me again. Oh, my word. This is going to be... This is torture. Nico's in. Hello, Nico. How you doing, buddy? I hope you're well, mate. You had some good racing the other day, I've got to say. I was quite impressed with that. It's a shame you're not able to get in here. Let's drop in the Discord and see what's being said. They're still having issues. He cannot connect. And yeah. We will get there, ladies and gents. This is what happens with all good things, yeah. Good things come to those that wait. Yeah, it looks like we are. Chris, or CJW, sorry, I assume there was a Chris in there, probably not, but I think it looks like we are. I know, Michael. I'm good, Nico. I'm very well, mate. Very, very well. Just trying to, you know, just trying to get this thing moving. We've had these server issues earlier on today where Kunos decided to take down the servers for some maintenance, which was the worst possible time, and now I think this is the 5th rejoin that we've had to do over here. But however, at least we're able to do that. Yeah, I'm not moaning. Yeah, at least we're able to do that. But we'll now see. We'll now see if we can actually get into qualifying. Are you all right, Mikey? You're fine. So you didn't tell me, Michael. I mean, how did you get on in the 24-hour race? I mean, that should still be going on, though. Or was it just finished? So, let's change that. Let's change that. Please, let's keep some cars. Please, let's keep some cars in now. Let's change that. So, we're going to get into... Well, we're doing another free practice. Okay. I'm going to leave that, but I'm not going to put anything on there. We don't need any other information on there at the moment. Then let's just wait until we get into qualifying for real. What are the details of this event? Well, this is the race for Alex, Nico. It's an annual charity event done by Redline Racing, and yeah, we've all come across to get involved. Great cause, raising money for mental health charity Mind, and it's going to be a shortened qualifying session. So I believe it was going to be half an hour. I believe that may be 15 or 20 minutes, and then it's a 6-hour race. Now, evidently, if you look at your times, the race should be starting around about now, but because of all these unforeseen delays, obviously that's been put back a little bit. But again, it's no big deal. And Chris Overend's getting out there, getting another feel for the track. But yeah, 6-hour event coming up, Nico. 6 hours, mate. I've just had a thought, actually. I will. I mean, I am planning on taking a break throughout this, you know, in case I need to go to the little boys' room, or if we need to go and grab a coffee or something like that, because you guys are all going to be busy doing your hour stints and then having a break. At one point, I will probably need to stop and restart my stream, because the old YouTube don't think allows you to do more than 6 hours on a stream, I don't think. So we'll see. We'll see what happens with that one. 252 live Podium Chasers. That is amazing. Thank you all so much. You know what to do if you want to increase that number. I have to say, I did take some inspiration from that from a friend of mine called Michael Races, but it works for him, and I think it works over here as well. It just adds it something a bit different. So don't shoot me, Michael. Oh, he's disconnected. Sorry. There he is. Of course he hasn't. So into the pits we come. Come on, guys. Let's get this one nailed. Come on. Let's have a look at some of these liveries. Well, it won't let us do it in that way, will it? Look at all those beautiful liveries. Oh, he's going out again. Chris is going out again. He's not happy with something with that Aston, is he? Or maybe he's just not. Maybe he's not feeling the balance in certain parts, and he just wants to make a little change on there. Who knows? 33 in at the moment. Madship is out on track. Oh. We've got a couple of cars together. That's good news. Well, let's have a little watch of these two go around over the last sort of 30 seconds before we hopefully get into. I believe something around 8 hours is the limit, maybe more. At least it was a while ago because a teammate of mine streamed. Yeah, no, I'm 100% sure it will be around that. But even if it is around 8, obviously we will have been on for about an hour before we get into qualifying and the race. So we need to... It's fine, mate, it's fine. I could always just blame it on the server, can't I, really? It's not like that hasn't happened at all so far today. Right, come on, free practice is done. Come on, let's get into qualifying. Let's get a lap guide done. So, what I will say is, once we've got through qualifying, might be a good opportunity if people want to come and have a little chat. I'm having a look at the moment in the team chats on Discord. So Shy Talk, because we've got 3 in there. The 88s are all in there. Just Gary, he's on his own anyway. Team Brit, so Bobby, Chris, and Devon, they're all in there having a chat. Moist Viper have got their guys in. Worst Pace Scenario have got their 3 in there. Rocket Sim Sports got John Moreau and Ross McGregor in there, no doubt. And then we've got IDK Racing, Dan and Jacques are in there, or Jacques. Team Blue Flag is Daz, Tatch, they're in there. Bananas is in. So we've got a lot of people in that are obviously all having a chat with their teammates, making sure that, you know, are we good? Who's gone into liveries? Who's saying what liveries? Has someone put together a single link download? Or got to down... Oh, I have to do it individually. As I say, Kiki Mac, we use Awesome Sim Racing on another league, and it's very easy. Corrado is in. Hello. Hello, mate. How are you? Come to have a little butchers and see what your RKM chaps are up to, which is fantastic, obviously. And just wait for these guys to finish off their laps. Got Webster there in the 33. Who else is still out on track? So Ross is out. Brown is out. Oh wow, we should watch him, shouldn't we? Go on, Mr. Brown. And that will evidently be Mark that we were speaking. Green
light. Go, go, go.
See, he knew that was going to happen. It's going to fail on me again. Is it going to disconnect? It's disconnecting. No, it's not. Stay. Stay. Right, who's first out the bag? Haha. Peter Brett is your man who's first out the bag. So Peter, in the Porsche, you, my friend, are going to be provided us with a lap guide. Yes, Cry. I'm very well. I'm very well, dude. Really looking forward to this one. We've had quite a lot of problems, but we are well underway now, which is what we want to see. So all the way down the hangar straight up towards Stone. This is where things are going to start getting interesting. We've got a 15-minute qualifying session for everybody to get out and get a couple of laps nailed, and then we can start to see what the pecking order is going to look like and what the differential between the times are. Now, in terms of track conditions, remember at the end of free practice it was 20 and 26. It's now actually 22 ambient and 29 degrees on track, so they have gone up by a few degrees, which is evidently going to affect, well, brake ducts, tyre pressures. It's going to affect quite a few things. People are going to need to take that into consideration, most certainly. He's got himself a decent gap there. Okay, wow. We're getting close to lap guide time, aren't we? Yes, we are. Down the Wellington Straight, although I've been talking that much there, I'm feeling rather bunged up, which is not good. Not good news at all. Anyway, down the Wellington Straight we go. On the brakes. To Brooklands, and we've got the long right-hander, which we all know and love as Luffield. He's definitely on the limit there. You can see the steering is wobbling around a bit. Anyway, so onto the start-finish straight we go, which is obviously what we used to use in the old days. So across the start-finish line, when you get the car across onto the curb, around the 50 ball, down a gear, into COMMS, just balance the car through there. Now, we had to just wait a little bit there. Big fistful of oversteer that manages to keep that running on track. Pull it across to the right for Maggotts and Beckett's. Then we're going to just go all the way into this bit. Then we're going to back off down a gear. No, doesn't need to, but got a big swapper on, down a couple of gears into third. And then we're going to back off again. Just let the car roll. Now squeeze on the throttle. You need to take the curve on the left-hand side to get us a very good shot out towards the hanger straight. It's really important to keep the momentum through there, because the hanger straight, well, it's not a small part of the track, is it? Then pull the car across left towards Stowe, where the curbing starts on the left, on the brakes, down into third gear. Get the car tucked in. Has he kept that in fourth? No, he's put it into third. Use the runoff area on the left-hand side. Pull it back across again. Heavy braking zone now, where the curb starts, hard on the brakes. Down into first gear, trail in, off the brakes, squeeze the throttle, then get the car turned up into second gear. Now we're going to squeeze. Use all the exit curve on the left-hand side. Get the car tucked in. Do not touch that sausage curve as we go down the Hamilton straight. You touch that sausage curve and you are dead. Now up towards Farm. We're going to use the green Astro on the right, on the left. Just going to dip it over there, tuck it in. We don't need to brake there at all. Just let the momentum of the car pull you through, and then hard on the brakes again, trailing as you get to that curb. You want to be in the middle of the track as you come out of here, just to move across it, down a change. Get the car tucked in, late apex on this one, squeeze the throttle, use all of the exit curve, and then you can cut this one quite a bit, no problem with that, and you can run wider than that if you need to, down the Wellington straight, then up towards Brooklands. Again, so here we go. As we're getting towards the sign there on the right hand side, that's your marker to get the car down a couple of gears and turned in, and then we've got to back off here, just wait down into first to get the car tucked in. Then we've done a quick up change to second. Now we're going to put the throttle on, get the steering straightened up as much as possible, then we're going to shoot back across onto the right hand side of the track, onto the start finish straight. There's going to be your first lap, and that first lap would be a 1:57.935. Nice lap, very nice lap, Peter, well done, and thank you very much, sir. So, wow, that didn't last long, did it? Michael races in his McLaren. He decides to go a little bit quicker, so he's about 800ths quicker. He's done a 57.855, and everyone's going to start piling through now. Also, what you've got to take into consideration is the track conditions at this stage. It's already gone up, man, it's gone dropped down, I believe, by a degree already. The track conditions, they are going to continue to ramp up. We've got all the cars on track, they're all laying rubber down, they're all pushing, so this is going to help everybody with their mechanical grip. So Michael's currently leading the pack. Bobby Trunley there, as you can see in the Brit car, he's currently second place, and he is, what is he? He's about a tenth. No, he's not actually. He's 15 thousandths off Michael's time, so that's pretty close. Peter Brett, we've just watched, did a fantastic lap. Then we've got Sam Holloway, who's currently in P4 in the 96 BMW. So one thing you have to be mindful of around here, which you're seeing at the moment, is space. Yeah, we've got 35 odd cars on track. They all know they've got a very short window. It's only 15 minutes to get this qualifying session done. So we've got to be mindful. Actually, I need to change that. Quality personal best delta. So now you guys can see what I can, which is fabulous. And you guys can now see, if they're in green, that means evidently they're doing better than their previous lap in terms of the deltas. And obviously if they're red, that means they are a little bit slower than their best lap as well. So you guys can all keep your eye on who's doing what. Currently, Ross Webster in 9th. Let's go and have a look at Ross, because he's currently half a second up at the moment. So Mr. Webster in his Aston, currently half a second up, which would put him, if he did that, that would put him at 58.5. So that would put him a P6. So it would be an improvement. Let's see if it does drop him into P6 or not. There's 0.4 now, so maybe it does. There you go, P6. For Ross Webster, well done that man. Michael Races is having himself a little stop there, no problem. Peter Brett has improved, so he's gone back provisional pole. I think we've got ourselves a nice little shootout going on here. That Porsche's doing, well, we saw how on the edge she was in terms of the steering and countering on that slip angle, but he's doing a fantastic job. Doesn't last for long though. Sam Holloway with a 57.187. Now that is a lap of intent from Sam Holloway in the BMW. That is, wow, that's nearly 4/10. 4/10 quicker. So Sam Holloway not messing about, is he? Junior saying, let's go Michael. Some support for Michael Races in the live chat. Fantastic. Hope you're well, Junior. Hope you enjoy the session, mate, when however long you can stay in, buddy. I appreciate it, you know that. And but Sam Holloway with a 57.1, that's pretty impressive. Bobby has now, Trunley has now gone at a 57.555, and Peter Brett is in the 57. So the top four currently separated by about 6/10. They're all in the 57s. And then we've got Richard Christie. He's your man in his McLaren. He's in 5th place at the moment. Dewsbury's in 6th. So these guys are in the low 58s. Peter Greaves a 58.2. Miles in a 58.4. Company in 8th. Dan Barnard in 9th at 58.5. And Ross McGregor, so rounding out your top 10, is Ross McGregor in the 22 Bentley. He's a 58.5 as well. So it's pretty close. Ross Webster 58.5. Matt Damon, film star, 58.6. I won't say that anymore because he might not like that. Michael for president? Nah, don't say things like that. Kirk Heath, who's currently in 13th place at the moment, he is in the 141 with a 58.6 in his Aston Martin there. You can see RAC liveried. Hopefully, they're not going to need anyone like that. Look at the Moose. I will. What's the number on the Moose? Tell me. Sound check. What's the number on the Moose again? I'm sure I did just have a look at him a moment ago. Crab Artur's in 14th on a 666 in the 666 BMW with a 59.1. So basically, your top 4 in the 57s, and everybody else 77. Yeah, 1 second. One. There you go. There's Mr. Damon in the Moose. The Moose in the Hoose. It's beautiful, right? Beautiful livery. No change at the top. Well, there isn't a change, but there's a change in timings. Look at that. That is a ridiculous time. Sam Holloway's in the 56s. 56.882. Somebody's definitely had their Weetabix for breakfast today. Well, that is massively impressive. Trunley still in 2nd place, but still in the 57s. 57.5. Peter Brett's also 57.5. Michael's a 57.6. So those guys are really... I mean, that is a stonking time from Sam. Who's he driving with? Sam's got Josh Irwin and Sasha King in the team. That is very impressive. We got down to Kirk Heath. Christian Buckley's in 14th in the 58s. Crabato Lorenzo Borghiali is currently 16th in the 147 Ferrari in the 59s as well. And then we've got Mr. Brown himself. Is currently running in 17th. And in the 59s, Leah Foreman in the 222. The beautiful Aston is running a 59.3. Paul Krempf in the 404 is running a 59.355. It's a rather bright looking Ferrari. Not going to miss that one, are you, Paul? Not at all. Baldry in the 272 McLaren is doing a 59.4. And then we've got Jacob H. 59.5 in the 236 Bentley. Comes through COMMS there, thundering through COMMS. M. Jones in the 44 is doing a 59.5 at the moment. Tom Lesser in the 669 BMW is currently doing a 59.6. You can see we're definitely going to have gaps. We're definitely going to have splits in this field. And obviously, I don't know if the quicker drivers are in for qualifying or not. You would assume that they are. Dale Hughes in the 27 Aston Martin is currently 24th with a 59.7. R. Rees is 25th in the 14 McLaren with also a 59.7, and Mr. Cramp has gone yellow, so I'm assuming that lap is over. James Franklin 26th in the 23 Ferrari in a 59.8, and then a 59.9 for Goff in the 959 Aston Martin, and then we've got Sullivan with a 59.997 in his BMW. Dean Quayle, I'm assuming that's correct, but please feel free to let me know if it's not. Dean Quayle is the first of the drivers in the 2 minutes, so 2 minutes .497. Gary Dawson is 30th, 2 minutes 870. Daniel Callahan is in the pits at the moment with a 201.587. Hayes 88 is also in the pits with a, not in the pits, sorry, with a 201.637 out in the Audi. And Trevor is out on track now. We need to see if he can make anything happen. We've got 3.5 minutes left of qualifying, so maybe 1, maybe 2 laps left for these guys. And at the moment, Sam is just absolutely smashing it. Let's get on board with Sam. Let's see what a 56.882 potentially looks like. Looks like he's on an outlap at the moment. It's probably up to Bobby's not happy with that, so he decides to stop what he's doing at that moment in time. See, he's already on the throttle. You can hear that. He's already feathering the throttle as he's going in there, which not only helps stabilise the car, but keeps that momentum going, which, you know, that's got to gain you hundredths, maybe into a tenth here and there. It's really important. So no change in your top four. It's still Sam, Bobby, Peter and Michael, but we do have others in the 57s now. Dewsbury decides to stick his car in 5th place in the WTF McLaren, so he's currently running a 57.8. Matt Damon in the Moosey Moose car, he's also running a 57.8 as well, 300ths behind Dewsbury, so nice and close with these guys. Then we've got 58s, which is led by Richard Christie and Ross Webster. We've got there for 2 minutes on this one. Don't forget, once we get into the race proper, anybody who wants to come and have a chat, who wants to give me an update and is backing out so we can get this lap, get a decent decent shot of Luffield and Woodcote. So, is he going to go for another quick one? He's going to try and beat that time. Well, Peter Brett's managed to... Wow, Peter Brett has improved on his lap time. He's gone provisional P2 there. That is a good lap from him, indeed. And that puts Bobby Trunley down into provisional P3. Now, if Michael Races is still out, can he try and take advantage of that? You've got to remember, Dewsbury's also only a 10th. Well, he's just under a 10th of the pace there as well. So, Bobby Trunley, his position could be under threat. As we're just watching a very serene, very calm, yet fast masterclass from Sam at the end of qualifying. Great driving. He's currently dead level with his previous lap time, which is the quickest one so far. You can see Peter Brett is 3/10 up, so he's absolutely going for it. He wouldn't get pole position with that, but he would certainly solidify P2 at the start of the grid. And he's now losing time, and Sam was gaining, did gain a 10th then, but then obviously backed out, obviously taking a little bit too much speed in. So qualifying is finished. If you have... Well, you can obviously complete the lap that you're currently on if you've already crossed the line, and Sam doesn't need to. He knows he's down a bit from that previous lap, so he decides no need for me to continue doing that. So Michael Races, he's still out on a lap. Is he up? He is up slightly. He's up by 10th. Now that 10th would put him into P3, so this is pretty important for him. He's definitely improving, as is Christian Buckley's half a second. Christian Buckley, if he does half a second, that's going to put him at 58.3. So that would put him up to P13 if he can hold his nerve for the rest of this lap. Michael Races is 2/10 up at the moment, so 2/10 for him would put him in 3rd. He needs to find another 10th and a half. He needs 3.5 tenths to be able to get that McLaren onto the front row of the grid to join Sam. I'm sure Brett is just sitting there just watching, thinking, don't do it, please. Just stay where you are. As Christian pulls out of his lap, unfortunately. So, he is now. He's got 3/10 up, now it's 2. Now it's 1, so he's losing a little bit of time through this sector. And all of that time that he'd made up there, he's 3/10 up, he's lost all of that, unfortunately. As we come through the final part of the lap now, how much speed can he take in and how quickly can he get on that throttle on the way out? We're about to find out, ladies and gents. Well, what's Michael going to do? He's currently on a 57.567. He does improve. He does a 57.492. Michael manages to put himself up into third. So Bobby Trunley there ends up down in fourth at the end. Matej Solo is in saying hello. Hello. How are you doing, sir? I hope you are well. Hope you are well indeed. You've just missed qualifying. Has just finished. That's obviously going to set the grid for this 6 hour race that we're about to do. No problem at all. Congratulations to Mr. Holloway. Well done, Sam. So, Sam, you finally found the stream. Sorry, dude, I did put a link out there. So, Sam Holloway takes P1 with a 56.882. That's pretty epic. That is pretty epic. Peter Brett is in second place with a 57.207. Again, not too far. I mean, it's quite far away, not too far down the road. Michael Races manages to put his McLaren onto the second row in P3. Chris Overend is going to start in fourth place. Now, how long are we doing for the formation lap? Are you going to give me enough time? That's the question to get through all of that. Let's do race caps. That's what we need for this bit. Is that all good? That is all good. Right, let me run through your starting grid. So, Sam is on the front row with Peter. Second row is Michael Races and Chris Overend. Third row is going to be Traction Dave in the WTF McLaren with John Dudley. Matt Damon in the Moosey Moose is going to start seventh alongside Ross Webster. Then Alex Meadowcroft's going to sit in the number 141. He's going to start ninth alongside Niall Bullion. Ross McGregor's going to start 11th, and he'll be starting alongside Peter Greaves. Christian Buckley 13th alongside Mark Brown, so he did put a decent lap together, then going to start 14th. Kicky Mac 15th, M Jones 16th. Tim Lund is going to start in 17th position. JP McGinley is going to be 18th. Paul Cramph is going to be 19th, and Madchip will start in 20th place. Crab Arter is going to be 21st. James Franklin will start 22nd, and then Goff 23rd. Gareth Fox, I believe that may be Foxy, will start 24th. Lorenzo Borgiali is going to start in 25th alongside Leah Foreman. And then we're going to have Dean Quayle 27th, Gavin Sullivan 28th. Jacob H will start in 29th, and Tom Lessat will be your 30th place starter. Gary Dawson 31st, Hayes 88 is going to start 32nd, and Daniel Callahan will start at the back of the grid. In Discord, the link to this ACR. Well, that is, wow, yeah. You're here, Matage. That's all that counts, buddy. That is all that counts. So we're going to have a little period now where everyone's just going to sit there and count their blessings that they did okay in qualifying. We're going to get a formation lap underway shortly, and that will be a full formation lap where everybody can get some heat cycles through the brakes, through the tyres, and make sure that those things are in the correct operating window. Charlie Stevenson, hurrah! I take it, Charlie, you have just found the stream as well. I did put an actual link to this stream out earlier on, but you're here, which is great. Who are you guys supporting, or who are you driving with? That's what I want to know. That would be pretty cool to know. Good. I'm glad you're in. So, yeah, we don't take things too seriously over here. It's all about, it's having a laugh with everybody, see if we can describe the action. But yeah, hopefully everyone likes the look of the stream. Yeah, of course you do. And remember, 6 hour solo. Yeah, Webster. Yeah, of course. Do you know what though? You should be fine. You should be fine, Ross. Yeah, we did. I was saying earlier on in qualifying last week when we did the. You're driving for Curious Moose. Okay, good sound check. I was saying earlier on, we did a 24-hour race last weekend for Formula Racing League, and we did have two individuals that were doing that solo. So Mad Chip, who's in this race, he didn't do it. He actually had an issue with his gear shifter snapped, and he sent us a photo on Discord. Obviously, just to make sure, didn't have a note from his mum or anything. But Thomas Yanks, I believe his name was, he did completely full 24-hour race on his own, and I have no idea how he kept himself awake, and what a monumental effort that was. So Ross, 6 hours, you can do it, dude. You can. I'm going to be keeping an eye on that now. Charlie says I'm for Team Brit, guys. Good. Okay, good man, Charlie. Paul Ventus in supporting the Bullion Trio and P10. Good. And Ross is saying, yeah, GS, I know, and WRT. Well, Charlie, don't be greedy. And yeah, it was very impressive. Although I really had no idea how I was still alive at the end of that, because I didn't sleep. I was driving in that event and doing the comms, so it was certainly an experience, but a fabulous one at that. So and that's why we're all here. We all love this, don't we? Will the stream be saved as a video? Ooh, now that's a good question. Now you're asking me technical stuff. Now I know it all looks nice, yeah, and I do spend a lot of time trying to make it look nice. But anyone that knows me will also understand that unless I've spent 20 years studying on YouTube how to do things, I'm not very good at technical stuff. So I can try my best. I can always download it afterwards, I suppose. That'll probably take 6 years. Who knows? Who knows? But it will always be on the channel anyway. If you need it, I'm sure you'll be. I'm sure you could download it. I don't know. I don't know. Right, so as we are waiting, it seems like we're waiting for about an hour now for this formation lap to get underway. Ha! Speak of... There we go. Off we go. So Sam leads everybody away. Just one more thing before I forget again. Let's have it worst pace scenario. Do you know what? I did say at the start when I was reading through the team names, Mark, that I do really like that name. I think that's probably the best name that I've got on here, to be fair. There is a link underneath my face, ladies and gents, which is donation link for Mind for what we are doing today. If you haven't donated, and it doesn't matter how much you donate, if you have donated, a massive thank you from everybody here at Red Racing League, Red Line Racing League even. And if you haven't, if you can spare a couple of quid, you know it's all going to a fabulous, fabulous cause. Yeah. You all know that. But yeah, that will be there for you all race long. So, formation up underway, and it would appear Sam wants to go rather slowly. Now, Sam, get a shift on. Yeah, in terms of formation laps, you know, we don't want people just backing everyone up and then flying away. It's you know, it should be at a set pace, or at least that's the rules that we normally run. It should be at a very set pace so everybody can get round there, rather than having point and squirt for tyre and brake warming. But we'll see. So we've got lots of different support in the live chat, which is fantastic. Let's keep that going throughout the entire race. You guys can keep me entertained as well, because let's face it, I mean, once we've done lap 1, you know, what's the worst that could happen? We'll see. Down the Hamilton straight we go. It is a rather long lap actually at Silverstone, isn't it? Especially when they're going at these rather slow speeds, but it is what is needed. Everyone's just really making sure they're getting those heat in those brakes and in those tyres, making sure that everything is as it is. Maybe they're making a change to the brake bias, maybe they're making a little tweak to the TCs. I mean, you would assume that all that would have been done anyway, but you know, we all have our little rituals that we like to go through pre-race, don't we? Whether that is, you know, just, well, OCD is what it is. I do exactly the same thing, doing the commentary as well. But good luck to everybody indeed, says Matt Edge. I echo that totally. We don't want issues, do we? Not at the start of the race. It's a 6-hour race. The last thing we want is for people being a little bit overzealous and ending up ruining their race and someone else's race, or more than one. So, but I'm sure with the calibre of driver we've got in here, from what I've seen so far, we will be good. And Ricardo is in saying Dale Bourgeois. Come on, Dale. Hello, Ricardo. I take it you're supported Dale. Which is great. Which is great to see another one in supporting somebody else. So now they all form up 2 by 2, as you see. So they've done they've mainly done most of the lap, and now they're all going to get in position. You can see them all filing through in the back, and now we're waiting, ladies and gents. This is the Red Line Racing League Race for Alex 2022. 6 hours of Silverstone. I know they hold them for quite a long time. down the main straight. So we're just going to have to be patient for a little bit longer, and then we're going to be green. Okay, 33 on track. Let's see what we can. Sam Holloway was by far the quickest in free practice. In qualifying, and we're ready to go. They're all waiting now. They're all just making sure everything is good. They're thinking about what the plan is into COMMS and down into Magnussen, Beckett, and cross the line. We are green. We are go. 6 hours, ladies and gents, underway at Silverstone. Sam gets a nice start there, manages to hold his line. Peter follows him through. Michael and Bobby, they're also holding station as well. And Dewsbury holding line. Let's just go up to Magnussen, Beckett's for the first time. Let's see what it looks like to be chased. What's it look like to be chased by a Porsche from Sam's point of view? And I'm keeping my eye elsewhere. Looks like Alex Meadowcroft's had a bit of an incident there. We'll have to have a look at that in a moment. He's falling down a couple of places, and that's probably going to be when people are coming into Magnussen Beckett's for the first time. But Sam is away clean. As you can see, we've got plenty of action going on further down the field. This is the mid-pack, so we're looking at Alex at the moment in the 141. Aston Martin currently running in 14th place, and Ross Webster, well, he's only got 6 hours left to go. He's managed to make a move, so he's put his 33 Aston Martin up a position at the expense of Richard Christie, who's in the 34 McLaren. Michael Races has also just made a move. He's being flashed quite a bit by Brett, so let's see what happens. Do a quick replay on that. So Michael goes up the inside there. Nothing wrong with that. That was a fair move. I'm not sure why he's being flashed. So Michael manages to put his McLaren up into P2. He's now going to try and chase down Sam Holloway. And you've got to think, in terms of qualifying, Sam was massively, he was a good 5-6 tenths ahead of everybody else. But Michael, Brett and Bobby, those guys were all pretty tightly matched, weren't they? And they are all, well, they're holding station at the moment. And then we've got Trundley there in the brick car. He's doing pretty nicely as well. Dewsbury's running in 5th place. You can see that. Let's get on board with him. Let's see what's going on for him. Let's have a look and see what it's like from the front of his splitter of him trying to chase down your leading quartet and also keep behind him. Well, your man Webster, who's got to do 6 hours. Don't worry, it's a lap done. You do 2 minutes, Ross. Easy peasy. There you go, Sam Holloway with quickest lap of the race at 2:06.200. Obviously, we're going to get quite a few of those going through. Into COMMS we go, swing the car in. Being chased down, massively chased down. So this is all good at the moment. Where are we at the front? So 1.4 seconds is the lead that Sam Holloway has currently built over Michael Races. Michael's got himself a second back to Brett, and then that's where the close battle is at the moment. And let's get on board. Let's get on board with him. I think Brett just made a tiny little mistake there. I did see some dust being kicked up, and you can see, look at the toe that Bobby's got all the way down the hanger straight. He's going to get hard on them anchors, and is that move done? Well, he's gone around the outside. He's still on the outside, but Brett's holding him off. He's being really quite vigorous with that racing line, isn't he, as they come down into the braking zone, trading. He's got the inside line. That's where he lost the position last time to Michael, and he's lost out again and again. He doesn't feel that was a particularly good pass, hence he's flashing away. But Bobby's not going to be too fussed about that one, to be fair. And now he's in a bit of a pickle because he's got Dewsbury all over him. Aaron Dewsbury, I know, is absolutely rapid because he also drives for Red Kings Motorsport, which is the team that I drive with. And this kid, I think he's 16, Aaron, and he's just ridiculous. Honestly, ridiculously fast. 16 years old. And he's always mixing it at the top of the grid. But Peter Brett, he hasn't given up on that yet, has he? No, he hasn't. He's still trying to fight back. So Christian Buckley's moved up a position. So Alex Meadowcroft has dropped down another place. I am going to move off this battle shortly. It's not like we don't have 6 hours to give everyone some decent airtime. Charlie Stevenson, let's go, Bobby. Yep, definitely supporting him in the live chat. So thank you for that. And well, we'll see if he can pull away. Now the Porsche. Again, I did say earlier on, each car handles differently. We all know what the Porsche is like, and Sam does another quickest lap of the race with a 58.685. We do know that the Porsche is rather lively. Yeah, we know that. We know that she handles very well. She's got great traction. She carries good speed mid-corner. But at the same time, because the wheelbase is so short on the Porsche, she's very aero-dependent. And you usually find at the start of the race, she's in better nick because obviously there's more fuel on board to keep her planted, and as that burns off and she becomes lighter, then you can get more issues. And we'll see if that is the case as we go through this stint. But certainly Peter Brett is losing out at the moment, and let's see what Dewsbury's up to. Right, so the top 4 have begun to break away. So Dewsbury in 5th is 1.3 behind. He's got Webster all over the back of him. That did say 0.3, that's a second there, but Webster's got himself some company as well, hasn't he, as Dewsbury gets hard on those brakes. I've got to say, I have to say, so far, we've had a very clean start, haven't we? I've got to be happy with that. Got to be happy with that. Right, remember, everybody that's watching on the live stream and everyone that's in the teams, yeah, if you're not listening, you should be, because you can, if you wish, if you want to come and have a chat with me live, obviously on the Discord we have the interview section. Just put yourself in there and I'll keep my eye on that. When I see someone is in there who wants to have a chat, we'll come and see how you're getting on, how your drive's going, how your team's doing, and we can do all those good things. So don't be shy with doing that, ladies and gents. We've got plenty of time to get that done, okay? Don't want to start calling you out, everyone. But that is something I really would like to do today. I think it would be a good move. Right, so whilst all this is happening, let's have a quick run through where everybody else is. So Dewsbury's in 5th place. He's got 0.7 seconds. Well, he's now got a second. As Sam again just pushes the boat out a bit more with a 58.247. So Ross, there you go. Ross in his Aston, the pink Aston, is in 6th place. So he's trying to catch Dewsbury at the moment, but he's got Richard Christie is only, what is he, 0.6 behind him, and he's got a similar gap there back towards Niall, who's in 8th place. Niall Bullion, who's currently running in 8th. So Bullion's in 8th. Then we've got Matt Damon. We're going to have a look at the Moosey Moose because I know we've got some followers in the live chat. We will have a look at him in a moment as well. So Niall is there. There he is in 58 BMW. Have to keep an eye on that. Looks very Transformers-y actually at the front, doesn't it? Or was that just me showing my age? Maybe, maybe not. So Niall's running in 8th. Matt Damon in the 77 Aston Martin's currently running 9th. He's got Walsh behind him with Peter Greaves and Buckley and Jones have swapped over to 13th and 14th, ladies and gents. So we do have some movement going on. Let's listen to the dirty roar of that beautiful Aston Martin. And I have said before on the live streams, I'll say it again. If you guys at Lagonda in Gaydon feel that you want to give me an Aston Martin because of how much I talk about the car, then feel free, and don't just send me a CD again of showing how old I am. Don't just send me I was going to say an MP4 file. Right, anyway, the stream's finished. The point is, don't just send me the sound of the car. I've got that already. I need a real one to drive. Yeah, pretty awesome. So Peter Greaves running in 10th position. There you go, in the 452 Porsche. Not doing too badly. It's managing to hold Ross McGregor off at the moment. And Ross is in the 22. Team Rocket Bentley. Now the Bentley, we know she is an absolute beast. There's no doubt about that. The Bentley is a beast of a car. And a safe car, you could say. I mean, depending on the level of the field, like if you're talking top-end esports drivers, then the car's going to be set up for speed as well. But the Bentley generally is classed as a pretty safe vehicle. But she definitely has some pace and some size to her if driven correctly. So just outside the top 10 there for Ross. Mr. Brown, look at him. He's got himself up in the 29 BMW. Has found himself up into P12. So 2 positions gained on qualifying there. Well done to you, Mark. That's a good start for your boys. And then behind him we've got Christian Buckley in the 722 Aston Martin. Finds himself 2 seconds further down the road. M. Jones, he's another 2.3 seconds down the road in his Audi. But we've got a little gaggle behind, haven't we, which is looking pretty interesting. So let's have a look at Alex. Now we know Alex has been having some issues, and Alex in his Aston is looking like, well, he's fending off an attack there, isn't he, from Dan Barnard in his 177 Aston Martin. I'm assuming that's Barney, but he's looking like he wants to make a move going down. Thought about getting late on the brakes there, didn't, but then Meadowcroft's gone deep and has gone wide, and that's allowed him to pull at the inside. But not only that, we've got more issues going on here because we've got 4 all in a line. This is fantastic racing. So we're on board with Barnard. Look at him, he's trying to catch him, thinking, come on, let's get him, and then behind him he's thinking, whoops, we've got 2 battling away there. So that's meant those 2 are now making sure that their time is being eaten up by the race with each other. Oh, steady, 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 steady. Let's have a look at that on a replay, and it looked like he just missed his braking zone potentially there. So let's see them down into the braking zone. Wow, that was a love tap. That was most definitely a love tap. So Team Brit have an old Aston. There's a picture on Wikipedia. Why have they got an old Aston, Charlie? So, well, so they've taken one from, okay, one of the other updates. I want to see. Okay. Well, he's doing all right, isn't he? Look at him. He's closing down Michael Races. So that old Aston is doing quite well. Indeed, indeed it is. Well, let's watch the man himself. If you can't learn from a professional, then I don't know what you can do. But Richard Christie in 7th, only 0.4 behind Ross Webster. Ross is doing pretty well. He's got himself up to 6th currently. And how far is he behind Dewsbury? He's only a second behind him. So we do have, you know, we've got a kind of a, well, we've got a concertina effect in some places, and then it's elongating out again as people just find their rhythm and their pace. And who is that? It's behind. We have a car stopped on track. Dean Quayle is currently stopped down by the start-finish straight. Doesn't say he's in the pits. Well, he is in the pits, but it didn't tell me he's in the pits. Dan Barnard's just made a move on the informant, which is absolutely fantastic. Let's get back to the battle I was currently watching. Just want to see how this one develops, and then we can move on to something else. They raced it last year, but probably not next year. All right, nice. Is a cool livery. Is indeed. So Sam Holloway. Well, Sam, I know you're working really hard, Sam. Yeah, I know you are. And this has got to be one of those races. If you keep working this hard and pulling out a gap, yeah, there's not going to be tons. Well, there will be, because we've got 6 hours. There won't be tons and tons of airtime because, you know, you're just going to, well, you're running away with it, aren't you? So slow down, Sam. Give everyone else a chance. So his quickest lap's 58.247. Michael's quickest lap's a 58.810, and Bobby's quickest lap is a 58.622. So he's quicker at this stage than Michael, according to what I'm looking at. So let's get on board and see what these two look like flying through COMMS. 0.4 for Webster as well, 0.3 for Niall. So Niall in 8th place is closing down on Richard Christie as well, 0.2 between them. We will need to have a move and have a look at that shortly, but this is for 2nd place. We need to stick with this. And we're only 13 minutes into this race. Blimey, only 5 hours and 47 minutes left to go. And Lauren Overend is in Hull. Is that supposed to be Hull or Yolk? But either way, I assume you're supporting a certain, well, a certain driver called Chris Overend. Great to have you with us. So these two are very similarly paced at the moment, aren't they? We know Michael's definitely pushing that McLaren. He doesn't really take any prisoners when it comes to his racecraft. It's just all or nothing. Bobby, he's really doing nicely in that Aston Martin. Honouring the final season of the Team Brit Aston Martin by bringing it out for a final virtual run. Fantastic. Fantastic, Lauren. That's what we need to see. Well, I better stay on this car for a little bit longer then. We'll just wait. As they all go flying through. So Webster is doing nicely, isn't he? 0.4 behind Dewsbury, as you can see. So Webster, we know he's in that rather bright pink Aston Martin. Let's have a look at him, shall we? And he's all over the back of Dewsbury at the moment. So again, it's a similar fight to the one we're just looking at. It's McLaren versus Aston. And again, they're both very, very different cars in terms of how they drive and handle. But again, look at the pace. The BOP does its job nicely. And just behind him, we've got Richard Christie, who's not too far back. Give Bob a lap, and he'll get the overtake done. Well, I have. You know, I have. I'll do it again. Okay, let's tune in to Bobby. No, someone's knocking on. No. Right, into cops. This is it then. This is it, Charlie. Lauren, I'm going to give him the lap. He's got to get the move done, yeah? So, push to talk. Bobby, get a shift on, yeah? Coops is watching. He's got a lap to get this done, yeah? How many cars? There's School Monkey. I think we've got 33 on track, my friend. 32. We're starting with 33, but we've got 32 on at the moment, School Monkey. good to have you with us as well, sir. Thank you for joining. Let me know who you're supporting or who you were driving for. It's always good to get to know you all in the live chat. Down the hanger straight we go then. Hard on those brakes, get the car tucked in. We're nearly halfway through the lap and the move is not done yet, guys. If he doesn't get the move done in this lap, there needs to be an extra donation to the mine charity. That's how we're going to do this today. Yeah. Just promising some action. It's half a second between these two currently. Sam's still out there just pushing. He's 4.3 seconds up the road. And we've got Michael in front in the red McLaren for RKM. And then we've got Bobby Trunley here in third place. These two are having a really, really nice battle, I have to say. And he does seem to have more speed through certain sections of the lap, and then not in others, which, as you would expect, as I said, they're both very, very different cars, different driving characteristics. So Brett's still in fourth place. Remember, Brett started second, got done in exactly the same spot by both Michael and Bobby, and wasn't particularly happy about either of those overtakes, fortunately. Dewsbury's still running in fifth place, Webster's in sixth, and then Richard Christie is in seventh. Franklin has just made a move on Hughes for 15th place further down the grid, which I am going to, once this lap is complete, I am going to move and check out some of the battles, and then Lauren and Charlie, you know exactly what's going to happen. As soon as I come off this battle, there's going to be an overtake, and across the line they come. Wow. There we go. Good effort, Bobby. I'm sure those two are going to be together for a long time. Although now he looks like he's really close. Dear, oh dear. What are you guys trying to do to me? I tell you, the race I was doing earlier on today, I was doing a stint for a 8-hour Bathurst race for this VCO SimGrid World Cup qualifier for Formula Racing League, and the top 6 of there on Bathurst were all separated by 1.6 seconds for about 40 minutes. Kid you not. In the dark, and that was pretty epic. And I couldn't move off them. I could not move off them because that fight was just so epic. So these guys are getting a bit close together now, aren't they? So he definitely was giving him a bit of a flash now as well. He's letting him know he's there. He's trying to distract him. Michael, can he stay cool enough to deal with the pressure of the Aston? Knowing him, I would say yes, he can. But we'll see how it pans out, as Richard Christie is really, really putting some pressure on as well onto Ross Webster as they go flying through COMMS yet again. No, that wasn't COMMS, sorry, that was Farm. 0.4, so these guys are just very, very close together. So Richard Christie in 7th place. He is currently trying to track down Ross Webster. Now that gap has increased slightly. I was running there, you can see 9 and 8 is doing pretty well. And the gap between Michael and Bobby, just so everyone can stay abreast of that, is now 0.7 seconds. So we're going to have a little run through of some of the other individuals on the grid. Again, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 all line astern here, all keeping decent pace. They're all in the sort of mid-9s in terms of their lap time currently, mid to late 59. So they're all keeping the same pace. You've got to remember, it's a 6-hour race, but we don't need to be going absolutely hammer and tongs at this stage. You're just looking after the car and making sure everything is all good. Bobby's at it again, 0.4. Keep it going, 0.3. So battle is on, he's in the tow. He's kept a tight line through there as he squeezes. You can hear him feathering that throttle, so he's probably managed to get a slightly better run than Michael out there. We know both of these two like jumping up the inside of this part of the track, but again, they both managed to file through nicely. Brilliant racing, guys. Absolutely fabulous racing as always. And Peter Brett, you can see lurking in the background there. He's not giving up on this one. And all I'm thinking is, right, in terms of who's Michael got in his team for today. So Jamie Kennedy is on YouTube known as Red Ken Racing, and he's going to be absolutely bricking it. I've got no doubt about that. I was in his team for the 24 hours, and he's probably thinking there's no way I'm going to keep this pace up, because Bobby gets the move done, and Keno as well in that team. So Bobby gets the move done, manages to go defensive, and then tucks back over. So now the question is, can Michael fight back, or is he going to just let him run with it? They are now nearly 6 seconds down the road from Sam Holloway. So were they running at the same pace, or does Bobby have extra pace in that Aston and was just actually struggling to get by Michael in the McLaren? We'll see if he can pull out a gap over the next lap or so. And that will tell us what's going on there, as Niall Bullion actually does manage to get that move done. I've got a yellow 88, which is Hayes. Phew, well done, Bob. How's your tyres? Yeah, well, there's no point in holding back, is there? So we've got a slow moving 88, so he's now pulled a second out on Michael. So I am going to suggest that he does have more pace and was just having a pretty epic battle. You can't deny that. So the 88 Audi is currently running last. So Hayes is in that car at the moment. He's going a little bit slowly on the track. They're now back up to speed again, so evidently had an issue there somewhere. And Trevor, as well as also one of the Red Line Racing League chaps, he's running in 30th position. So what I'm going to do, ladies and gentlemen, who's that off the track? Don't do an unsafe rejoin, please. Who was that off the track? That is number... 1 second, ladies and gents. Oh, it's changed already. Oh well. Right, what I'm going to do is let you all enjoy a little bit of this man. Okay, I'm going to take a 2-minute break. Don't worry, there's going to be no adverts. But as I said, I have been sat here since 9:30 this morning doing another race as well. So I'm just going to go and, yeah, have a very, very brief break. We'll leave the action on for everybody. So we'll pop that on there like that. Right, so you've got your donation link, everyone. I'll be back. Give me 2 minutes. And we're back. I told you that I'd be quick. Quick as it can be. So, no change at the top. Sam is just doing what he needs to. We're 25 minutes into this 6-hour race. And that should be me pretty much good for a couple of hours now before I need to maybe grab something to eat. But Sam's still leading at the moment, 6.4 seconds to the good. We've just been having a watch of him in his BMW. Bobby, we're looking at the moment, holding second place nicely. He's now built a 2-second gap to Michael. Be quite interested actually when he's done his stint to see if either of those two want to come in and have a chat and discuss what that battle was like. To be fair, that would be pretty cool, wouldn't it? I think it would. So Michael's running in third place. Brett is running in fourth. Again, he's holding his position quite nicely. He's a little bit down the road from Michael, 5.6 seconds, but he's got a 2-second gap back to this man, Aaron Dewsbury, who's holding his own quite nicely, although Mr. Webster, who's doing the entire thing on his own, in his pink Aston, is 1 second behind him. So he's pushing quite nicely, actually, I have to say. He is pushing on quite well. Niall Bunyan is currently in 7th place in the 58 BMW, 1.5 seconds down the road from Ross, but he's holding himself a 1.3 second lead over Richard Christie, who we'll have a look at in a moment. There he is, in his number 34 McLaren. What have we got? 20 watching at the moment, which is fabulous. Now, ladies and gents, if there's 20 of you watching, I've got a couple of things to ask you. A, if you haven't said hi in the live chat, say hi in the live chat. Yeah, unless you're driving, obviously that might make it a bit difficult. But if you are watching it and you're not driving, say hello in the live chat. Let me know who you're supporting. If you haven't pressed like, please do so. It takes half a second. It means the world to me. And if you like what you've seen and you want to see more epic stuff from any of the leagues that I get involved with, maybe that's going to include Red Line Racing shortly, who knows, then yeah, maybe consider a sub. But we're always on a few times a week. 31 has some problems. Okay, thank you for letting me know. Let's have a little look. As in, you're on about hey, number 31. We've got 33 on there. Where's 31? Don't have a 31 unless my eyes are deceiving me. We do have an issue there though. Those guys have just had a coming together, haven't they? So let's have a look. Alex Meadowcroft not having a race that he particularly wants to. Well, he's had a few issues, hasn't he? I've got to say. I'm not saying they're all of his own making, but he seems to be involved. He's flashing away. So I don't think he was particularly happy in how that move with Daniel came about. But those two are scrapping away for 29th and 30th place respectively. And then we've got Hayes in the 88, who's down in 31st. And Lorenzo is going rather slowly. Let me get on board. Well, that's a broken car, I believe. So I'm expecting a pit stop from Lorenzo there in the 147 Ferrari, currently running last. So we can change gear, but that car's looking very, very unstable. So maybe some suspension damage there. We'll have to find out, won't we? So where did we get to? So Richard Christie, there we go, on the back of this little train at the moment, just holding station nicely. And then Matt Damon's a little bit further back in the 77 in his, well, we know what that car's got on it, the Moose. In case anyone didn't know how to spell Moose, well, there it is. It looks like an orange Moose as well, being chased by an orange Porsche. We'll see how these guys get on. So this is for 7th and 8th place, but interestingly, he's only got 0.3 seconds. Oh no, he hasn't. I was going to say 0.3 to the car in front, but that's not correct. So he's trying to hold off, really trying to hold off this Porsche at the moment. You see, she's getting a little bit out of shape as we're coming out of the slower corners there, obviously trying to get the traction down. And again, with it being such a short wheelbase, that's going to make those wheels try and over-rotate. Aaron's doing a great job, says Traction Dave. Certainly he is my friend, but we know Aaron is much faster than you. I mean, a good driver. He is a good driver, Dave. We know that. And Aaron is doing a great job. He never fails to deliver, that guy. And I don't know about you, Dave, but I've never actually driven someone who is just so deadpan calm. Totally calm. All the time. Anything goes wrong, it's just like, oh, it doesn't matter. I'll just change something. Like, really soft, really. Whereas you, I know you like to praise the Lord when things go wrong in certain respects, don't you? Letting yourself go with a beard? No, not at all. Not at all. It's just, we're in a cost of living crisis, so the wife said to me that when my blades get down to a certain level, yeah, so I've only got a bit left of a blade, so I can only do that bit, and that bit. What can I say? I know, I've begged her for more, but she said no, deal with it. Try and look a bit older. So here I am trying. And you can't talk. You got rid of your Jesus locks. Yeah? Literally, you were ruling the world before you got rid of those. What time are you due in the car, Dave? That's a good question. And are we doing set stint times? Are we like 65-minute stints, or is it a case of whatever you want to do? And that is something that I actually didn't find out earlier on, so I need to. So there we go. There's the old Aston again, just to keep those guys happy. Michael's doing what he needs to. Let's have a look at Aaron. Well, no, let's have a look at Brett. Let's not miss Brett out. I mean, Brett's doing really, really well in this Porsche, isn't he? Let's be honest. 70 minutes into the race. Okay, good. Good. Right, we've got a couple of extra subs on there. That's fantastic. Thank you, everyone. Has someone put together? No, we read that one earlier on. Let me just see. Oh, no one's brave enough to go into the interview section yet on Discord. Come on. I won't bite. It's totally fine. I'll even pretend I know what I'm doing. Again, please don't forget we've got the donation link just under my face, ladies and gents. If you do feel that you want to donate anything that you wish to, would be massively appreciated by Mark and everyone at Mind. And obviously they've already hit their target so far, but anything extra, every little helps. As Harry Goswell would say, who drives within Formula Racing League, and he actually has a Tesco liveried Aston Martin. Doesn't help him get up the track too much, but Webster's managing to pull away slightly now, and this guy is finding himself under a little bit of pressure, isn't he? So he's got a McLaren all over the back of him. So this is Bullion in 7th place. Richard Christie, well, he's trying. He certainly is trying to get a move done, taking a little bit of the dirt there, and then you've got 3 just back that we were watching a moment ago. So we've got some good little battles forming all over the place. Matt Damon is still, he looks like he's gotten out of the clutches, just coming through in the background there. Looks like he's gotten out of the clutches of Peter Greaves at the moment in his Porsche. Ross McGregor in the Team Rocket Bentley, number 22 there. You can see he's now trying to apply some pressure on these 2 in front of him, which should be quite good to have a look at. Mark Brown is a further 8, nearly 9 seconds down the road in his BMW, so there's a definite split there. Although Sam Holloway at the front of the grid, he's got 9 seconds in his pocket already over Bobby, which is when you think about it, astounding. I mean, I don't know this Sam dude, but he's rather impressive. He is rather impressive with that type of pace. So there we go, Mr. Brown. Actually, you know what? Let's stay on this one for a minute, because that could develop. That looks like it could develop. So this is your battle, remember, for 10th place. Again, you just get a feeling for the Bentley. There's no dramas. It's just she's steady, she's stable. And what have we got there? Jones. Okay, so Paul Camphor's dropped a spot, and then Jones has had an issue there as well, which we need to go and have a little look at in a moment. So he's definitely going to get a decent run down the Hanger Straight. Is this going to materialise into a decent slipstream? I think we can all see that. Yes, it is. Pulls out onto the right-hand side. So he's now got to be in the right position into the braking zone. There you can see getting hard on those brakes. Through they go. He's holding that. That move is done. Can he now jink across to the inside? Doesn't look like he can. So that means that Greaves is going to hold the inside line on the braking zone. Didn't manage though. Didn't manage to just roll the car on, which is probably a good decision there, because I think that Bentley was coming through regardless. So that is a moved in for position, and Ross McGregor moves himself up into the top 10. He's now got to defend, of course, against the Porsche. We'll move back on this one and see if anything changes later on. So M. Brown, there we go. He is currently running in 12th place, although he seems to find himself under a little bit of pressure. Christian Buckley in his Aston Martin, as you can see, rocking the Team Carbon look. He's putting some pressure on him at the moment, isn't he? He certainly is. Did you see the different lines that are being taken? Again, this is racecraft. These are guys that are trying to make sure they can get on the power at different stages and maybe move on the throttle, as Richard Christie's only 0.3 behind Niall again. So those 2 in 7th and 8th are still having a pretty good battle, aren't they? And Greaves and McGregor still only 0.4, although obviously I'm expecting that gap to slowly increase after he's got that move done. These boys are the next closest battle on track. Then you've got Jones and Franklin a few places down, who are also 0.4 apart from each other. So there's plenty going on in the top half of the grid. And I'm sure as we move down the grid, there'll be plenty going on in the second half as well. So these two look pretty stable at the moment. Doesn't look too crazy. Through Maggots and Beckett's again, so that gap's come down by 10th. It's now 0.3. So you saw Mark did dab the brakes through the first part there through Maggots. Squeeze down changes not going to help you there at that stage, Christian. So these two look very similarly paced, don't they? Very similarly placed indeed. He should get the benefit of a toe down here. It's a long enough straight, but not enough for him to be able to mount a challenge, as they both get on the brakes rather late. I'm not going to wait forever. What are you waiting for? Oh, are you in there now, are you? Oh no. Okay, ladies and gents, this is for your pleasure. Okay, let's wait for this one. Howie. Hello. Right, so this is our first driver well, I'll say driver in inverted commas, our first driver interview, and we have Traction Dave from WTF. How are you doing, Traction?
I'm not too shabby. How's yourself?
I'm fabulous.
Your fine bearded self.
Well, I gave you the explanation. I'm not going to run through it again. So, Dewsbury is evidently holding his own rather well. He's now only 0.4 seconds. Actually,
He's closer than that.
Whilst we're talking about him, let's go and have a look at him, shall we? He is rather close. So, talk me through, Aaron. How did you manage to get hold of him anyway? Did Michael not want him this week?
He begged us.
Well, that's close.
He begged us to be part of WTF.
And no signing on fee.
Well, that's undisclosed.
Oh, okay. Well, he's just got that move done. He managed to put a lot of pressure on Peter down the start-finish straight there and into COMMS. So he's got that move done up to 4th, and now I'll tell you what, Mr. Brett's not having a great first stint. He's under a lot of pressure, and he's now got Webster all over the back of him as well. So, do you think that's gonna is Aaron running at his normal pace, or do you think he was being held up there?
No, I think this is his normal pace. We done a bit of practice yesterday, and we were both identical with like a low 59 race pace.
Okay, good.
Which we're both happy with. We're not as quick as the guys ahead, but we've got no track cuts, which is good. I've watched Michael, and he's got one already.
Oh, well, he was having a pretty big battle with Bobby, wasn't he? So I'm not surprised.
He was, yeah.
They were pushing the boat, most certainly. Okay, and you're in after about 70 minutes, yeah?
Yes, about 30 minutes time or so. We're going to try and extend it as much as possible.
Okay, good. Well, thanks for telling every other team what your plan is. No. So, are you hoping to hold on to 5th, or 4th, sorry, or do you think you can push on a challenge, Michael? It's 10 seconds there to the podium, mate. Because Michael won't be driving the car then, will he? I mean, you should have more pace. Yeah.
That's true, but I think we're going to rely on people getting penalties and stuff. So we're hoping, if we have a little bit of luck, possibly got another podium.
Good. Okay. Well, we'll see how it transpires.
A podium would be nice.
It would be nice. I'd be happy. Well, I'm happy whoever gets on a podium today, but yeah, it would be for the time and effort that goes in. So, all right, mate, I'll let you go. You keep abusing me in the live chat. That's totally fine. And thank you for being the first one in. Now, hopefully, everyone else will think it's not too bad.
Hopefully, I've started something and everyone else will jump on.
They probably won't.
Well, good luck and enjoy.
Okay, mate. I'll see you when you're out on track, mate. Good luck.
Will do. Thank you.
Good,
Bye.
buddy. Wow, there we go. So, Traction Dave evidently runs the WTF League, actually, and the team, so he's just popped on, and what an opportune moment that was, because Aaron evidently got that move done, which you all got to witness, and is now moving quite nicely away, and obviously Brett's dropped another spot, so Webster, remember, he was doing the entire thing on his own, he's got himself up to 5th, and Mr. Brett is going to lose another position by the look of it here, and there's contact there is contact there with Niall. I'm telling you, you get a sense, right, he's lost another spot as well to Christie, so Brett finds himself now back in 8th position. Now, you do get a general feel, yeah, when you're watching a race on how a driver might be getting on mentally, right, and honestly, unless Peter Brett is the coolest guy in the world, I think he's going to be quite annoyed, although he has managed to get himself back up again, to be losing these places. And we know he's got pace. I mean, he was qualified third, and only just got beaten to third by Michael on the last lap. So we know he's got pace in that Porsche. But again, what are we now? We're 5 hours 20 to go, so we're 40 minutes into this stint. I did say earlier on, as the fuel burns down in the Porsche, she obviously gets lighter, and that aerodynamic balance, which is really, really on a knife edge anyway with the Porsche, becomes even more important to actually keep a hold of, and that may be a reason why he's not having as much pace as he was earlier on at the start of the race. We'll find. I mean, when he comes in for his end of his stint, it would probably be good to have a chat with him and find out. So, Richard Christie, there you go. Matt Damon, he's doing well in his moves. Well, these guys have just been together for a long, long time, haven't they? And Greaves has managed to get himself. Well, he hasn't let go. Chris, it has been a very, very good race so far. Thank you for saying that. Who are you supporting, Chris? Let me know, please, in the live chat. Or who are you driving with today, if you are taking part later on, as Ross McGregor in that Bentley is starting to make some waves, isn't he, in the Team Rocket Bentley? So that's a couple of positions he's taken. And you've got to say that Niall may have suffered a little bit of damage, or might just be a little bit off the pace, because he's now coming under absolutely huge pressure. Huge pressure, isn't he, from Peter Greaves in his Porsche. So we'll have to see how that one transpires. No change in the top three. It's still Sam Holloway's got 11.5 second lead over Bobby Trunley in his Aston Martin, who's then also got a 4.6 second lead over Michael Races and his McLaren in third place. Dewsbury is up to fourth. He's pulled 1.2 seconds over Ross Webster. And then we've got Brett. And now within this little gaggle at the moment, these 5 cars, where we've got Christie, who's 0.7 ahead of Damon, who's 1.3 ahead of McGregor, 0.7 Bullion, and then 0.4 back to Greaves that we're looking at the moment. And Brown and Buckley are also coming together a bit further down. I know a lot here, but couldn't fit in the race. Oh, that is a shame, Chris. Well, you're here supporting me, and that is what counts most certainly. I'll try and give you, if there's anyone specifically you want to have a look at, actually anybody in the live chat, if there's any specific good pace, no one's holding back, let's be honest, and it's good that we've got a nice gaggle of cars together as Cramp starts falling down the grid. So he's had an issue there in his Ferrari. Don't collect him. If I do a replay, we're going to miss that. I was just praying that Paul did not collect that 14 McLaren there, because that would not have been good. But sometimes you are just a passenger, of course. I actually had that in the 24 hours of Spa with myself. I won't bore you with the details, but it happened. Coop stubble makes him look distinguished. Well, yeah, I was going to go 3-piece, yeah, and something like that today, because it's such, you know, an awesome event. But then I realised that I wasn't going to bother, so I put on a red line shirt instead, which, because of the angle of my cameras, I had to check that. There we go. Look, red line racing. So I am supporting the guys in my own little way. But it is what it is, and again, thank you to everyone that has so far liked and subbed. And he's off again. Please don't collect anyone. I think I'm gonna have. Let's go on board of him. I think he's gonna have a steering issue on that car as well. So Paul drops himself down to 21st now, and that's allowed Baudry and Jacob to move up a spot again. Hey, now JR, that's uncalled for. It's taken me 41 years. I haven't shaved in 41 years to get to this stage. Now, I'm hoping by the time I get into my 80s, I might be able to have a fullish one. Cheeky man. Ross McGregor's put a move on Matt Damon as well there, so he's moved himself up to 8th. I mean, she doesn't look that bad. I'm sure she's carrying damage. Crampy looks like, yeah, he does indeed. Mad Chip, great job. Car 27, keep going, bro. Right, so Mad Chip, well, Matt, I take it you've managed to fix, or did you get a replacement? I did see you put a photo up of a, how can we say, a homemade remedy for the issue that you were having with the gear shifter, mate. But let me know what happened with that. He does look like he's struggling, and wow, we've also got another issue there. So, Mr. Jones in the Audi, we can just see him almost doing a moonwalk there across the gravel. That kind of looked like, so he's dropped himself down a few positions. I did just spot Mr. Brown. He's still rather busy in this fight, and these guys up in front, wow, they're still at it as well. There's only 0.1, 0.2 between all of these guys, so can you just give me a moment, please? but it looks like the Bentley, the Team Rocket Bentley, has decided, let's go. Let's go. Let's actually get involved, because the pace on that Bentley has increased significantly over the last few laps. Still homemade power, but got new ones on the way. Good man, Madship. I believed you were going to complete that 24 hours. 100% I did. I'm sure you do the next one. And are you in the car next, or somebody else? There's Peter, Brett, and Christy are swapping positions, left, right, and centre at the moment as well in their battle. As you can see, these two are scrapping away, and this is allowing this guy and this guy. He wants a piece of everybody at the moment, and I'm feeling that we're at a stage of the race now with this bunch of cars set together. You can see your timing screens on your screen on the left hand side. Yeah, we've got a second, 0.3, 0.3, 0.2. You can see these guys are all that closely compact at the moment that I think something needs to happen. Right, Daz is in next. Okay, I'll keep an eye on that. Something's got to happen here for them to break free, because I think they're all so busy fighting each other that they're probably not actually using their optimal pace. So they're too busy thinking about what's going on in front and behind. I mean, I get it, it's racing, it happens, but there we go. So I wanted to have a look at Mr. Brown, and he's just lost that position there. Is he going to try and fight and get that one back? No kissing, boys, no kissing. It's a charity race. And they don't, so Mark, I'm not saying Mark lets him through, but obviously Mark could have, if he wanted to there in his BMW, he probably could have pushed the boat a little bit, and if he'd have done that, there would have been a rear quarter looked at, there's no doubt. So he did the more sensible thing and just kept it very, very tight and very close, and he's going to look to bounce back at another stage, and we'll see if that can maybe happen down into COMMS. Again, we've seen these two have been very close together for a long time, more than a few laps, so their pace is very, very similar. Top three, no change. Sam Holloway still leading, Bobby Trunley still in second place, now 13.5 seconds down the road. Michael Races is currently still third. Richard Christie on my screen, 7th place, and shows a bit of a go slow, which means he's probably put a wheel off the track for a second. Dewsbury still in 4th, although Ross Webster now in the 33 Aston Martin. Remember, he's running the entire race on his own. He's now only 1.5 seconds behind, so he's doing very well. Then we've got Brett Sick. Wow, Brett and Christie are still at it. These two keep swapping positions, don't they? Well, let's join at this stage and try and get a headbutt from the McLaren. Oh, he's going to make the move. This is the spot where he keeps losing positions, but he holds himself there. He holds the line, but look at that. That's allowed. That has allowed that's allowed the Bentley to take the inside line and force his way through. So look at that. Ross McGregor in the Bentley forces his way through, and look at Matt Damon on the inside. They're going to touch. Look at that, going through farm. There's no room for error down here, boys. No room for error. They are all at it. Look, we've got 4. This is fabulous racing. What a great camera angle. So Peter, Brett and McGregor, they're going to try and scamper away, but this lot, all they touch, and all of them get involved in that. So what's going to happen there? Is anyone going to wait and be gentlemanly? Nah. Let's go. So let's see if we can do. We just missed it. So there was a little love tap under hard braking there, which can happen. Can happen. Was the space closed? I wouldn't say there was any crowding, certainly, but the space could have been closed off. But the upshot of that is your man, Ross McGregor, in the Bentley, who we've seen come through the field, not from the back, but he's come through from where he started. I did say a couple of laps ago, he seems to have just taken the shackles off and decided, right, let's push the Bentley, let's get it going. Maybe because the fuel's burning down, I don't know, but look at the pace of him. He's coming up alongside through Maggots and Beckett's, and of course they're going to touch. Of course they're going to touch there, ladies and gents. I mean, you could see that a mile off. Ross McGregor pulled up alongside, you can see he's alongside him there, and Peter, he's not going to back out there. He actually looks like he's ahead of you there. So again, Peter ends up, unfortunately, on the wrong end of something. But I think that was a fair move. I mean, to be fair, Ross McGregor was more than alongside him going into Maggots and Beckett. So I think Peter needed to pull over a little bit more, and they both probably needed to tiptoe through the next 2 sections. But Peter is not giving up. This guy is driving like he means it today. I mean, Charlie's saying track limits. Yeah, well, that too, Charlie. Well, I don't have access to those bits. That's for the drivers, unfortunately. So don't know. I don't know what their track limits warnings are or how many cuts they've done, etc. So we'll have to see how that one moves out. But Peter's now got to come under increasing pressure from Matt Damon, and I'm telling you, he's going to be glad when his stint is over. I think so he can just take a breath and recompose for the next one. Not that he's driven badly. It's just all the action seems to be around Peter at the moment. But there you go. So Sam Holloway, there you go. He's currently still leading, still out there. He's got 20 seconds in his pocket now. If he can continue going and pull out another 10-15 seconds, he'll have an entire pit stop there, which would be fantastic for them. Bobby Trunley, try as he might, he's not catching him up, and he's now facing more pressure from Michael Races. So earlier on, you remember that these two were having a really epic battle, but it was the other way round. And he was getting a lot of support in the live chat. Charlie and Lauren would like, give him a lap, he'll make the move. He did get the move done. I think it was 1.5 to 2 laps. But now Michael seems to have the bit between his teeth, and he fancies maybe making a challenge to get that P2 back. Dewsbury's in 4th, and Peter Brett's down the grid again. He's coming to the pits. So, is this going to be a pit stop, or is this Charlie telling me, no, there's no pit stop there, so track limits, he has himself a drive-through. So, not good news for him. Not good news at all. So we get back on board with Michael in 3rd place. Now 0.7 behind Bobby. And we are, what, 51 minutes into the race. So don't worry. Don't worry. Everybody else is Gavin Sullivan and makes a move on Tom Lesser for 21st place. Matt Damon in 7th. Niles still running in 8th. Still nice and close, these guys. Only about a second in it. Peter and Greaves in 9th, Christie's running in 10th, then we've got Christian Buckley in 11th, Brown's in 12th. What's the gap between those two now? That's 3.1 seconds, so it would appear that Mark Brown, once that move was done, Christian Buckley in his Aston does have more pace than that BMW at this stage of the race. Dale Hughes is in 13th place. Peter Brett, obviously after coming and doing that drive-through, is down now in 14th. James Franklin's in 15th. Dan Barnard 16th. And Baudry's just put a move on Mr. Rees for 17th and 18th position respectively. And Michael is, you can see, he is catching him. So, Team Brit, Charlie, what is going on with Bobby? Is he having tyre issues, or is he just taking it easy? Is he looking after fuel? Actually, well, I suppose you can't say really, can you? Because then everybody else would want to get involved. What I mean is everybody else would know what was going on, not get involved. So it's a second gap between them. So the real battle so far is this guy. Webster's now closed Dewsbury down, showing some really, really good pace in that Aston. You couldn't possibly say, I know, I realise that. I realise that. Of course you can't say that. Interesting battle, this one. Ross has impressed me. He has impressed me in that Aston. Been very consistent. And again, this is what I was saying earlier on, when some of these guys are actually getting into free air, they're managing to show us what their true pace is. And unless they're sort of in those massive fights, you know, where there's 3-4 cars all putting each other off, you're now seeing some good, because Aaron is fast. Aaron is very fast. Ross is doing a very, very good job. Just move down a little bit, see where else we are close. Lauren says, got to keep the racing interesting, otherwise it would just be like watching Formula 1. Well, let's not talk about Formula 1, shall we, Lauren? I completely agree with you that you have to keep the racing interesting. Of course you do, otherwise everyone's going to go, well, there's 5 at now, or I'm off. And we don't want that, because I'm going to get really lonely if that happens. But yeah, 22 of you been watching so far, which is fabulous. Listen, every single one of you that are watching, whether you're actually watching or driving and listening, I really appreciate it. It's fantastic that so many of you are in, and what a great cause this is for. The race for Alex, absolutely brilliant cause. We heard Mark in earlier on at the top of the show, just running through who, what, where and why, which was obviously very, very sobering to listen to him talk in that way, but also really endearing to hear just how much support happens year on year, and I'm really glad that I accidentally found these guys and they've let me do this, so hopefully that will be something that will happen every year. Barnard's looking pretty close as well, 0.3 seconds, so this battle seems to have tapered off a little bit now. They've probably got the measure up to, I know it's only half a second, but I do always say when you're on ACC, half a second's pretty safe normally, but he's definitely later onto the brakes in there, isn't he? And most certainly is. We know the McLaren has a very specific way that she likes to be slowed down, and that's usually hitting the brake pedal as hard as you possibly can and not really worrying about trail braking in that car, whereas all the others, you've really got to nail that trail braking, and obviously it really does help. So let's have a look at Cramp at the moment. Mr. Paul, I know we had a look at him earlier and seemed that he was struggling a bit in that Ferrari. Let's just see if she looks any more stable at this stage. Currently running 19th place. He's got 5 and a bit seconds, 5.7 seconds to make up to get towards Reese in 18th, but he's got 11.5 in his pocket back towards Crab Artur. So, you know, he's in a bit of no man's land at the moment. That's not necessarily a bad thing when you get into that position, because he can now just concentrate, basically run a hot lap session if you like, just concentrate on what he's doing. Gaps at the top are all still pretty static. We've got a close one there, Dan Barnard and James Franklin. Let's get on board with Franklin then, and let's have a look and see. So what we got, James Franklin in the 23 Ferrari being harassed, I would suggest, by that 177 Dan Barnard. So there's only half a second between them as it stands, although that's now just elongated because you saw that Barnard got himself a little bit deep into farm. You can hear the traction control kicking in. Wow. I wonder what that's on. Let's go on board, let's see if we can see. TC, that's on 1 surely. He's having to wait, isn't he? So he's pushing a little bit into the corner there, and then you can see he just keeps dabbing the throttle, and the traction's kicking in really early. That's not on 1, there's no way. No way that's on 1. But anyway, he's having this scrap with Barnard, and we've got somebody in the pits. So who have we got in? So Baudry's come into the pits, the 272 McLaren from P18. Is this going to be for a pit stop? He's pulled into his box, so yes, it looks like we're going to have the first pit stop. So what are we? We are 28 laps into the race. We have done 58 minutes, and he decides it's time for a change. Now, who is going to be the next one that's going to come in? Well, it's going to be Tim Lunn, unless he's double stinting. So these are the commentary boys. And let's see how they get on with that pit stop. We'll keep an eye on how long that takes as well. We've got more coming into the pit, so it's time for some action. It's time for people to start coming, maybe letting other people in. So Gavin Sullivan, he's coming from the pits in 24th, and Goff has also come into the pits as well, as you can see there in the 959 Aston. So strategy is now going to start playing its part. Are they going to stop every hour? We'll have to wait and see, won't we? As out he goes. Leah Foreman's moved up a spot. There you go. Let's have a look at Leah Foreman. Lee Foreman in the 222 Aston with that classic sort of Beach Dean livery on there. Hayes is up to 24th as well. Jacobs in 23rd currently. So Dan Barnard and James Franklin are still having a decent battle there. 0.4 between them. And these two are pretty close on track as well. But that is not, I believe, pole position. No, it's not. So those two are out of position. Let's have a look. Where's Jacob? Jacob looked like he was pretty close, didn't he? Oh no, it is. Wow, even better. Let's enjoy this one. So this is your battle for 22nd place. Aston versus, well, what could only be described as a rather beastly Bentley. These two are going at it, hammer and tongs, as they come into the rather technical section where we need to just be balancing the car. It's all about where we get on the throttle at this stage and not pushing too hard. It's very easy to just push a little bit too deep on the brakes, and well, especially coming out onto the Wellington straight, you are going to lose a bucket load of time if you do that. So you've got to keep your head smart, you've got to keep switched on, Coops is our Ted Kravitz. I am not Ted Kravitz. Well, I don't care who I am, really. I don't care who I am, Junior. I'll take it as a compliment. For technical knowledge. Coops notebook. Coops cookbook, more like. And I can't cook. So there you go. That's going to be probably one of the quickest and most easiest books you're ever going to read. It'll be a front page, it'll be a back page, and there'll be a contents page that says, buy another book. Because that's the way it's going to be done anyway. That move has now been completed, so Jacob's managed to get in front of Foreman. That was a good battle by those two. And nice little dice there, paint by numbers. That's really difficult as well. I struggle with dot to dot, to be honest with you. But there you go. I was going to say, why has Michael dropped down to 5th? Quite simply because he is in the pits. So he's going to get his stop done. Who's going to jump in the car? That's what we want to know. Who's going to jump in? So Sam's just keeping on those running. Racing's been epic. Keep the awesome, mate. We'll do. I will do my best. I'm glad you're in, buddy. So Bobby's still staying out as well. 24 seconds. I mean, that gap is just huge. Really got to have a chat with that guy when he comes in. Really got to have a chat with him when he comes in to do his stop, because 24 seconds, and I'm assuming, you know, we know the Astons, we know these guys, we've got some people who actually know how to drive a car on a real track, you know, in real life, with like real people, real wind and stuff like that. So it'll be interesting to see. Matt Edge is in saying, hello, Chris. Well, what Chris do you want? Which Chris? Oh, you want Mr. No, tell me. Which Chris do you want? Tell me. So, who has come out? So, Jamie's in. Jamie's taken over from Michael. Right, now, Jamie did his first sort of real endurance race last week. Again, if you go on YouTube, he goes by Red Ken Racing is his handle on YouTube. Does lots of races, bits of content on here and on iRacing as well. But really nice guy actually. And I think it was his first sort of big endurance race last weekend for us at Spa. And the one thing you got to love about longer races, the different emotions that you go through. Yeah, you've got and you do. I mean, I still get nervous. I get nervous when I do this, and I'll just blabber away for a few hours. But you know, you get the nerves, the pre-race nerves. Then you do the practice stuff, even like in the run-up to the week or so before the race. How much practice you're going to put in, and then you start putting pressure on yourself. You know, am I quick enough? Am I doing things correctly? I don't want to let my teammates down, you know, is this going to be live streamed? Am I going to look stupid? All these sort of things, and all I have to say is yes, that's what happens to all of us. And then just to see him go through it, and he streamed the entire event, all 24 hours, and as to see him go through like into the sort of late hours of the night, sort of your 1, 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning when he's on, and him and Lurchies were on together, and you know, spotting for each other and helping each other out, and you can see the confidence grow. Like, you really saw him growing confidence in that McLaren and getting to know her more and how she drove, and then really consistent with his lap time. So I don't think this will hold any kind of fear for him at this stage, because he should be used to that car well. Does he have the same pace as Michael races? No chance. Michael is, oh dear. And just as I say that, I mean, Michael is an alien. He has a gift, that guy. And so Jamie now, and Kino when he gets in the car later on, have just got to keep consistency, and try and keep the car in one piece to let Michael get back in and do what he needs to. So that's a bit about Jamie. So Sam comes in for his pit stop now on lap 31. So we'll see how all these shake out. So Ross Webster even, currently, well, he's going to potentially, well, he won't take the lead, will he? Because let's be honest, Sam's back 4 miles ahead. And then we've got, so he's got up to P2 though, hasn't stopped yet evidently. Ross McGregor in the Bentley finds himself up into P3, again, hasn't stopped yet. And where is our first guy to have stopped? So Chris Overend finds himself in the Aston, so it's going to be interesting to see if that gap is still around 23, 24 seconds when all is said and done, or if it managed to claw anything back through the pit stops. Now, I've said many times previously, there's more than one way to do a pit stop on ACC, but obviously the quickest way is to do a manual stop. You want to hope there's no damage to start with, so you don't have to fix any of that, and then you do a manual stop, which is about 5 seconds quicker than an automatic stop. And again, I wouldn't really be expecting anyone to do an automatic stop at this stage, especially with a driver swap as well. So I'll get to see how long the pit stints are and how long they take. So that should give us an idea. So Chris Oberon comes out, he's in P7, so I'm sure Lauren is very interested in this stint and wishes him and everybody else in that team well. We'll see how it all works out. So Sam's come out of the pits in P4. Chris is down in 7th. Well, is Sam double stinting? Let's have a little look-see. Where is he? Yeah, Sam's double stinted on this one. So they've evidently gone with a strategy of, well, Sam's ridiculously quick, let's keep him in the car, let's double stint him, it's only a couple of hours, and see if we can really make that gap big. And we'll see if that happens. But he's currently fighting with the 44 Audi. Well, we're not really fighting though, are we, guys? We're definitely not really fighting, so let's just be a little bit smart about what's going on track. And we don't want anybody coming together when they don't need to. So there's 2 positions between these two on track, and in terms of the gap, so where's 26 seconds there? So it's now 32 seconds is the gap between Sam in 4th and Chris in 6th, which by the time these pit stops are all shaken out, they will be your net P1 and P2. As Dale Hughes is having a bit of a slow go, and he's 27 there. Again, maybe just backed out a little bit too much, hence why it flagged up on my screen. So in terms of how long they stayed in the pits, Sam's pit stop was a 32.3 seconds, and Chris's pit stop was a 33.5. So again, a little bit of time between them as Richard Christie comes into the pits from P4, so he's got to get his done. So Chris and Matej obviously know each other, which is fabulous. They can have a little chat amongst themselves in the live chat, which is always good for me. And we've broken the first hour, which is great. So that's all good news for us. And what time is it? 5:45. So my scheduled stop is for me is around about 6:30 for a little bit of a food break, and then obviously back on until the end. But we'll see how we get on. Lauren says, great stint, Bobby, no pressure on us now. None at all. Now, I would like to see if either Michael Races, so I'm assuming you guys are watching the stream, if either Michael Races or Bobby, I'd like to have a chat with either of you two gents to see what your thoughts were on that first stint. So if anybody wants to come and jump in to the interview part on Discord, do that and then let me know and we can have a little chat. And that's what I would very much like you all to do. Or anybody else, to be honest with you. I'm quite happy, I don't mind who I talk to. Niall says, stint done, Dad's now in the car, stream looks awesome. Thank you very much, Niall. Niall, I'm going to ask you the same question, mate, seeing as you're on the stream. Why don't you come and jump in the interview section on Discord? Come and talk to me. Come and tell me what went well in that stint, what you struggled with, what was good, and what you hope your dad can get done. And obviously whatever bet you've got on with him on who's the best in the family. I'm sure you'll be backing yourself there, no doubt whatsoever, but I'll keep an eye on that. Right, so Sam's got himself up there. So Ross pits both Ross's pits. So Ross Webster and Ross McGregor both in the pits. That returns this guy, Mr. Sam Holloway, back to his rightful spot of P1, and he's absolutely been phenomenal, I have to say, so far in this race. That's got to put Chris is going to go up into P2, and then we've got Dan Barnard now, who's actually in P3. No, he's going into the pits, so he isn't in P3. Jamie Kennedy is still in 3rd place, which is fantastic. We saw get a little bit out of shape at the start, but that's going to be tyres and things like that. No issues there. So he's still holding P3, which is fabulous to see. And John Dudley, I'm assuming, is going to be in P4. So John Dudley is... How far behind is he? It's not going to show me at this moment. We'll have to wait. We'll have to wait for a couple of things. So Dudley's taken over. So Tim Lunn is in the 272 now, so he has taken over. I wonder if he's driving around talking to himself. So that's what everybody says to me. Everyone says, oh, I bet when you're driving you're just chatting away doing comms at the same time. I'm like, no, I am not. I am too busy concentrating on not crashing and killing anybody. And obviously being much faster than Knight Rider. Yeah, I know, I have to say stupid. I have to keep myself entertained as well whilst we do this. Right, so we're looking at John Dudley at the moment. So we're just going to wait for a couple of these pit stops to sort themselves out. Has he been in and out of the pits? Has he indeed? So let me have a look at that. So Ross Webster is saying he's done a pit stop. And he's come out in pit. He has. So Webster, he made a good time, didn't he? I was going to say it's a changed driver, but we know he hasn't done a changed driver because he's doing this one on his own. And he's managed to hold. Now, evidently he'd moved up a couple of places when people started to pit, but has managed to jump Jamie Kennedy. Top bloke, John. Which John? Oh dear. Anyway, so Ross has moved himself up into P3, net P3, so you can see Jamie Kennedy's just coming round in the background there in the Red Kings Motorsport McLaren. And then we've got John Munro. Okay, so, right, John Munro. Come on. Someone tell me who John Munro is. And okay, so you're saying John Dudley, which is great. We'll have a look at him in a moment. Thank you for clearing that up, Chris. But I want to know is who this John Munro guy is. If it's the guy I think it is. And I don't need Dale to come back in the chat and say all the Johns. I want to know if it is who I think it is. Anyway, I'm going to have a look in the Discord. No one's in. Right, ladies and gents. Everyone that has done their pit stop. Okay, you've all completed your stint. You've all done very, very well. Someone's got to come in and have a chat with me. I'm going to start pinging out messages. And I don't want to be doing that at the same time as doing the comms, but I'm going to start having to, like, annoy people. Like some kind of annoying recruitment person. But anyway, so John Monroe's running in 5th. John Dudley, so here's your man that Chris was talking about. So John Dudley is now in the 34 McLaren. Let's see what his kind of pace is like. And again, Peter Greaves, so I think he's double stinting because he's done a pit stop in the Porsche. Let's see if he can put some more pressure on. We saw Peter Greaves was involved in some pretty good battles in the first stint. And he's kind of just picked up where he left off, really. And Mike Tucker then in 8th. He's only 1.5 down the road. So we'll see who can get things up. Mark Brown is in. Hello, buddy. How are you doing? How was that stint? Rich Christie says that was tough. Wow, gents, Rich, why don't you come into the live chat in the interview section and talk us through why it was tough? That's what it's there for. And Crampy's in as well. Yeah, well, you had a bit of an issue there in the Ferrari during that one as well. But listen, guys, the interview section is there for a reason. Don't leave me hanging for 6 hours. Alright, I'm not going to bite anyone. It's all good. Anyway, thanks for jumping on after you've done your stints. I want to hear what was good and what was bad. Yeah, as we've got a 4-way scrap going on here. Don't think all this is for position, but it looks pretty good on your screens. So let's have a look at it from this point of view, and let's see as that Bentley's getting swallowed up left, right and centre. So that's Greaves. He's going to get down the inside there, going to get onto that braking zone. I had a slight tangle annoyingly. Oh dear, and I just thought Dudley was going to absolutely wipe out that car in front of him then. That's evidently not for position, so it's a slower one. But I did foresee a bit of a love tap coming together, and Moosey Moose is making moves as well past the Bentley. So these three are all back at it. I assume Mike Tucker is in the Moose. He is. Mike Tucker's in the Moose. So Dudley, Greaves and Tucker, well, they seem to... They've just literally picked up the baton, haven't they, from the other drivers that have done their stint. And it's, well, let's go, boys. Full beans. Which is absolutely brilliant. So Holloway still, he's got himself a 40-second gap now over Chris Overend. That is ridiculous as he come into Maggots and Beckett. So I hope there was no contact just behind them. Webster's now extended that gap over Jamie Kennedy to 6.7 seconds. John Munro in the Bentley is now 5 and a bit behind him. So my prediction would be that Bentley, who looked like it was moving pretty sharply at the end of that first stint, is going to continue that. And Jamie's going to have a fight on his hands, but I'm sure he's going to relish every moment of that. We're now watching this epic fight between Greaves, Dudley and Tucker, and Dudley went rather deep there, didn't he? So Webster's running solo. He is indeed. I did know that, Mark. He was moaning about 6 hours until I told him we had 2 guys last week to the 24 hours for Formula Racing League and did that solo, one of which completed. And then he was like, oh. So, but hey, 6 hours is still mega. It certainly is. So we'll. Didn't know. Yeah. Well. Apparently you can. Apparently you can. So onto the brakes. That's another back marker out of the way. Discord. Richard Christie. Hold on a moment, ladies and gents. Hold on a moment. Mr. Christie, how are you?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Yourself?
I'm very well, very well. Thank you for joining me over here. No one wants to come and talk to me. I don't see what the problem is.
You made me feel guilty, to be fair, so I thought I'd jump in.
Good. It works. Always works. So, how was the stint? What was good? What was bad?
Qualifying was good. Only a 10th off my PB, so I was happy with that. But it meant that I was started with all the quicker guys, which is always a bit challenging. But lost an early position.
Yep.
And then just got held up. And although it's quite a wide track, Silverstone, it's actually quite tricky to overtake. And held up for a while, clawed it back, but then right towards the end, I think there was I lost it out of a corner, and then I think I let about 3 or 4 cars go past, which was frustrating. But the only decent side thing of that is I had some fresh air afterwards, because for about 55 minutes I was about 0.5 behind the car, which wasn't pleasant.
No, there's been some really close racing actually for most of that stint. I've been quite impressed with the little little gaggles of cars that have been together, and for the most part, I have to say it's been very clean, which is also good to see. You don't want to be, no one wants to be ruining anyone's race or having your race ruined, especially when it's 6 hours. Although I think Peter Brett is probably going to have a few words to say because he was involved in a lot of stuff. Not his fault, but just close battles, which he wasn't.
Yeah, I think is he in the Porsche?
Porsche, yeah, number 7.
Yeah,
Porsche.
no, I did see the first. I think he got pushed wide at the hairpin,
Yeah.
and then kind of. I think he got allowed back through, but I think that Porsche, I don't know what has happened to it. I don't know if it was damaged or if his tyres had gone, but it really blew out of the corners, or it,
Yeah.
I was trying to get on the acceleration with that Porsche, and it was tough. And I guess the way I look at it, if someone's that much quicker behind me, in a 6-hour race, I'll probably let them go, and then I'll just try and stay behind them, because you end up just slowing both of your cars down.
Yeah.
And it ultimately ends in someone making a mistake. I made a mistake, and yeah, the rest is history. So I think sometimes just let them go,
Yeah.
and then just tuck in, and then just carry on your race. But I get it doesn't work like that in reality.
No, it doesn't. No, they're all best laid plans and all that. What do you think John's going to do then? So John Dudley's in the car at the moment. Well, you can't tell me everything, obviously, because you're on air and there's other people listening and watching. But what are you expecting out of John? Is he going to carry the fight?
He most definitely will carry the fight. I mean, he's one of the most consistent drivers I've ever raced with. He'll admit himself he's certainly not the quickest. But he's quick and consistent.
Good.
Which again, very clean driver. So I think we'll get a real solid stint out of this one, and set us up nicely going into the second half. So I think John. I think John's relatively new to the McLaren as well. So I think he's doing a good job in it. He's saying he's enjoying the car, but I think he's looking forward to going to the Lambo next time.
No thanks. No, the Lambo's just a hill out of that one. Good car, obviously.
And by the way, Chris Tedder,
yeah.
I try and be clean. People just slow me down. He just made a comment in the chat. So yeah, I try and I tell you what, aggression gets you quite far, and not necessarily in this race, but I've been in enough races to know that sometimes people will just push their luck, and I'd rather just move out of the way and rather than just ruin both our later races. So I try and keep as clean as possible, but it's not always that easy, and mistakes can be made.
That's racing, dude, though, right? That's racing.
It
you get
is,
caught up in the
mate.
moment. Yep.
I tell you what, there's nothing better than being in a close battle. I feel sorry for P1 at the moment because I think he's miles clear, isn't he? So
Sam's killing it. He's something else, that guy. I mean, that pace is... Chris Overend's rapid, and when Michael Races was out as well, and Bobby, I mean, those guys are all rapid. I've never... Sam's just left them for dust. He's 47 seconds down the road. What is that about?
That's this mental pace, but fair play to the lad.
Yeah, but listen, I really appreciate you popping in.
No worries.
It's great to hear how your race is going and what you want to happen within the team. You can have a little rest now, and no doubt I'll see you back on for your next stint, mate.
Nice one, catch you, buddy.
Good man, nice one, thank you.
Bye.
And there you go. What a great chat that was. Brilliant to get to see and feel and understand the thoughts of what's going on with different drivers in the race. So thank you for that, mate. I really appreciate it. And yeah, we'll see. We'll see how things pan out with John. We'll have a look at him at the moment. He's holding his pace quite nicely. We need to go back and find ourselves some new battles, shall we? Let's go and have a look. So Sam, well, let's have a look at Sam. Come on. I did say he's not going to get a lot of airtime if he keeps this pace up. But we'll enjoy that BMW for a little while as he comes up behind the Aston Martin to get another overtake done. And obviously put another lap on someone. So Chris Overend's obviously trying as hard as he can in his Aston Martin in second place. He's now 48.2 seconds down the road. And I can second that about John. Oh dear. They're all winding each other up in the live chat. That's alright, guys. You don't mind at all. We've got still 18 in at the moment, which is fabulous. I really appreciate everyone that drops in to have a little chat, leave a like or a sub, and it's all it's all brilliant to be part of this event. And we are currently, what are we now? We're almost an hour and 20 in, so we've got a long way to go. Yeah, we've got a long way to go. Yeah, an hour and 22 into this one. So we're looking at Sam. He's absolutely setting the pace, blistering. So he's let me have a look actually. So he's a 158, 132 is his quickest lap. Your next person who's anywhere near that is John Monroe in fourth. So John Monroe, I know we was having a chat then as well, but and Mark's just saying well done to Rich in the live chat, 100%. I did say earlier that John Monroe did look rather... Well, that Bentley's been looking pretty strong, I'd say, for the last 40 minutes or so, including that driver change. And he did close that gap down. So Jamie dropped another spot there. Where's Jamie? Jamie, he's still running in fifth. He's now 6 seconds behind John. So, and John was 5 seconds down the road from him. So, evidently, the pace in that Bentley is pretty rapid. Pretty rapid indeed, so finds himself in fourth, and what's the gap to him? So he's got 11 seconds to go to close down Ross Webster. Now, ordinarily, I'd say, well, 11 seconds, that's pretty sizable, isn't it? It's not messed about. But Ross is obviously driving. Let's have a quick look at Ross when we talk about him. Ross is driving that Aston, the number 33 Aston. He's doing the entire race on his own, so at some stage, mental fatigue is going to kick in. I mean, obviously, touch wood, there's no cramping or anything like that that's going on, or any aches and pains starting to develop in his knees and his legs or whatever, because it's a long time in the seat. And we know you're not just sat there, you're not just messing about. There's a lot going in. Michael Races in the live chat saying, what a race so far. Michael, go and jump in the interview chat, please. I'll come and join you in a second. So there's a lot of stuff that's going on with these guys, and at some point Ross is going to get a little bit fatigued, and two drivers, if they're similarly paced in that Bentley versus Ross on his own in that Aston, that could be a point that comes to a head later on in the race. But we shall have a look at that as it develops. Oh, we've got 3 in the interviews. Okay, right, so first of all, Michael, come out of that. I'll get to you in a minute. Okay, so first of all, let's go and have a chat with Okay, so Cramp V, you've muted. Good. Michael, you mute as well. I'll have a chat with James. I'll have a chat with James first, if that's all right. Oh no, James is muted. James, unmute. I want to talk to you first. As we watch him go around. Well, I'm coming in now. Let's see what happens. Let's see how this goes.
To you first, James.
Oh, we're in! Right, gents. James,
Hello.
let's have a little chat
Hello.
with you. How you doing?
Yeah, I'm very good, pal. How are you?
Good, yeah, I'm busy. I'm busy.
Yeah.
You guys are keeping me
Good.
very busy, which is great.
Well,
So,
6 hours. You know, we thought we'd try and help you out as much as possible.
this is what I want. It's good now that we've had a couple come in, and I think everyone's going to think, you know what, I'm going to go and talk about my stint, and that's what we want. But how's the race been so far?
Yeah, not bad for me. So I'm in the Ferrari number 23. We started 22nd, which was about as good as I could do.
Yep.
in the car. Managed to stay out of trouble early on. Good racing with Cramp in the other Ferrari and an Audi, and a couple of Astons came past me. I think they'd had either issues or just kind of qualified out of position for their speed.
Yep.
But yeah, I think it's interesting. I said to some of the guys in chat that it already looks like it's split into kind of 3 groups, with the kind of the front group, a middle group, and a back group, and there's a reasonable gap between them.
Yep.
But yeah, so far so good. Good first stint.
So who skins? Who skins?
The dramas. Skins is my teammate. His real name is Neil.
Okay, that's
It's another long-standing member of Redline Racing League.
Good.
He's not as enamoured with the Ferrari as I am, it would be fair to say.
Right, okay.
But he is doing a stellar job.
Good. Okay, well that's brilliant. And all I'll say, James, is again, thanks for dropping in. It's good to see. I mean, he looks like he's getting into a bit of battle now. A bit of a message out in the live chat. Mark says, massive thank you to James for all his work getting people to join us.
Bless him.
He's done an amazing job, which is fantastic. And you got a virtual high five from Chris Tedder as well. So awesome work.
Good lad.
Awesome stuff.
Thanks, Tedder.
Thanks for jumping in here, mate.
Shame Chris couldn't join us. I know he really wanted to, but tricky getting people together, I think. But yeah, we had spaces for 50. I think it was probably unsaid, but we would have kind of been happy with 30. So to get 35 and to get some of the people that we've got in that group as well is really great. And hopefully they'll stick around and join us after this. So that would be really good.
Well, it would. The good thing I think about this is, because I know I did a bit of work with some of the guys in other leagues that I'm with as well, and again, it's just good to have that cross-reference for people to get to know each other as well, or
Yeah, totally.
You're always going to come across each other in different races or other charity events or one-offs. It's good bridge building, I think, which is
yeah. And there's a group of people from other leagues that we've invited to this that we've known from previous years. And they're always, really happy to jump in and fill the grid up, which is fantastic.
Come on. Thank you for joining me. I'm going to let you go
No
because
worries.
I've now actually got more people who want to talk. So,
I know, right? How about that?
Feel free to jump in again later, mate.
Yeah, we'll do, mate.
Good man.
Catch you later.
Cheers, James.
Cheers.
Thank you. Well, that was James, everyone. Now, I'd like to have a chat with Paul. I think, Michael, I'm going to make you wait because it's not like we've never spoken before.
Wow, rude.
Sorry, mate. I mean, you're not that fast. Right, Paul, how you doing?
Hello. Very well. How are you?
Good. I'm really well, mate. I'm really well. Let's have a look at your motor whilst we're having a little chat. The 404 Ferrari. So Wayne's in at the moment. How was your stint, buddy? How was it? I mean, I saw that Ferrari at one stage was looking a little bit worse for wear, I have to say.
Yeah, usual lap 1 shenanigans, going into Maggots and Beckett's, completely misread what was in front of me. Suddenly, BMW in front of us. I've sent a message to apologise to those guys because it just completely took me by surprise. But yeah, sort of recovered after that. Had some really, really good close racing, James included. Lots of swapping and back and forth, and yeah, it was just really, really good general fun. Just
I think it's been pretty clean so far, to be fair, as well. There hasn't been many major issues that I've witnessed. Don't go calling anyone out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I think the thing is you sort of got the people sort of used to racing within the sort of their own sort of groups, and you know the red line guys know what all of the red line guys are, and I'm sure that's the same for the rest of them, and to get such an amalgamation of people onto one server and for it to be as clean as it has been, I think it's a testament to everyone's sort of willingness for a sort of fun Sunday afternoon, really.
Yeah, 100%. And obviously, everyone. I don't think anyone, that competitiveness is obviously there in everybody. That's fair enough. I'm getting some stick on
absolutely.
But also, I think the fact that we've all had to wait so long, and there was all these issues with the server and the maintenance and stuff. Genuinely, I think people were also thinking to themselves that, hold on a minute. If we get in this and we go absolute elbows out and ruin someone's race, then, I think that had a part to play in it. But I think the driving's been really high standard, and Mark's just said, Paul, that the donations so far has gone up to 720.
Oh, brilliant.
Well done, everybody. Again, remember, the donation is below my face. It will be there for 6 hours. Use it, it'll be awesome. So well done.
But yeah, I mean, if I can just quickly talk about the server issues, just a big shout out to Trev Anderson. I mean, it's not been smooth sailing, but he's kept a cool head to get it all running, and we're here and we're racing, and we're doing it for an absolutely fantastic cause. So absolutely fair play to Trev for getting us all up and running on a Sunday, and
100%.
It's a good thing. It's a good atmosphere. Everyone's jovial, and it's good racing for a good cause. So absolutely.
Yeah, I'll second that shout out to Trevor. Actually, I annoyed him before we. I don't know if I did annoy him, but I was pestering him because I was like, "Listen, when you set up the voice channels, can you do this one for me?" Because I'm thinking in my head how I want it to run. And he said to me, "Don't worry, I'm going to set up voice channels." And I thought, when he said that to me, because obviously I don't know the guy yet, and I was thinking, okay, what does that actually mean? And then when I went in earlier today, and he's literally set up voice chats for every single team, I was like, why did I even worry about that? He obviously, he nails it, which is brilliant for everyone.
Yeah, he's absolutely fantastic. He sets everything up. He keeps us all running, and just a brilliant job.
Yeah, awesome, mate. Okay, let's get some love in the live chat now. I'll let you go. Enjoy your little break, mate. Thank you for dropping in. And
will do. Thank you very much.
You want to drop in later on? Feel free. I'm gonna be here.
Absolutely.
So don't worry about it.
Yeah, keep up the good work, mate. Cheers.
Good man. Thank you. See you later, Paul.
Thank you. Bye.
All right, and last, Michael Racing. I mean, last but not least, Mr. Michael.
Someone wake me up! God damn it! How long has that been?
Well, you tell me. You tell me. I mean, you spent so long letting a gap build between you and first place. I mean, what was all that about?
I was just giving Jamie a bit of a challenge. He likes a challenge.
He does.
And Kino.
They've got a challenge. I did say on the live on the stream, I was like, and I was talking about the gap that was being built, and then I was saying how quick you are, and I was talking about Jamie and how he came on through the 24 hours of Spa, and how he, all the different emotions you go through, and now he's quite happy with the McLaren and Kino, and I was like, but they're not on your pace, so they've got to. They do have a challenge on, but what's the crack with that guy out front?
But just BMW life, isn't it? Easy to drive.
You throw it that way straight away.
Yep, straight away. No, honestly, the McLaren in these temperatures, with the track the way it is, it's a different car. It's genuinely so difficult to drive. Everything that we've been practicing is different now. Yeah. The turning points, the lines that we want to take are different. Just about saving the tyres, and it took me about half an hour to realise that the fact that I was overdriving the car wasn't helping.
Yeah, and you'd obviously be getting into that pretty epic battle with Bobby at that stage, weren't you? I mean, that was really good to watch, I've got to say, in the Aston.
Yeah, Bobby, I've been told, is a real-life driver.
He is, yeah.
Yeah, Bobby jumped in the chat to apologise for his rejoin at one point as well. Yeah. So that was awesome of him. I didn't really have anything to say about it. I was just like, yeah, he just rejoined. It was a bit unsafe, but then he was so fast that it was worth just letting Bobby stay ahead. I say worth letting him stay ahead. He was going to stay ahead.
Yeah.
But no, it's good fun, and me, Jamie, and Kino were just having a chill time, relaxing. It took Jamie a few laps to get into the groove.
Yeah.
As it does for anybody.
Yeah.
But now he's flying. He's hit his first 2-minute lap, which is what he was aiming for in the race.
Fabulous.
Just epic.
Yeah. Great stuff.
Getting the grips with the temps.
Great stuff. Good. Well, thank you for joining me. I appreciate that. You know where I am. If you want to jump in at any point, mate, you're always welcome.
No worries. And everybody on Coops' stream, make sure to drop a like. 29 people watching. There's only 21 likes. Come on.
I didn't have to say it. Good lad.
No worries. No worries.
All right, mate. I'll see you later.
Catch you later.
Thanks, Michael. And there we go. So we can get back to some of the action now, and we have just been talking, obviously, with Michael Races from Red Kings Motorsport. We're currently looking at Jamie at the moment, and he is having a bit of a battle with that Porsche of Mr. Peter Greaves. Now, Peter Greaves was involved in a lot of very, very decent battles earlier on in the first stint as well, and that looks like it hasn't changed. So let's get on board. And let's see how this one develops. So, listen, thank you to Paul, thank you to James, thank you to Michael for jumping in there and having a chat with me. This is what we want to do this evening. We just want to get people on. Yeah, we want everyone to enjoy the racing. Yeah, I can describe that sort of stuff when it's going on, but I want to hear, I do want to talk to the guys that are driving the cars, or that are managing the teams, whatever they think is going on. And what absolutely epic news from Mark, saying that we've got up to 720 quid. Now, Mark said to me, if we get up to 1,000, that he'll double that donation and just give it to me, which obviously I'm joking. But listen, if we can get any higher than that, I mean, you know, he's way over. He's 50. You know, he's way over what he was hoping to get to raise for Mind. And remember, this is for a reason. Yeah, it's not just it is a Sunday jolly, but it's happening for a reason. And one which I can say, you listening to everybody, everyone's patting each other on the back. You know, there's a lot of love out there at the moment, and that's what we want to continue. As this battle is raging on. So whilst this is happening, it would be rude of me not to have a quick rundown of other bits that are currently going on, and I'll need to just check that, because if Michael is correct, we do have 28 watching now, 25 likes, guys. That is just amazing in itself, and the fact that you're liking and dropping a sub, yeah, it's awesome. Sam Holloway is still doing the job. He's still doing the business out there. He holds the quickest lap of the race so far with a 1:58.155. Jamie's under big pressure, isn't he? Now he's, you know, as I say, he's just got to stay calm here. We know that Greaves in that Porsche is pretty quick. We know that, and we'll have to see. 31 of you in watching now. Fantastic. If you haven't said hello yet, please do. Let me know who you're supporting. Let me know who you're driving for. Any shout outs you want, any cars you want to have a look at, give me a shout. This is currently your closest battle on track at the moment. And this is the battle for 5th place between Peter Greaves in his Porsche. He's tracked down and caught up the back of the Red Kings Motorsport McLaren of Kennedy. And this is for 5th and 6th member, 0.3 between them as they go through farm. They're coming up towards the technical section now. Hard on the brakes, he's got to make a move in there. He's up the inside. They give each other just enough space. Jamie's got to run wide there. That move, he's going to get that move done unless he can stick it up the inside. He does manage to hold that McLaren up the inside, and these two continue their dice, which is what I definitely want to be seeing. Epic racing from these guys. Well done, all involved, as they go down the Wellington Straight up towards Brooklands and Luffield, all those bits. So Sasha King's in saying hello, Team Holloway. Wow, Sasha King, I know you're going to be... I believe you are driving in this, aren't you? Let me just double check on that. 1 second. Where are you? I've lost where I am. Sasha, you are going to be driving though, aren't you? I know, I've seen that name somewhere on this list already, as this battle is still going through COMMS. Is that move done through COMMS? That's going to be pretty brave. So it looks like maybe Jamie pulled out just to let him have a little bit too much space with there as they go through Magnus and Beckett's, and he cuts across the front of him. Absolutely fabulous. Fabulous racing. Sasha says doing the last stint. Brilliant. I look forward to seeing that. And Team Lesser, Cret and Finnick, you're doing well, boys. Keep it up, says CJ EC. Fantastic to see you guys in the live chat. So we've got some absolutely epic racing. We have been doing some driver interviews, as you would have heard, from people that have just completed their stint. So we're just having a look at this battle at the moment, but we will move on and have a look at the cars that you guys want to see and support as well. We've got plenty of time to do that. What are we, an hour and 40 into the race, 4 hours 21 to go. So we've got plenty of time to get those things done. But as this is the closest battle on track at the moment, it would be rude not to give these guys the airtime that they deserve currently. So, Gareth Fox, let me just give you some positional updates whilst we're looking at that. Mike Tucker's gone yellow on my screen from 8th position. Now remember, Greaves, Dudley, so Dudley, Tucker and Hickey Matt were having a really good battle early on. We need to see if that is still the same, although you can see now the gaps are getting bigger across the racetrack. So Sam Holloway's got himself 63.3 sessions as Mark's giving Sasha a thumbs up and a best of luck for later on. Ross Webster is running this completely solo. Remember, he's in 2nd place, so 63 seconds behind Sam, but 3.6 ahead of Chris Overend. Now, that gap has come down considerably. Before we started doing the driver chats, as John Dudley makes a move, moves up to 7th place on Mike Tucker. When we were looking at that earlier on, Chris Overend was quite a way back, wasn't he, actually? I'm sure Lauren will let me know. I think it was around about 11 seconds after the pit stop, so that's come down to 3.84 seconds, so that's some good driving. Keep an eye on that delta. John Munro in his Bentley is still at it. In that Bentley, so that's only 7.5 seconds now behind Chris, so again, he's looking to see if he can push that on and maybe look to get onto a podium position. And then we've got Jamie Kennedy, who we're looking at here in the red Kings Motorsport McLaren, being pushed really hard by Peter Greaves and his Porsches. Again, they're just taking slightly different lines. These guys are really having a pretty good battle. Kiki Mack makes a move on Mike Tucker, so Mike Tucker's dropped 2 spots, so he's in the pits. That's why we're losing positions there. On the way down the Hanger Straight, hard on those brakes, same sort of lines through there. You would expect that, but evidently these cars both handle very differently. I am feeling Chris was P2 but Ross passed him. Oh, that's what I was going to say, Charlie. That's evidently what I was about to say, as this battle looks like it's hotting up again as we come down the Hamilton Straight. Interesting. Thanks for letting me know, Charlie. That's appreciated. That is appreciated. Wow. Okay, so Ross running that much more pace than Chris? Laura says, I'm staying away from Sim when Chris is on it. I'm bad luck omen. Fair enough. Was that before or after the overtake, according to Charlie? Sam is a beast, says Lesser. Sam is ridiculous. Can somebody give me some information about Sam, actually? In terms of where he does his racing and who he races with, because that place is phenomenal. There's 28 of you in. Someone's got to be able to give me some more background on that individual before I try and get hold of him in a driver interview when he's done his stint. But again, these two, their battle is still 0.4 seconds. Now, we may have a situation with these guys where they're evidently similarly paced, yeah. They're both obviously thinking about the race, about, not wanting to bin their car or each other's car, and they're obviously thinking along those lines as well. Don't get me wrong, they're not leaving anything off the table, because Jamie's just done a 2-minute 7.85 and Greaves is in the 59, so they're both pushing decent times there. Are they just going to have a status quo situation, or is somebody going to push to get that move done? That's what I'm really interested to know. Just for everybody watching, just to make you aware, in around 10 minutes time we are going to have a little break on the stream. I know it's very sad. That is very sad, but we are going to have a little break. Don't worry, the stream will stay on. I just won't be here for a short period of time. Grab something to eat. As I say, I was doing a endurance race this morning before this one, so I need to poke my head in and say hello to my 2 little children at some point and grab some food. Sammy's doing a fantastic job. He's really impresses me, and again, these two nose to tail. So Greaves is going to have the inside line there. That was some good racecraft. That was nicely done. Let's have a little look at that one again. So just position the car nicely, and he just, well, I think Jamie could have moved himself over to the middle of the track a little bit more then, stopped, or certainly cut the line off for Peter, but he didn't. He was very gentlemanly, and Mr. Greaves said, well, if you're going to be that nice, Jamie, I shall take that invitation, and through I shall go into 5th place. So Jamie's going to see if he can come back at him now, and we'll see if that happens. Quickest lap of the race is still held by this individual, Sam Holloway, in the 96 BMW, a 158.467. Nobody's touching this guy at the moment. And Sasha, best of luck. You're a sick driver as well. Oh no! Well, maybe you should go and see a doctor. No, I get it. Sick. Yeah, I get it. I'm just showing my age, but yeah. Sasha says, Sam plays LFM from time to time. He's just a natural, doesn't really play much due to work, and he's very chilled. Ridiculous. I wish we could be that fast. Just chilled. Naturally skilled though, and that is the beauty of it, isn't it? Some people have that natural talent, others have to work very, very hard at it, and others who don't have it decide they're just going to talk instead. And that's why they let me do what I do. Yes, Sasha. Very good. Very, very good. So, there you go. Sam's getting a little bit more airtime. Sam's got to be really gutted. Like, you know, when he's done his stint, he's going to come off and he's going to be like, no, that was alright. She's pretty chill. No, that was alright. Did I get much airtime from the comms guy? And I was going, no, mate, you were 65 seconds down the road. What's he need to look at you for? But yeah, there we go. A little bit of time for Sam. So Ross is there. He is. Ross Webster doing a fabulous job. Really, really good job in second place. He's extending that gap over Chris Overend in third. You can see in terms of their best laps. What do we got there? So best lap for Ross is a 59.425, and the best lap for Chris at the moment in third spot is a 2 minutes flat 182. So you can see there is definitely a difference there, as we've got that Aston Martin Team Brick car with a last foray. Oh dear though, but that doesn't look good, because John Munro, you can see in that rather beastly Bentley, in the Team Rocket Bentley, he's been absolutely on it, massively on it, in fourth place, and that gap's now down to 3.6. I'm going to do a little 8-ball prediction here, ladies and gents, and I think there will be a changeover. I'm sorry to say it, Aston's, but I think that John will catch and certainly have a battle with Chris. I do believe that's going to happen. Peter Cruz, we've seen he's just made a move to get himself up to 5th place, and he has extended that gap over Jamie Kennedy. It's now at 2 seconds, so a valiant fight Jamie did put up in that Red Kings Motorsport McLaren, but that seems to have come to an end, and it looks like he's falling back into the clutches of John Dudley. Now, we did have a chat with John's teammate earlier on after he'd finished his stint, and he did say that John, although, you know, wasn't the quickest, was massively consistent. So quick and consistent, rather than just alien in the wall type scenario. So John's doing a good job in 7th. He's got the gap down to 1.7. That's going to be a little McLaren battle. And Kiki Mack, we haven't actually looked at Kiki yet in the 177 Aston Martin. Currently in 8th position, doing quite nicely, but it's another 20 seconds down the road. So realistically, Jamie and John, or Kennedy and Dudley, whichever way you want me to do that, those two in 6th and 7th, that's going to be your closest battle. John Munro in 4th, the gap's come down to 2.8, and it's now gone to 3, so I did say we need to keep an eye on that. 3rd and 4th, that is going to develop 100%. Lee Bullion there, that is the dad, so Niall did the first stint, so his dad Lee's in the car now in the 58 BMW, thundering around in 9th position there. Quickest lap for him so far is a 2:01.327, just backed off a little bit there, as you can see. And then we've got Damien Ancliffe, who's running in 10th place. 2.6, ladies and gents, is now the gap between Munro in 4th and Chris in 3rd. I think I'm going to end up having to watch that battle before I go and have myself a little bit of Sunday foodage. So that Aston with no. Oh dear, John Dudley. Wow, John. Well, the battle is on. We're going to have two. We're going to have two battles any moment now, 100% guaranteed on that one. Let's get in the car. Let's have a look. Let's watch his steering inputs. Let's see how his McLaren is handling, whether she's slipping or not. 2.3 seconds is the gap between Munro and Overend. So now it's down to 1.8. We're almost changing those two. They're coming together within a lap or two. There's no doubt about that as they get into the hard braking zone up towards Luffield. Second gear. Use that. Use the green bit on the left-hand side, and then just off. We need to back right off now. We sort of double apex this corner and slowly squeeze that throttle on. Now go. Now go. He's got a better run, much better run out of there than Jamie, unfortunately. But Jamie's managed to get the pace up now, and they go side by side on the way down towards Cox. Can't see a move happening in there. No, that was wise. John just backed out enough just to let Jamie take the line. We don't want any type of coming together from Cox, because we know that's just going to cause trouble and all the Dutch fans will get angry. Anyway, I digress slightly, but John's only 0.4 behind, and John Munro is 1.5 seconds behind, so we do have two very, very interesting battles developing here. If we have a look back, let's have a look at, well, we might as well see some livery stuff on the wing of that McLaren. Red Kings being advertised there. 1.3 between Munro and Overend. That battle, oh my word, it's going to happen, and this one's happening at the same time. We've We've also got Goth and Bailey in 0.3 between them, 14th and 15th. That looks like it's been a change of position there in favour of Goth. Lee Bullion's going slow again in 9th position, so he may have an issue there. And Monroe and Oberend, that is now only a second. He's hunting him down. Let's watch the hunt, shall we, ladies and gents? What are we? We're an hour and 50 into this race, so we're nearly a third of the way in, which is pretty crazy, really. And I'm thinking to myself that Chris, I mean, see how deep he went in there, had to wait an age to get back onto the throttle in that Aston Martin. So I don't know if they did a tyre change or not, because you would think the pace that Bentley's got. Let me have a look. Why are you not doing that for me? Or has it? It has. So we can now compare directly Chris Overend's lap and sector times with John Monroe. So you guys can all have a look at that. You can see he's all over the back of him. I'm telling you, that Aston did not change tyres, because it was way off the pace. It's struggling for traction. It's struggling to slow down. It's struggling mid-speed. It's struggling literally everywhere as John Monroe gets in the slipstream and pulls out. We're going to have an overtake. We're going to have an overtake at the end of the hanging straight on the brakes. Down the inside goes the Team Rocket Bentley and moves up into third place. And that move was well done. He's just going to hold the inside line there into the more sort of slower technical part of this section of the track. Again, just not necessarily park it on the apex, but he's got to make sure that he ensures that Aston struggles. The Aston does indeed struggle, so we can take that off there now. So, as you were then, we have ourselves a Bentley. He's got onto the podium. I did say that was going to happen. I did say from watching the pace and how they develop, I'd be very interested to know from the Team Britcar guys if there was a tyre change done. I mean, it's not going to matter now, is it? The stint, that's done. But I'd like to know if there was a tyre change done, and these guys are back at it. John Dudley's got the move done on Jamie, but Jamie's fighting back, isn't he? So he wants to see if he can regain that 6th place. And you see John Monroe's already pulled a 2nd. So Lauren says, nicely done, John. Indeed, it was. It was indeed. That was a very good, clean driving, good racecraft by both of those two. But Lauren, give me a tidbit. Come on. Was there a tyre change? Oh no, you can't. Chris McKinney, wasn't it? Bad luck charm and all that. Okay. Sorry. But you can see John Dudley's pulling out more of a gap here as well now on Jamie Kennedy. So again, damage limitation at this stage. Rich Christie says, go on Dudley lad, yeah, he's doing really well. Jamie's not going to let him have that all his own way. He's still going to try, but these guys have got 14 seconds in the pocket now. And Darren Christie is also in there. So Darren and Rich, I'm assuming you guys are related, quite possibly there, or it's just a massive coincidence. Kiki Max, 14 seconds down the road in his Aston Martin. Then we have a look at Lee earlier on. Lee Bullion in... hold on, is that for position? No, it's not, thankfully. So he's coming under quite a bit of pressure at the moment, Lee. I've had a couple of times it's popped up on my thing saying that it's... saying that he's having a bit of a slow go, so we'll see what happens with him. Damien Ancliffe, there you go, in the Aston Martin 732. Aston is currently running in 10th place. I get the feeling we're having issues with the hard control inputs as long as it... Yeah, it won't be... It's not your fault, Lauren. It's not your fault, it's totally fine. And Rich and Daz are having a little love fest, which is great. Continue your love fest, guys. Right, 11th place. We've got a yellow flag for a 236, but nothing too major there. So we've got Skins. I think, what did he say? Jamie? I don't know. Can't remember what he said his name was now. But he's currently running. Obviously, he is running with James, who came in, did the driver interview with us earlier, which was really, really good of him to do that. And then we've got JP McGinley in the 14 McLaren, who's currently running in 12th place. Oh, does he? Amazing. Amazing. Okay, wow. Again, you learn something else. Darren's a bit sore because Rich says he's his brother, but he's not racing and all this. And Darren's saying he didn't get the invite today. Nothing to do with me, buddy. Nothing to do with me. That is, Charlie, that is absolutely... I'm gobsmacked. Again, to look at what we're learning about the drivers that are involved in this, that is something else, man. Fair play to the guy. Well done, Mr. Overend. Big hats off. seriously impressive. So we're having a look at JP McGinley in his McLaren currently. He's running in 12th place. What's he got? 2 second. Yeah, and then Dazza Snipes. I mean, the timing on that doesn't exactly look quite right. Dazza Snipes, we know Dazza quite well. He races again within sort of Formula Racing League as well. He races over at RKN, so we know Dazza. Dazza's a good guy, and he's running in 27th at the moment. It says here he's got 1,119 seconds to make up, so he's 500 laps down, apparently, according to that timing, which I'm sure that is probably a little bit of a bug that's going on there. Chris Wall is in 14th place in the 26 BMW. Last lap was at 2 minutes 00912. So on the pace in terms of what everyone else is doing. And then Wayne McGiff is 15th in the 404 Ferrari. Rather bright looking Ferrari there. And he's obviously Paul's teammate, who we had a chat with earlier on after his stint as well. So he seems to be keeping that Ferrari on the straight and narrow. Did say, Paul was saying that he's not totally enamoured, not Paul, but saying that Wayne was not totally enamoured with the Ferrari, but he's doing a fantastic job. Hopefully he's learning to love her as we go through the laps. Neil Bailey's in 16th position in the 29 BMW. That's obviously one of the Redline Racing chaps as well. That's Mark's teammate, so he's doing a pretty decent job there. And we've got Stoke Jacko who's going to be in there shortly as well. So there's a 3 in that team. Gareth Fox in the 221 BMW is running in 17th position. He's got 6.5 seconds to catch up with Bailey, and he's got himself 18 seconds in his pocket over, seriously, Traction Dave. Now, Traction did say, you remember, he did come into the live chat. He was the first driver that came in, actually, and he did say that they were going to run. I remember Dewsbury was running in 4th, 5th place, had really great pace. Dad says, go, Chris, go. Yes, Jova, whoever you may be. But thank you, yes, we'll pass that on to Chris. Traction was saying he was planning on going as long as he can into this stint, which it looked like Aaron did do. Why is Traction in 18th? Either he's had an issue somewhere, or I don't know. There's 29 of you watching so far. Listen, I really appreciate everybody giving any time to come and have a watch of this, and also getting involved in the live chat. Yeah, Chris is. There's a couple of Chris's though. There's a couple of Chris's. Let me know which one. Wall, Overend. There's a few of you in there, so I'd like to know which one it is exactly. But I really appreciate everyone that's popped in. Again, this is evidently the Race for Alex, Redline Racing League, the annual event, and Mark was saying earlier on that such has been the interest in this one this afternoon and evening. We've moved up from 500 quid to over 720, raising money obviously for the mental health charity Mind, which is absolutely, it's fabulous, and please keep that coming. So Traction's running 18th, Rod Meir in the 222, Aston, I need some Aston time, we haven't had any in a while, go, is running in 19th place. Alistair Baldwin in the 666 is running in 20th, so Rod Meir, he's got himself, he's got 5.5 seconds behind Traction Dave. He's got 3.5 seconds in his pocket back towards Alistair Baldwin, which is always good to see. It's good to know when they've got a little bit of time there. Penalty, drive-through declared. Someone's got themselves a drive-through. It's not telling me who. So remember, ladies and gents, the link just below my face is the donation link. I will. I certainly will, Charlie. I 100% want to have a chat with Chris afterwards. No doubt about that. Yeah, the link below my face or body or whatever you want to call it is the donation link for mine. So if you haven't had the chance, again, it doesn't matter if it's a quid. It doesn't matter. You know, it's all going towards a fantastic charity. And if you can make a donation, then please do so. Everybody here would be extremely grateful. I know Mark will be over the moon, and evidently people that have been helped by Mind will also massively benefit from anything that we can do to help. So please do it. And live Podium Chasers, wow, it's up to 260. Amazing, you guys are awesome. You're my favourite group, I think, out of everybody. Mike took us in. Bloody brake pedal broke mid-stint, car 77. Right, sorry, I'm not laughing at you, but it's just the fact you've gone straight in there. I'm just Mike, what part of the country are you from? I'll see if I'm correct in what I've got in my head. Right, car 77. Let's have a look at car 77. Oh no, the Moose! Mike, why did you break your pedal? he was having a great scrap up in 7th, 8th place as well. That was looking like some really good stuff. Ah, that is a shame, buddy. Somerset. Okay. A very nice part of the country is Somerset. I used to make like an annual pilgrimage down towards sort of Minehead and what's that place called? And is it the A39? It's 39 or the A20. Really, really nice roads when you come off the M4. Really nice sweeping drive down there. And is it Watersmead, where is a really deep valley and there's like a tea, like an afternoon tea or cake place in the middle of the valley, and there's the river runs around it. It might be Riversmead then actually instead of Watersmead. And you used to go there and you'd sit there if you have a tea or something like that, and the birds would literally come and sit on the table next to you. I kid you not, like they were not. So, oh dear. And Wayne, I did say, Wayne, well, that was a good recovery though, mate. That was a nice little spin back. I did say Wayne, I was hoping that Wayne was beginning to love that throw. I just want to see the full 360 of it, just to get it in all its glory. There we go. There's your fame, Wayne. And Traction Dave's lost another place, but he's coming to the pit, so he's not happy with that at all, is he? Yeah, unlucky, Mike. That is unlucky, mate. We were having a really, really good stint then. And again, great to see people in the live chat actually saying that rather than oh well, because that does happen. Trust me, in other leagues that I do comms for, I'm not going to name any. All right, I'm not going to name any names of who I've done comms for in the past. So I won't say current stuff in the past, but there are some leagues where, I mean, saying it's salty would be a real understatement. You know, it kind of goes against why they should be there in a league in the first place, really. But yeah, so Wayne's had an issue there, so he's moved down the grid a bit. So then we've got Mr. Goff in the 959, Aston, and we've got Baldwin just in front. So Daz, kind of like a Brazilian footballer is Daz, because he's just got one name. Again, I don't know Daz, but where is he on my list? So Daz is running with Jones. Okay. Is running with the two Joneses in the 44 Audi. So Daz is currently out on track at the moment. And where is he? He's running 22nd. No, he's not. He's 21st. So Traction Dave. What is going on? Traction Dave. He must have had a drive-through, because we just saw him in the pits, didn't we? And now he's back out again. It's still him in the car. So he must have done a drive-through, unfortunately. Tim Lunn has talked himself into the pit lane. Come on, commentators team. Tim talked to him. No? Okay, fair enough, no worries. Anyway, he's on the way out of the pit lane. Ryan Young is in 23rd position at the moment in the 141 Aston Martin. I think that's the RAC livery one. And we did see earlier on they did need a bit of a rescue with one specific incident that happened. But anyway, Ryan's back out in the car now, and he's going to be hoping that he can get a decent stint under his belt. So Tim Lunn, as we go, he's come out of the pits. I'm not going to do any more jokes like that. I think that was the best one ever. Drew Raymouth in 25th position in the 88. So he's part of the... wow, he's Hayes' partner, will he not be? I believe so. Hayes 88. I know they had the car 88. Yes, so Drew is Hayes' partner. Let me have a quick look in the Discord. Is there anyone in the interviews? No, not at the moment, which is fair enough. No problem. Sisman Kret in the 669 BMW finds himself in 26th position again. Everybody's pretty well gapped at the moment. Just behind we've got Jacques Eslon, Jacques Alhome. I'm joking. I said it correctly. I think the second one I said correctly. So he's in 27th position at the moment, 10 seconds adrift of Kret, but 25 seconds ahead of Lorenzo Borgiali. In the Ferrari, though, he's getting blue flags. So you can see that's Chris Overend just coming up behind him at the moment. Dom Joy is running in 29th. As we saw earlier on, there was that incident, unfortunately, with Mike on the brake pedals. Finds himself back in 29th position, and Jacob is then plumb last. So we started with 35, I believe, so we have had a couple drop out, which is unfortunate. But hey, it is an endurance race. People get disconnected, other things happen. So, there's your man leading the race so far. Sam Holloway in the 96 BMW. Absolutely miles ahead, 77 seconds ahead of Ross. Now, I did say Ross is going to end up coming into some pressure at some stage. but he's really held his own well. I've been very impressed at the moment. I know he's only just over 2 hours in, but I do still stand by what I said in terms of a bit of mental fatigue will probably come in maybe mid-race. I wouldn't say towards the end of the race. I've got the yellow flag 669 is stuck, sat still on the track even. I don't think it's going to come in at the end of the race, because you've got to think, you'll go through spells, won't you? So he's done the start, he's done the first sort of third of the race, so he'll probably be quite content with that. And then the middle bit is probably when he's going to maybe lose a bit of focus, if that happens. And I think you tend to find that towards the end of the race, you get all that focus back again, because you're then focusing on the end, aren't you? So we'll see. John Monroe, well, he's moved himself up to third, and I'm assuming that's because of this guy. No, not that guy. Where is he? Where is he? Right, well, Mr. Overend has... Oh. Hey, what's happened there then? Oh, don't tell me we've got speed in the pit lane. No, we haven't. Not by my reckoning. So, I was going to say, we'd had a pit stop there, and Chris Overend had evidently come in and changed, which he had done, but now we've got Devon in the car. Devon's coming into the pits. So I'm not sure what's happened there. There seems to have been a Wow, something's not gone right there in that team. Let's put it that way. And Lauren was out there saying, bring it, Devon. I was in, come on, you're out. Let's go for it. He's back in the pits again. So we'll have to see. We'll find out what happened there. But that's going to have a massive effect on them, even being able to challenge for podium, because I'm not being funny. 1 and 2, they've checked out at the moment, but this guy, John Monroe, is only 7 seconds behind second place. He's definitely in the fight. John Dudley, wow, look at this. John Dudley in the McLaren, we did say he's a really consistent guy. He's quick and consistent, finds himself up into P4. Granted, he's 41 seconds down the road, but he's got 10 seconds in his back pocket to Kiki, and then another 42 seconds further back towards Greaves. So, I mean, without a doubt, I know we've got some pit stops going on at the moment because we are at that time in the race. But I'd be interested to know what's going on there. 1 second, ladies and gents. Hello, Tim.
Hello. I had to quickly make sure I muted the stream then, because that was all double figures for a moment.
How you doing?
Yeah, I'm not too bad. So just got out of the car after a very sweaty 65 minutes.
No doubt, no doubt. I did say. So Tim, you do some comms, do you?
I do indeed. I won't if you don't want me to, but yeah, I do indeed.
No, I know the voice. I've listened to. I've watched your stuff before, mate. I know the voice. I'm sure we're in other leagues together actually, but haven't actually just worked together yet. I did come out with a brilliant joke, I feel, but no one said anything on the live chat, so have a look at it afterwards and see what you think. A classic dad joke for commentators, but there you go. How was
that's the way it is, though.
Well, I did say that you talked yourself into a drive, and because not everyone will probably know that you do comms, and it was just for me and you, basically. Anyway, we move on. How was your stint? Was it good?
It was all right. I had one off, but managed to keep it out the wall, so that wasn't too bad. I'm the much slower driver in my team. As you probably know yourself in commentary, you end up doing more of that than you end up racing. So yeah. I think I'm about 3 seconds a lap slower than my teammate. So yeah, but that is the curse of the commentator, as I call it. And, you know, everyone always worries about being on screen when the commentator's looking, but if you are a commentator, you're always cursed. There's no escape from it, I think. Right. So,
there's not. No.
Yeah, so it wasn't too bad. Lost a few places. But
we've also got an easy out every time, though, haven't we? Let's be honest, because if we do well, people go, bloody hell. I mean, he can drive, but he never drives. Or they're like, well, it was the comms guy. I mean, he can't really drive, can he? I always like to keep that one up my sleeve, just in case, you know.
Yeah, it's definitely an excuse I use all the time. But I always tell people I'm very slow. I always say it's a bit like teaching. If you can't race, you commentate, sort of thing.
No, I don't believe that for a second. I ended up doing this because my teammate moved to another country for a few months to take a job on, and then just thought I'd do this for the crack, and then it's just snowballed, which is great. But I want to drive. We'll figure it out. It will happen. But so
eventually, you'll get there eventually.
I will, mate. I will. So your hopes for your teammate, if he's 3 seconds a lap quicker, then what do you think? Is he going to be able to move you guys up, or is it just a case of consolidating now? What do you think?
I reckon he can probably get us back up inside the top 20. I think we qualified in 17th, had a couple of incidents early on in the race. He had an off himself at Maggots and Beckett's.
Yeah.
So I think it was a case of, I think he climbed from 24th back to 17 again, handed the car over to me, and I proceeded to hemorrhage points immediately and places. So I think he can probably do it. He is very quick. I think my best time was 2 minutes. 2 minutes 0.5, and I think he's currently on a 1:57 if the timing screen's right. But as you know, ACC doesn't have very accurate timing screens, so it'll probably change. Yeah. It's all over the place, isn't it? So, but no, he's much quicker than me, Chris. So, but we also we share a Discord with the guys from Curious Moose Racing.
Ah, okay, fine, yes. So they've
had
a bit of a mare, haven't they, with what's happened?
Yeah, there was suddenly we just heard coming through the mic, I've got no brakes. They're a hardware failure. Pedals completely failed on him, so he's desperately ripping his rig apart. He's had to take his seat off, and he's under it trying to get it working again. But at the minute, it's no such luck, I'm afraid. No, but he might be back. But
I'm sure
there's 2 other guys to race.
Yeah, exactly. I'm sure he will. We've got 4 hours left. That's again the beauty of endurance is. I mean, you don't want things to happen, do you, in that respect? But if something does go wrong, well, you do have, if you can find a fix, you do have time to do that, and that does happen in real life. So, I mean, I'm sure he'll find a way to get back towards the end of the race. But, well, you guys are in 24th at the moment, so you think he can maybe get you back into the 20s? Yeah, I think he probably can. He's got 10 seconds to go-ish to catch up with Ryan. However, I would say Dewsbury in 22nd, he's way out of position. Traction just put something in the live chat to say a nightmare driver swap, and Dewsbury was running 4th. He's rapid. So I think he's probably going to move on a little bit as well. We'll see. I'll keep my eye out on it. I'm always intrigued. Mate.
Yeah, I think a top 20 finish I'll be happy with. And so, like you said, we've got just under 4 hours to go, so anything can happen in 4 hours. See, I think we've both probably seen some insane things happen. Just when you think it's all over, ACC throws a complete wobbly and everyone in the top 10 disappears.
Don't say that. Don't say that. With what happened earlier on with the servers and the maintenance, don't say that. Wow.
Oh, yeah, beautifully timed. Beautifully timed by Kunos, that one, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was awful, mate, to be fair. But, good. Listen, I really thank you for joining me, Tim. It's been great to actually have a chat with you, and listen, if we need to you want to drop in again later on, it's fine. You want to get your man Chris to drop in later on, that's totally fine. I'm always happy to talk to people, and have a good break for now.
Wicked. Thank you very much, mate. I'm off to go and drink my own weight in water, so thanks for having me.
See you later, Tim. Thank you, mate. Bye.
Bye.
There you go. That was a lovely little chat with Tim, wasn't it? A fellow commentator, although we do share some Discords and leagues together, but never actually done any work together yet, me and Tim. You never know. That may change. That may change indeed. So we are currently on lap 65 completed. So on lap 66. No change really at the top of the field. We do have obviously some pit stops going on again now. Traction Dave was saying he had a nightmare driver swap, that is tough, mate. That is really tough. Hold on a minute. I need to move because where is he? Where's he gone? A bit further down the grid. Where's Mr. Brown? Let's go off. Oh, Keno's in. Ooh. Okay, so I've got to have a look at Mr. Keno. Now, a little bit of information about this chap. Again, obviously I know him very, very well. David Keane is a mature driver. Very, very quick guy. Really consistent. But when we all went to Donington, I'm sure you'll all remember, Donington was, a month or so ago, maybe a bit more than that, for the final of the British GTs, where we were actually watching the Brit car guys, and I was saying to everyone, they're in this race, when I was trying to get them to come and join us. Keno actually hurt his foot there. I don't know how he did that, and then he compounded that with an accident when he was doing some work, and he was literally off his feet with a cast. No, doctor's like, no chance, mate. You got to stay off it. You got to give it a rest. And within 3 weeks, he's clocking. He's like, I need to get racing. So he takes his cast off and he's trying to race again. Obviously injured himself again, and then had it put back on. But now, thankfully, apparently he's had a clean bill of health, so he's racing again, which I'm sure he's really happy about. So it's good to see him actually back out there, so fair play. And CJW Racing says, I enjoyed my stint, got us up to P11, but went 1 mile an hour over on pit entry. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. That's got to hurt. Unlucky, mate. That is really unlucky. Gotta hate those pit limiters and those, well... But they're there, that's what they're there for. I suppose you can't really argue. I mean, unless you're a team in Formula 1 and you could just say, well, I accidentally went a mile over. I didn't really mean it. It was just a bit windy. Can you not, give me a real punishment? Again, I digress. I'm sorry. You may be getting a feel of that throughout this session. So I'd say, of you currently watching, 29 likes, fabulous, ladies and gents. I really appreciate that. And we are up to 263 live Podium Chasers. You guys are legends. Wow. Indeed. Right, just to remind you, the link below me is the donation link. So it'd be good, actually, if probably when Mark's finished this stint, if we could get an update on where we're at in terms of the donations. We know it's grown massively since the start of the stream, from 500 up to over 720, I believe. So let's hope we can all keep just chipping in a quid or two, or whatever. I don't know, whatever. Just keep moving that on. Every little helps for a fantastic charity that is Mind. What are we? 10 to 7. So I am. What's a keynote? Is that for position? No, it's not. Right, I am, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to take a short break. Okay, I'll be back with you in a little while. I'm just going to go, as I said, I've been doing endurance race earlier on today, doing comms before this one. So I'm going to just pop my head in to the actual next door and say hello to the wife and kids for a moment. Otherwise, they'll probably wonder if I'm not left. I'm going to grab a very small bite to eat, and then I shall be back with you. I will leave the stream on, of course. You guys can evidently continue talking in the live chat, but if you just excuse me for a few moments and let a man get a drink. Talking a lot. And I'll be back with you very, very shortly. So, keep up the good work. I'll tell you what I will do. Let me see. 1 second. Let me see if I can put that on. See if that works. Okay, there you go. I've put it on auto camera for you all, so it's gonna just run through the cameras, and it will bring up any action that it deems necessary to show you guys. So it's just gonna run through those bits. So I'll pop this little screen on, and I will be back with you very shortly, ladies and gents. Okay, appreciate everybody. Just give me a few moments. Well, I was going to say I'm back, but then I didn't put the mic on, did I? So good evening, Podium Chasers. I'm back. I've had a very, very quick bite to eat. Said hello to the kids. They're now in the bath. So we can get back on with the real reason that we're all here today. Not to hear about me and the kids, but for the race for Alex. So if you are just joining us, welcome. We are, what are we, 2 hours 40 minutes into this 6-hour race, which is providing some really fantastic action so far for everybody, and I need to take that off. I'm really not used to that. I know a lot of people do run with the autopilot on, but I never do. I can't do it. I like to actually do it myself. Anyway, so as you can see, we don't have a change of leader. But what we do have is another driver. So Josh Irwin is now in the 96, and you can see in the live chat, Sam did say that he'd finished doing his 2 stints and he's going to go and grab some food, and then I'm very hopeful, and thank you for donating, Sam, as well, really appreciate that, and I'm hopeful that Sam will drop in to the driver interview so we can have a little chat with him as well a bit later on. So let's catch ourselves back up, shall we? Josh Irwin is currently running out of P1. As you can see there, we've got 111 seconds. So what are we doing? Around about 1:59 to 2 minutes. So we're nearly a full lap ahead, which is pretty astonishing, really. Ross Webster is still running in second place. Remember, Ross is going to complete this entire thing completely on his own. So he's doing extremely well. Extremely well. He's holding second place quite nicely. Let's have a look at some of his lap times moment. So if I change, show me that. Let's do the last 3 laps. So if we have a look at his last 3 laps, so we've got 59.5, which was the quickest of those 3, at 59.7 and 2 minutes. Okay, so pretty much running within a couple of tenths in each lap, so that's pretty consistent. And you can see he's just coming up to a couple of individuals. Be careful, I believe that'll be Skins, and that's going to be Dewsbury. Dewsbury just gets out of the way. I'm going to double check which drivers are in the cars in a moment, just so that we're fully up to speed. But yeah, fabulous so far, everyone. We've still got 23 watching. I know I've had a little 10-minute break there, but trust me, definitely needed after what's been going on today with other endurance races as well. So I do thank you for allowing me to do that and not throwing stuff at me whilst I'm not at the screen. We'll move that on. So Ross is, as we say, he's currently in second place. Peter Greaves. Now Peter Greaves has been involved in... Who's he running with, actually? Because... no, he's doing it solo as well. So Peter Greaves, wow, interesting. Ross Webster and Peter Greaves are our solo drivers, so that is pretty interesting for those two. Well done. So he's currently running in third at the moment again, so nothing like consistency. They're not having their races interrupted, nothing else to affect the race apart from themselves and their own consistency, I should say. Ross McGregor, there we go, in the Bentley. So he is now back in after John Munro had done his stint. So they're on their third stint evidently, and he's running in fourth position at the moment, 7.5 seconds down the road. Richard Christie is currently running, there you go, in the 34 McLaren. He's running in 5th place. So obviously he's come in and replaced John, I'm assuming, during that pit stop. Yeah, John Dudley did a great second stint, didn't he? Actually, he was extremely consistent. Now, Richard said in the driver interview, he did say that John, you know, he's not the fastest guy out there, but he's quick and he's ultra consistent. He did certainly show that. In that particular stint. Dan Barnard, there we go, he's in the 177, so he's still running. He's 20 seconds down the road, but he's currently up to 6th place, so we have had some positional changes here. And then we've got Devin in the Brit Aston, Brit car. I mean, they had a bit of a stinker, didn't they, let's be honest, with that driver change, or if there was a drive-through or something like that. We will find out when we go and have a chat to some of their representatives and drivers shortly. But so Devin's now in the car and he's trying to claw that back. Remember, they were in podium positions for the entirety pretty much of the race up until that point. Niall's back in the car, so Niall's back in for his dad. in the 58 BMW. He's holding 8th position at the moment. It's round about the pace that they've had between sort of, I'd say, 7th and 10th. But again, ultra consistent. You know, they're not making a lot of mistakes, are they? And they're holding that quite nicely. So Richard Christie's only 1.8 behind Ross McGregor. We'll keep an eye on that. That's 4th and 5th. Keno, there you go. Red Keys Motorsport. Keno's still running. He's doing a great little stint, isn't he? He's running in 9th position at the moment. A 2:01.330 is his best lap currently. Again, remember, he may still be driving with a little bit of an injury, so he's not going to complain about that at all. Goff is in 10th place. He's a further 10.5 seconds down the road in the 9.59 Aston Martin. Good stint from him as well. Nice and consistent. Quickest lap from him this stint's a 2 minutes flat, 0.267. So not bad. And you're looking at his last 3 laps there again. Look, there's 2 tenths between them. So it's quite interesting just to have a look and see what consistency levels people are pulling now that we're almost halfway through this 6-hour endurance race. Christian Buckley in the 7.22 Aston Martin. You can see 2 minutes. Okay, so he's had one slightly, one lap slightly, well, half 7 tenths down from his other 2, but that could be down to anything, couldn't it? Could be traffic or anything. So he's running in 11th. James Franklin's running in 12th position, and he's got 2.3 seconds to catch up with Buckley in front. So that could develop, couldn't it? And then we've got the 27 Aston of Mad Chip. Now, I mean, who knows? It says he's 34 laps down. Is he? I mean, Mad Chip's fast. Is he? Is he really? 34 laps down? I don't know, but he's certainly harassing James Franklin, who's back in that Ferrari after taking over from Skins, I believe. Trevor Anderson, who obviously we've had some big shouts out for Trevor in the live chat during some of the interviews we've done as well. So obviously Trevor does all of the amazing work, and Mark said, you know, there is no Redline Racing League without Trevor. So a big thank you to you, and let's give you Trevor, let's give you some airtime, my man. Let's do it. Josh Irwin's going slow there. No, he's still all good. Let's go. Let's get on board. Come on. Let's see what Trev can do. Behind the wheel of that BMW, the 221 BMW. Dewsbury's gone up a spot. Okay, so Daz is dropping down the order there. He's lost 3 places according to me, but he's got into the pits. That would be why. We are on. Josh Irwin's on the 83rd lap. Ross and Greaves are now on the 82nd. So again, we're going to start actually fully getting into lapping people at the moment. And where is Mr. Brown? So he is driving at the moment. Okay. He is driving. So on board with the BMW. What's going on behind him? Is it not too much going on behind him? Well, Dewsbury's 7.5 seconds down the road in 15th place. Not much going on in front of him either. So he's in a bit of a no man's land at the moment. But again, it's just an opportunity for him to enjoy the driving now. Soak up the atmosphere, enjoy the noises, the sounds, and the feelings of that Beamer, and just crack on really. So 26 in watching so far. Thank you very much. Just a little reminder to everybody that the donation link for Mind for this race for Alex is just below my face. That's better. Just below there. If anybody wishes to do any form of donation, we will get an update on what that stands at actually from Mark, I think, when he's finished his stint. So we're just having a look at Trevor at the moment. I think it's only fair and right that we do give him some airtime. You know, he does an awful lot of work. I was saying earlier on, you know, I asked him, can I have a comms channel for this and a channel for that? And he was like, don't worry, mate, don't worry, I'm going to do comms, I'm going to do loads of them. And I was thinking, okay, what does that mean? And you will see on the Discord, each team has their own voice channels on there, and there's lots of different ones. There's a general channel, there's stream, chat, there's lots of stuff on there. So, yeah, big thank you to him, indeed. So, that's enough for you, Trev. You're out. No, you're not really out. Let's carry on down the grid. So, Trevor's running 14th place. Aaron Dewsbury's back out in his McLaren. Well, we all know, I mean, well, we don't all know, I'm telling you, that he is absolutely rapid. Yeah, I've watched him at all. Charlie says 775 on the Just Giving page. That is ridiculously amazing, guys and girls. Thank you so much. I don't think Mark was expecting anywhere near that. So you've all been absolutely brilliant. We thank every single one of you. Charlie, thank you. Wow, thank you for letting me know, mate. I really appreciate it. Any word on what's been happening in your team? By the way, what's been going on with those guys? What is the situation? What happened? Was it an issue with the driver swap? Because Devin obviously came out and then ended up back in the pits just before I went to grab something to eat. He's obviously now down in 7th place. It would be good if you could just give me a brief on that. That would be pretty cool to know. So Dewsbury's trying his best. His quickest times are 1:59, but the chap behind him, Paul Kampf, who we did have a chat with earlier on as well when he'd done his first stint in that rather bright liveried Ferrari. You're not going to miss that, are you? And those wheels are like, they are there. I mean, I don't know if we were expecting to race at night, but you're still going to see him. He's running in 16th at the moment. He's also in the 59s for his quickest lap of racing. Is only 3.6 seconds behind Dewsbury, full position on track. JP McKinley, there you go, in the 14 McLaren's currently running in 17th place. Yes, RRL driver swap for 609. Okay. Alright, thanks, Matej. Thank you for letting me know. He's running 17th place. Then Mr. Brown we've got in 18th, as you can see there. And who's he got behind him? Well, Crab Arter's a good 16.5 seconds down the road, so Mark's just getting that second stint done. I'm sure he'll be finished within the next 9 or 10 minutes or so, maybe. And maybe he'll have another quick chat with him, see how he's getting on. And Crab Arter there in 19th in the 666. BMW, you see his last lap was a 2:01.117. Again, you've got to understand, when we started the race, when we did qualifying, we started the race, temperatures were around 22 ambient, 28 on track. Well, currently they're now 18 ambient and 19 on track. So it's now 7 o'clock in the evening. So I'm pretty sure we're going to end up in a night, a night finish, considering it's Silverstone. I'm pretty sure that is going to happen, and the fastest lap is still a 1:58.132. Moving down the grid, Gavin Sullivan in the 26 BMW. He's still running in 20th position. Last lap 2:01.837. He's got himself 6.5 seconds to make up to get to Arthur, and he's 5.5 seconds ahead of Ramsden. As Mad Chip on my screen in 13th shows he's going slow, and Dom Joy is in the pit lane at the moment. So let's have a look at Crab. There he is. We've done that one. Mark Ramsden in the 222 Aston Martin. Again, these guys have had they have had an eventful race, haven't they? They were higher up the field earlier on, whether that's to do with any issues on track or something to do with driver stints. Again, we don't have all those facts. I don't literally have 30 screens next to me. I mean, it'd be great. I'd be hot, and I'd have no money for electricity. Maybe it was the cat. Maybe it was the cat. Who knows? I think you're letting something out the bag there. Maybe it was the cat. But yeah, so, I don't have 30 screens here with literally a minute-by-minute report on each team and what's going on. As I say, it'd be great if I did have that, but we can only work with what we've got, can't we? Ryan Young in 22nd place in the 141 Aston Martin, still thundering around the track in that RAC Aston. And he's 15.7 seconds behind Mark Ramsden in the 21st, but he's 8.2 in front of Daz, and we know Daz has just been into the pits, I believe. Hey, oh, well. Who said a joke? Honestly, Charlie, because if I said something then that was not meant to be me, I don't even remember saying a joke. Anyway, so Boardley, oh wow, he's ended up down, look at him in 272, he's down in 24th. So I remember speaking to, I know the cat out the bag, I know. But I liked the comms one earlier, to be honest. You were probably asleep at that point, but Tim didn't find it particularly great either. But we shall see. So Baudry is in 24th place in the 272 McLaren, and Tim was saying he was hoping that he would be able to get them up towards the top 20, or certainly that's what they were going to be aiming for and be happy with at the end of this race. But at this stage they're still running 24th, and they're 12 seconds behind Daz in 23rd, although your man Daniel Callahan here in the 52 McLaren is 25th. His last lap was a 2:04.752, so there's definitely an issue there, and you can see he's all over the place. Let's get in the cockpit and see if he's got some steering issues, because the 2:04 around here with this level that we're racing with seems rather off the pace. and it's saying he's 4,038 seconds behind the man in 24th, which I don't think is strictly true. I don't think that one's strictly true. Matt Damon is back in the Moose. The Moose has been let loose. Real shame about what happened then. They were running, you know, they were solid top 8 challenges, weren't they? In the certainly in the first stint and part of the second stint, and then we had an issue where the pedals broke when one of their drivers was out, and evidently that has just put paid to any hope of them having a seriously good finish. But I am hoping that they just continue to knock out those laps, keep putting in some decent times, and you never know. So their last lap was a 2-minute flat. Their best lap is a 2-minute flat 1:17, so that's decent pace. So, you know, just crack on, boys. Just get the race done. You never know what's going to happen. Aim for a top 20 finish and see where you go from there. Lorenzo Cravera in the 147 Ferrari. We haven't really seen much of the Ferrari yet today. What happened there? Was that a bit of lag, or was that got a puncture? We'll have another look from this angle to see if we can see anything that's potentially looking a bit off with that car. Oh, she's certainly jumping around a bit, I'll give her that much. Well, anyway, 27th position, so what are we? 27 seconds behind Matt Damon, and, well, then we've got 2 laps down for the other individuals. So Jacob is still running in the Bentley, the 236 Bentley. Jacob, fair play. I'm gonna give you one of them. Well done. Fair play to you. You're a couple of laps down. Do you know what? That's not what and Jacob was running on his own as well, and Goff is. So he's got a few single runners actually. It doesn't matter, Jacob. It doesn't matter. Just make sure you finish the race, mate. Yeah, then you're part of what we're trying to create here. So well done. And old Feinek. You know I'm struggling with that one, right? You know that. We did have some support earlier on for these guys in the 669 BMW. I'm really struggling not to come out with a joke, which will probably get me banned. So that's Tom Lessa, Simon Kretz, and old Feinek. However you want to pronounce that. Are currently running at the back of the grid, unfortunately. So we've lost another one. We've got 29 in at the moment. As Kino drops down the grid, that's because he's doing a pit stop now. Does this mean that Michael Races is going to jump back in the car? Because Michael's done a stint, Jamie's done a stint, Kino's now done a stint. So I'm assuming Michael's going to jump back in, see if they can push on a little bit. What are we doing? 88 on the 89th lap. Jacob not on his own, just with a novice. Really? Well, let me have a look, see. It says here the 236 is just one driver in there, so maybe the other guy's disconnected or come out of the server for now, I'm not sure. But it says here it's just Jacob on my screen. But good to know, Rafe, good to know. We'll see what happens when he comes in to do a driver swap, most certainly. So here we go, here's your race leader at the moment, currently 88 laps completed. We've done 2 hours 58 minutes, nearly at the halfway mark, everybody. Having to use the same rig. Now that is a pain in the backside, because oh, so you're racing with him, and I'll take it. Okay, cool. I had an issue with that before. In Formula Racing League, we did on console actually. We tried to do a 6-hour endurance event around the Nürburgring on the PS5, I believe, when the PS5 just first came out. And what we basically said to them was, look, you know, you get into the pit lane, and we were going to lock everything for a certain amount of time, so everyone would lose the same amount of time in the pits, because obviously you don't have the driver swap option. So basically you'd have to come out the server, and then your teammate would jump into the server and then have their controls locked for an amount of time. Now, ordinarily that could probably work quite well. However, the problem that I have is it was in this room here. Yep. So in the old days, I didn't have this like rig-ish thing, which isn't really a rig. So I had the TV was on the back wall, and then had my playseat challenge would sit in front of it. Yeah. It's all high-end gear. There's no messing about at this place. With a G29, obviously. And so my teammate, who lives in Coventry, came down to where I live for the weekend, and we thought, right, let's have a few beers, let's do this race, all good. And the problem is he's 6'3", yeah, and I'm not 6'3". I'm not going to tell you how tall I am or how short I am. I'm not 6'3". So obviously, every time we finished a stint, one would have to get out the chair. We'd have to log out the server. One would get out the chair, and then you have to reset the chair up in terms of the, how much it sits, the height of the chair, how far it's sitting forward. Richard Christie's just made a move on Ross McGregor. We'll check that out in a moment. That's for 4th and 5th place. In fact, we're going to check that one out now, and he's going slowly. He's going very slowly, isn't he? Is Ross McGregor. Has he got a problem with his Aston, or is it a fuel issue? Maybe it is. Looks like we're coming towards an end of a stint. Anyway, cut the long story short. So, we'd have to change that. Then you have to change the pedals as well. How long, how far the pedals will rate and all this sort of stuff. Sam, I'll be with you in 2 seconds, my friend. And it was an absolute nightmare. So we ended up losing about a minute more on every pit stop than other people. My point is, I get the pain of having to do it in the same place as someone else. Right. Let's go in here. 1 second, ladies and gents. Sam. Are you in? You in, Sam?
I am, yeah, I'm here.
Hello, buddy. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thanks, mate. How are you?
Well, I am pretty... Well, I'm good. I'm amazed at your pace, I have to say. Rapid. Ridiculously quick, mate.
Thank you.
People in the live chat are saying, nah, he doesn't really race that much. He does a bit of LFM here and there, and he's just a chill guy. He's just got a natural talent. I mean, are they sandbagging with that info, or is that really the case?
No, it's pretty true. I don't race too often these days, but do a bit of LFM here and there. But yeah, it's actually my first endurance race.
Oh, okay. And what do you think of the event overall?
Yeah, great. Really good event. Really enjoyed it so far. Everyone's been super respectful. Yeah. The guys have just been really good. Really enjoyed it so far.
Good, mate. So your man Josh, is he as quick as you, or quicker than you, or what do you think? Is he just going to keep pushing out that lead?
I think it's going to stabilise at the moment. I've got Josh and Sasha currently with me, and I'm usually about, I think I'm about a second a lap faster than my 2 teammates, but they're doing really well. They're being really consistent, and I think Josh has pulled out a bit of a gap actually. But no, they're doing really well, and I'm sure Sasha will do really well when she gets in the car as well.
100%. I think you guys have just, you've smashed it. As I say, I mean, you get to race with certain people and different leagues, and you get to commentate on a lot of things as well. And Kiki's just saying in the live chat, battle for P6 soon. I'm on it, don't worry. Devon's back in the case. But to seed, I mean, the pace in qualifying was rapid, and you've got to think, you're talking about I don't know your background, Sam. I mean, have you got any sort of real life racing experience or esports, or is it just you are just quick when you jump in a rig?
I used to do some track days.
Yeah.
Nothing competitive though. So a bit of real life driving, but nothing too untoward. I would like to race one day, but maybe when I get a bit more money.
Well, that's...
I actually gave up track days because I enjoyed sim racing so much.
Good man. I love it. I think it's absolutely brilliant.
I
know I'm saying this sounds bad, but I think one of the good things to come out of, I'm not going to say the word, but one of the good things I think to really come out of the tough period of time that we had a couple of years ago, I really think is the explosion of sim racing, and everybody actually finding they can actually do what they love and actually get involved with other people. I think it's amazing.
100%. For me, I was doing track days, and it was costing so much money, and then obviously everything happened, and I went and bought a rig, and it was just, the enjoyment was the same. The feeling I got from winning a race or battling with someone or making that progression was the same as real life. And being able to just jump in your rig and start racing is amazing. And the events like these, it's amazing that people can come together and organise this and almost make it as good as real life, better than real life actually.
Well, that's my view on it always, Sam. That's how I always look at it. People say, why do you do the comms and all this and do all the work on the streams and I'm like, because I tell you why, and the real reason is because my missus will always say to me, it's a game. No, it's not a game.
It's so far from a game.
It's not a game. right? You know, unless you get in and drive and try, you have no idea. Well, unless you've got any real experience. But that's why I always like to try and make this as good as what you're going to see on the TV, and then you guys do your bit and make the driving brilliant, and then I do this bit. And you know, I'm just thankful that we've had so many people come together from different areas as well. Different leagues have all jumped in to support this race, and as you say, it's been respectful and clean, and that's all you can ask for, really. But you do realise that your man Bobby in the Brit Aston is a real life racing driver. You do realise that, don't you?
Oh, really? No, I never knew.
Yeah, you absolutely spanking him, mate. Spanking him.
But I'd just like to say your commentary's been fantastic. I've really enjoyed and watched it back. But yeah, I mean, every time I show someone, like, you know, the rig setup or what we do, they're like, "Oh, right, you know, is it like arcade?" I'm like, "No, you can't believe how realistic it is, and all the systems on the cars. You just so much effort and detail into this."
Yeah, we could talk for 2 hours 54 minutes about that. I'm sure everybody could. But just a quick announcement: Charlie says £825 on the donation page now, which is ridiculous, guys. Thank you so much. It's amazing. And Sam, I mean, you guys doing a stellar job. I really thank you for donating. B, thanks for coming on, having a chat with me. And you could just chill out. I take it well, you don't have to tell me. Oh no, you've done a double stint, so you won't be doing anymore, will you? Unless there's an absolute.
No, that's me.
Yeah, unless you've done. Okay, mate. Well, enjoy the show. And obviously, I wish your guys the best, and I'm pretty sure you'll get a P1 unless something touchwood untoward happens, mate.
I hope so. Otherwise, I'll be hunting the guys down in the team. But no, thank you for having me on. I've really enjoyed it, and nice speaking to you.
That's all right, buddy. Best of luck. See you later, Sam.
Yep. See ya. Bye.
Bye. I think 100%, ladies and gents, that what we were told earlier on today about Mr. Holloway. He most definitely is chill as we're watching these Brit guys. Well, let's go. So who's jumping in for them now? I'm assuming Madchip's moved up. So Josh Irwin is obviously teammates with Sam. Yeah, again, they are stabilising. They're a full lap ahead now, though. Yeah, so they've got a lap in the bag. And we're just talking to Sam there in the driver interview, and he's just a very, very relaxed guy. His pace has been blistering. Absolutely blistering. And you heard him. He was just like, yeah, it's all right. But they're the dangerous ones, I think. I think they're the dangerous ones because you know, for just the few snippets of what he said then, I know for a fact that when he races, he will be analysing, he'll be looking at everything he can do to gain an advantage. And that is something very similar to what this chap certainly does. Michael races, he never leaves any stone unturned but finds himself down in 14th, which is a bit mad. Dids the Bot says, I came across from my brother, he's racing in this, I believe. No idea if he's at the moment or not. Right, Dids the Bot, what is your brother's name? Let me know and I will have a look for you. So, there you go. So, Richard Christie, they've got to be happy with that, haven't they? They've got a 4.5 second lead back to the Team Rocket Bentley. So who have we got in there? So we got John Moreau. So Ross is driving that at the moment. Again, he did appear at some stage to really quite back off the pace. 23rd Meadowcroft. Well, Dids the Bot. Meadowcroft. Let's have a little look at him, shall we? Seeing as you're on, let's give you a bit of Alex. Right. So at the beginning of the race, I actually had really high hopes for these guys. They qualified quite well. Alex was first out in his stint, and it would at the beginning the sort of top two, well, the top one was gone, the top two were having a big battle, and top three, sorry, and then sort of 4th back to 10th were really, really close together in like a very, very close train, of which he was one of those, and everything was going fine. And then he had an issue. I don't know if there was a little crash. I think it was the 4 of them going through the loop, tagged into each other, if I believe correctly. And I think either he got tagged in the rear quarter or he tagged someone in the rear quarter there. And from that moment, unfortunately, everything went downhill. And he just kept getting involved in incidents. I don't know if he had damage on the car, but there were certainly a couple of incidents there which, unfortunately, has ended up with him running where he is now after. But you bear in mind, we're 3 hours, 10 minutes into a race. So there's a lot that's gone on since then. But there's a brief for you on what's been going on with your brother. This individual we haven't had a look at yet, Mr. Stoke Jacko. Stoke Jacko from Redline Racing League. I think I've had my first chat with him when I came over here. Obviously, he's from Stoke, and I didn't mention anything at all about my club, Coventry, smashing his club. But I mean, it happened. But yeah, he seems like a decent guy, and he's now taken up his stints, and he's running in 21st place. We've got yellow flags, that a big one. Let's see if we get a replay on Lorenzo Cravera there. So going through. So that's just going through COMMS. We just clipped. There's a little bit of a jump on the curb there. And, well, we know what the Ferrari's like. The Ferrari is skittish, to say the least. Yep, and I did say this at the start of the show. If you want to have a look at each individual car within ACC on the GT3s and get some information about them, how they drive, what the differences are, technical specs, favourite tracks, general opinion of me, which might be total BS to everybody, but I've done it anyway. There's a section on my YouTube channel called COMMS Cars, which has got very small, bite-sized, sort of 3.5 minute reviews on each of them, but they are all massively different. And the Ferrari, I like the Ferrari to drive, but she can be a handful sometimes, as Lorenzo is finding out. So let's go back. Not good for him then, regardless of position. The race is for a fantastic cause and raising awareness. 100%. 100%. So Christie's still holding second place and has increased that gap, actually. Hold on a minute. Oh dear. What a shame. Rich isn't going to like that, is he? Go on, Rich, you can catch him. Look, there's the leader. Get him. I know. There's a whole lap ahead. Just shows the pace on that BMW. A whole lap ahead. That is something else. Anyway, Ross McGregor's still in third. As you can see, just coming round the top there. So he's 5.9 seconds behind. Dan Barnard. Let's do a quick run through for everyone, just so we know where we're all at. Barnard's running in fourth. Peter Greaves, obviously, he's a lone runner today. He's in fifth. And you know what? He's had a good race. So I've got to take my hat off to anyone that does a full 6 hours solo. And he's you're only halfway through. Sorry. Bobby's back in the car, so he's going to be hoping that he can get that Aston back up the field. He evidently had a very, very good first stint, and then they have had some trials and tribulations since then, so I'm sure he's going to want to try and sort of restore, well, I wouldn't say pride, you know, I mean, there's only 3.8 seconds on the outside, he's 30.8 seconds. Well, you better get your finger out. Bobby, go. Madship in the 27 Aston Martin, he's running 7th place. He's 4.9 down. Mark Brown says, just finished my second stint. You were feeling the pressure. Well, jump into the chat. Come on, Mark, jump into the chat. Go on, jump into the driver interview. Let's have a little word with you, mate. Let's see. Once you've got your breath back, obviously. Let's have a little chat with you, give you some news as well whilst we're at it. Anyway, lost my train of thought. Kiki Max in there. Hey Dave, sorry I was watching in game. Kiki Max all good, running well now after a rough quali and opening stint, aiming to hold on to a top 10 position. Right, he's asking about how he's getting on. Kiki, if you want to come for a chat, mate, just get in the interview. Get in the interview, get on Discord. Have a little chat, see what's going on. James Franklin, there you go. Franklin's running himself in 8th place at the moment. You know, he's actually having a really good run, actually, isn't he? Him and his teammate in that Ferrari now. And Paul's in the top 10 as well in his 404 Ferrari. Lee is back in the car after Niall's run. So again, they're in the top 10. I did say earlier, they're normally around between 7 and 10. And they're still going for it in the top 10. So kudos to those guys. Michael Races has got himself back up to 11th. Now evidently, when Michael finished his stint, they were 3rd. And then obviously we've had a couple of issues happening, and yeah, they find themselves now down in 11th. So Michael's going to be gunning to try, obviously, and get himself back up at least into the top 10. And hold on a moment. Hey, Mark. Oh no, don't want to do that. Don't want to do that. We don't want to face one, do we?
Why not?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you, mate, yeah.
Good.
You okay?
Yeah, really well, really well. It's going pretty well, I think. Mike came in and explained his brake pedals. We'll talk to Soundcheck about that in a little while, actually, because obviously another driver had some pretty bad issues in the Moose car. How was that stint, Mark? Good? Bad?
Well, I enjoyed it, but I couldn't find the pace from my first stint. I mean, I'm not massively fast anyway, pretty average. First stint, I managed a few laps in the 59s, which is decent for me. I couldn't get in the 59s on that stint, and then obviously you've got sort of like you're getting lapped as well, so it's hard because you're trying to catch that car in front, but then you're mindful that you've got to move over, sort of thing, and let these guys through. Otherwise, you run the risk of ruining their race.
100%.
So,
100%.
yeah,
You don't want to do that.
one.
Yeah. Well, it's done. Are you going to be doing another stint, or are you now free to enjoy the rest of the show?
I've got one more stint to go. Stoke Jacko's taken over now. He's just got in from work, so he's on his first stint. Then Neil's doing the next one. So Craig Stoke Jacko's just taken over. Yep. Neil's the next one, and then me for my last one. So
good.
Yeah.
Well, I did. I have been, obviously, asking people or giving people information about what we're doing tonight and where they can go and donate. And in the live chat, I've been asking people to keep me updated in terms of where we're at with the donations. Obviously, we knew you were driving. Charlie's been really, really helpful, been keeping an eye on the page, and at the last count, it was 825.
wow, that's awesome, isn't it?
Which is mind-blowing, really, isn't it?
Yeah,
Isn't it?
it is.
It's great. Fair play to everyone.
Yeah, it's just amazing. Like it's like the majority of these people that before this didn't know anyone from it really, and how a community sort of comes together, and different communities as well from different obviously racing communities just come together and just do this is just fantastic. It really is. Yeah,
and that's what we hoped would happen. I'm sure it will happen. Always has happened and always will still happen. I think. I know there's always niggles in the racing community because at the end of the day it's racing, but I think there is a lot of togetherness there because we could all be shut in a shed and all the wives and girlfriends were like, you're just playing a game, wouldn't they? So I think we all help each other out in that respect. Good. Well done on your stint, mate. Well done.
Cheers. Thanks.
Right, I'll let you go and relax, and I'll continue and see if I can keep everyone on track with what's going on.
Thanks a lot, mate.
You're welcome. No worries, buddy. See you later.
Yep, see you later.
Right, that was Mark. So it was good. It's always good to have a chat with him. I don't want to do that. Alright, well, my computer's telling me to do other stuff. I don't want to, thanks. So what I thought I'd do was just come out of it altogether for a moment. Anyway, right, so soundcheck saying Mike was explaining about his brake pedals. Yeah, such a nightmare that is, man. Absolute nightmare. So we're currently watching Michael races. We'll have a move off Michael in a minute. So we were going through the grid until I was having a chat with Mark. So Michael's got himself back into the top 10. He's now 4.3 seconds behind Lee Bullion in the 58 Beamer, and he's got another go slow in front of me at the moment. So Michael's quickest laps are 58.692, and Lee's quickest laps are 2 minutes flat. So Michael's evidently carrying some more pace, and we've got yellow flags, so we've got two people taking. Well, it's JP McGinley and Goff. Let's see, into Maggots and Beckett's. Again, I think that one's always likely to happen. Come on, go back. It's probably not going to go back far enough now, it hasn't. That's always likely to happen. If you're going to try and attack somebody in there, then, you've got to really make sure you're leaving a car's width, because you know what's going to happen. Someone is going to come across a bit too much, or just the nature of the way the track meanders at that stage. You've got to be ultra careful, haven't you? But there you go. So Michael's running 10th. We're looking at Goff now, who's in 11th in a 959 Aston Martin. JP McGinney, we saw those two come together, unfortunately. Change of position there. Gareth Fox has just made a move on Damien Ancliffe. That's for 16th position. We'll get to you boys. We're only a couple down the road. So Crab and Thor there, or Ator, in the 666 BMW is currently running in 13th position. Dewsbury's in 14th, so he's trying to come back through the field as well. And so Dewsbury's 14th. He's got 7 seconds to make up though. And then Skins is not too far behind him as he makes the pass, does he? 177 should probably let it go there. Cramp from Manchip. Manchip's coming into the pits, so Paul has managed to move himself up to 7th place. That will please him no end. So Skins, there we go. He's currently running in 15th position in 23. Ferrari doing a fantastic job. Last lap, quickest lap for him was 2 minutes, flat point 827. So he's doing all right, not bad at all. Gareth Fox. And one thing I will say, right, when I got involved with Redline Racing, it just came over and, never didn't say I was going to jump in and do any comms. It was just having a chat with a few people and watching some of the live streams, because these guys like to race on a Wednesday, multiple days, but one of the days I was watching was on a Wednesday. And I tell you what, some of the streams I was watching, obviously you've got some people on Twitch, some people on YouTube, but some of the overlays that I was looking at, some were really impressive. And some others were like quite scary. I'm not going to say who's did what, because that's obviously not that's not for me to say. But yeah, some of them were pretty scary. And Fox's wasn't, okay, just to put that one out there. But I can't. I'll have to remember the name of the chap. But it was like, okay, I thought this was racing. But there we go. Right. Is that for position? It is for position. So let's have a stay on this one, shall we? We like little races for position, don't we? So we're currently on board with Gareth Fox in the 221 BMW, 15th place. You can see just in front of us we've got Skins, who's running in the 23 Ferrari. This is 4th position. This is 14th place. 0.3 between them at the moment. Kino says, good evening, buddy. We have our cheat code in the car now. I had very low PSI. Jamie had high PSI. Wow. At least then Michael gets to get the average between the two and will probably have a better pace. Mate, you're still out there though, dude. That's all that counts, right? That's all. I remember when I did it on the Spa thing, it was always like, oh, I'm worried, because it's all good. You and Jamie did a great job, and I'm looking forward to seeing the rest of your work a little bit later on. So keep it going, mate. Have a rest. Get your foot up. Yeah, I've told the entire world what you did. And yeah, just chill. Just chill for a little while, mate. Enjoy the show if you can. So we're looking at Gareth currently trying to chase down, trying to put some pressure on that Ferrari. Let's see what it's like inside. And remember, if you are sat in the car, this is pretty much what you're going to see. I mean, okay, don't get me wrong. We don't want Gran Turismo for you. I know some of you drive like this. I wouldn't bother. Not that one either. Most people sit like this, don't they? Well, this is my view when I drive anyway. So about now, I'd be getting very scared, thinking I'm quite close to this person in front. I'm going to kill them shortly. And then slow down. Manage jacket. Anyway, great race. These two, 3 Maggots and Beckett's, and you've got another race close behind them. So 16th, 17th. We've got a big gaggle getting close together. Yes, or we do. So is that Dazza Snipes in front? In the 27? It is. Okay. So we've got Skins here, Gareth just behind him, and then not too far down the road, you can see 1.7 seconds. We've got this guy. Damien Ancliffe is still involved. Daz is involved. Ross Webster. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Ross Webster, if you will remember, is running this race on his own. And before I had my little food break, I think he was still in the top 3. Yeah, him and Greaves were 2nd and 3rd. And I remember getting quite excited about the fact that there was 2 of them. I didn't realise there was more. That was 2 of them running this solo, and thought, wow, how fantastic is that? Fair play to you, as we're going to get a move down into farms. You're going to swing through. Thought about it, didn't he? Certainly did. But the 44 of Daz, he thought better of that, but ended up losing the position anyway. Ross had okay, so Trev's letting me know Ross had it. Oh, ouch, 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 ouch. And who was that? Foxy and Daz were involved in that. Let's have a look at them. No, not Daz. Where's Gareth? There he is. Oh, that's unfortunate, isn't it? So you could see he was on the brakes. He had nowhere else to go, did he? Really? He had someone up his chuff and someone right in front of him. So that is unfortunate. Okay, so Trevor's obviously preempting what I was going to say there about Mr. Webster being all the way down in 13th, but he's had a disconnect, which is a real shame, because that guy's pace, I've been really impressed with him all throughout this afternoon and evening, I have to say. Hasn't put a foot wrong. Track and ambient temperatures have dropped yet again. They are both now 18 degrees, and we are 7:30 in terms of game time on track. So let's see. Let's see if we're going to end up at night. I believe we will. So there you go. Skins, Daz, Damien, and Gareth. Wow, going from being in a really promising position there, Gareth has ended up down in 17th place. And Wayne McGiff, as you can see, he's running in 18th in the 404 Ferrari, 8.7 seconds further back from Gareth. So he's got quite a way to make up. And Ross looks like he's getting a move done on Dazza. Yeah, he certainly does. No issues getting that move done. Takes the right line through Stowe. Nicely done. Now, let's hope there's no issues. Now, I think Dazza is braking a little bit earlier than everyone else. Because I do believe going through farm and then getting down towards the loop, I believe he was on the brakes probably a little bit earlier than he should have been, which caused the concertina effect from the other cars all then coming together and having that little love tap. So I want to just keep my eye on him, just going through this section here to see if that is the case. Yep, so we're not far from where it happened. He's just keeping out the way. Move done. There was no attempt to defend that one. So maybe he's 2 hours 34 left. So it's not like he's coming towards the end of his stint unless they're out of sync with their stints. I very much doubt that, as he's about to get done as well by Daz. So Dazza Snipes takes the correct racing line through there, but again he's just allowed himself to drift out. So he's not actually properly racing for this. Speaking of races, Michael Races has got himself up to 7th, so he's on an absolutely massive charge, isn't he? Fair play to him. Come back to that. We were looking at Wayne. Just behind Wayne, we have got Alistair Baldwin, not the actor. He's running in 19th position in his 666 BMW, and then Stoke Jacko, there he is. Mark was just talking about him. Just got back in from work, jumped straight in the rig. Go, go, go. Claire Gleeson. Good evening, Claire. 1 of 5,000 watching at the moment. Hope you're well. I hope you're well. Good weekend? Good stuff? Let me know. You know what to do. Join the many others who've said they like what's happening this evening. If you don't know, Claire, this is the Race for Alex charity event. And we're currently raising money for Mind, mental health charity. And so far we're way over 800 quid, which is amazing. Donation link is under my face if you wish to do so. That is your call, of course. 21st place, we've got Chris Wall in the 26 BMW. He's got 9.5 seconds, 9.2 seconds to make up to get to Stoke Jacko. And Foreman is 24 odd seconds further down the road. So nothing really doing there for Chris. He's just got to get those laps in. We are kind of, when we get to this stage, sweating after that one. I bet you are, Rich. I bet you are, mate. When we get to this stage of an endurance race, you know, you're sort of 3 hours in, 3.5 hours in. It can then. This is kind of like it's the graveyard shift, isn't it? Yeah. If in terms of if you're doing a 24-hour race, this would be your 1 to 4 o'clock in the morning jobbies. So it's where everyone's just got to keep their concentration. I'm going to jump on board because I'm thinking you can see that the sun is getting lower. You can see that, so it's getting a bit glary out there, which obviously looks fantastic when you're driving and would be great for us. But again, the fact that the sun is changing position, that's going to get in your eye line. That might change what you're seeing. All the shadows on the track are going to change as well. So if you were using certain points early for braking or turning markers, well, they're all going to be walking around somewhere else now. So you do have to switch on probably a little bit more at this stage just to make sure you're still in tune with everything, and then you'll fall back into that rhythm again. So it's just to keep our eye on people and make sure they're not doing anything that they shouldn't. 22nd place, we've got Lee Foreman there in the 222. Aston Martin, again, had an eventful one, these guys, I would suggest. And we've got 29 of you even still watching at the moment. I can't say thank you enough. It's been great having you all in here, and you know, the fact that you all get involved in the live chat is absolutely brilliant. No one's in the interview room though, ladies and gents. Anyone who wants to come chat with me, you know what to do. Jump in the interview room. Let's have a little chin wag. think we should do. Meadowcroft there in his 1-for-1 Aston Martin again. His brother was in, actually. So Alex is currently still in his stint. His brother Dids was in earlier on, gave him a little rundown. He's still going. I did say earlier on, you just got to make sure that we get this done now. You know, that is the important point. You've got to focus. Get the next half an hour out of the way. Once you see that clock go under 2 hours, then you can start thinking, you know what, we are getting there. Yeah, and things will change. Matt Damon in the Moosey Moose. Really, really unlucky, these guys. Really unlucky. So it's coming up towards the back of Stoke Jacko, I believe, in the 29. Really unlucky, these guys. We're doing extremely well. Racing really hard at the right end of the field, and then we had a pedal issue with one of their drivers, which basically broke. And that absolutely ruined their race as a team, unfortunately, but they are still going, and they are still in the 59s, so they are still showing, in terms of the quickest time there, they're still showing some good pace. So, again, still here, loving the commentary, never watched sim racing before. I'm telling you, mate, this is all you need to do. This is why we do this stuff. Everyone thinks he's just playing a game. Claire Gleeson, Claire, you tell him. Claire knows, yeah? Everyone thinks it's just a game. It's not a game. JP McGinley's dropping down. He's in the pits, that'd be white. It's not like that, mate. Yeah, all these guys driving are ridiculously talented and put in a massive amount of hard work, and each and every single one of them is going to be sweating buckets now. The physical exertion it takes, honestly, to drive on a rig this quick on this game is unreal. It really is unreal. And then you throw in an idiot like me who likes to do this side of things, and it all kind of works. There you go. Tim Lund, who is another fellow commentator, is running in 25th place, so he's got back in the car in the 272 McLaren. He is going to be hoping that he can somehow drag that McLaren up into the top 20. Hasn't managed to do that yet. He was hoping his teammate would do the hard work for him, I think, when we had our little chat, but no, nothing's happened there. 1 second, ladies and gents, I have somebody to have a chat with. Hello. Bonjour.
Hello.
How you doing?
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad.
Go on then, give us an update. How did it go? How was the stint?
Well, my stint was alright. I thought I'd pop in. I heard you talking about the Moose team a minute ago.
Yeah, I'm gutted for you guys, man.
We've had a little bit of a diagnosis, and it turns out he's snapped 2 bolts in the pedal. So, not quite sure how he managed that. They're fairly hardy things, but
wow.
Yeah. So,
wow.
nearly.
How much pressure was he putting through that?
Well, I don't know. I mean, it's 120 kilogram load cell in the Huisenfeld sprint, so you know.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah,
it's got to be
impressive.
gutted. Oh my god. I would not. Oh dear. I bet he's going to be fuming.
Yeah. So we made a few paces back, but it was just sort of hot lapping and seeing what we can do. But I think we're so far down now that just for the fun now.
Yeah, it is, and that's what I was saying earlier on. Let's get your car on screen whilst we're having a chat. Yeah, it is at the moment. It's Rich Christie saying that's a decent job breaking the sprints. So he may get some kind of cult status as the pedal breaker. That may be his new name. I don't know. But you know, I was saying earlier on that you guys, like that battles you were having in the first stint. You know, I was really quite excited that you were going to do well, and then when I came back from having a bite to eat and saw you that far down the grid, I was thinking, what the hell has gone on here, you know? But
yeah, so Matt PB'd quali, I think over half a second. Wow. Just absolutely pulled it out of the bag and put us right up there, and it was looking really good. And then yeah, just hearing Mike go, I've got no brakes. And we're like, what do you mean you got no brakes? He's like, oh, my pedal's gone. So we were like, oh no. Sort of tried to crawl it back and managed to get into the pit lane, and then didn't even think that we'd have to, you know, how he'd stop the car. So I think he was edging backwards, reversing, you know, 1 mile an hour, trying to avoid return to garage. And then managed to get it changed. I had to jump in the car sort of half an hour early before my stint was due, and be ready to go. But
Nightmare, Tom. Nightmare, mate. Mike said he's going to pop a pic in the Discord, which I'm looking forward to seeing. Well, I'm not, I'm not being funny, Mike. I know it's not funny, but I am looking forward to seeing it because I've never seen anyone break pedals before, especially the skis. So we'll see. But listen, best of luck for the rest of it. Obviously, mate, I'm happy to have a chat with you guys again later on. There's no issues with that. We've still got 2.5 hours left to go. Do you think you could maybe? I reckon you could get a top 20.
Do you reckon? What is it? 80 seconds.
I reckon you could, because so 20. What we're talking? So we're talking 4, 5, 25, 30, 38. So you're talking. You are talking. I don't know. That's a lot, isn't it? You're talking the best part of a lap, really, to get to 20th. But take into account pit stops and other people having issues.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we've gained a pit stop or lost on pit stops by having to do the early swap.
Yeah.
I think we were doing 60-minute stints, and now we're a driver down, so I think we're going to try and do 70 minutes, use the full stint timer.
Yeah.
I think it might just keep us back on track, so the time we've lost getting us to the pit lane. But yeah, I don't know. I'll try and get Mike in to have a chat and
yeah, be good.
about his pedals and.
No blue language, though, right?
He's drowning himself in Corona, I think, at the moment.
Let him do that then. Good man.
Nice one.
All right, thanks, Tom. Thanks for joining
Cheers.
me. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye. Again, brilliant to hear. This is how fabulous this is today. We're getting to hear. I know it's not good for Mike. Sorry about that, Mike. Enjoy the beverage. You've probably earned that. But yes, I gathered it would be the beer, not the virus. It can't be that bad, surely, that you want to drown yourself in that stuff. But again, isn't it fabulous? People are coming on and they're sharing. They're sharing the good and they're sharing the bad, which is exactly what we wanted people to do. As I think Reeza's just put a move on Jacko. That looks like that has stopped. So let's just keep an eye on that a little bit. But again, yeah, it's just great that people are sharing. We did get to Tim. Let's finish this off. I don't want to get distracted from that. So Tim's running 25th at the moment in his McLaren. And, well, he's trying to chase down Matt Damon, who we've just been talking to. But he's, well, according to whatever the screen's telling me, he's a million seconds behind. So that's not going to happen. Daz pits from 14th place. So we are, well, that's not really an on unless they're doing 70-minute stints. That would be about right. We'll see. Lorenzo's currently in 26th place. As you can see there, another 6 seconds down the road from Tim. Has a 6 seconds in hand from Jacques Lahom in the 52. McLaren currently running 27th. Then Jaco, unfortunately, is down in 28th. And Tom Lesser in the 669 BMW is running in 29th position, which is unfortunately Daz has a DT. Okay, thank you, Trevor. Thank you for letting me know. So that isn't going to help him, and that answers my question with regards to pit stops and strategies. It's great, people just firing little snippets of information. So we go from last to first. Josh is still doing what he needs to do. Last lap was a 59.382, quickest of his stint so far. And he is now, wow. Interesting. So that gap before, I want to do a comparison for that, please. Let me do a comparison. So let's go. 1 second, ladies and gents. Let's go there. Let's compare these two for a moment, shall we? You can see that on your screens. Yes, you can. So first place, Josh Irwin there. People know the stop go 30. Well, you evidently, Rich, sensed the confusion on my face, didn't you, when I was then looking at the gap, because it was a lap, and then it's not a lap, so that would explain quite a lot. But you can still see the comparisons there anyway. That's all good for you guys. You can see what the last lap was and what the difference is in sector 1, 2 and 3, but Rich Christie's informing that they have had a stop-go 30, which is evidently why now Mr. Greaves is only 60 seconds behind. No problem there. My voice sounds like it's trying to leave me. And you guys are probably hoping it does. John Munro, back in third place, is now only 6.5 seconds. He's got a bit of a slide on there, though. Did well to correct that. In fact, I'd like to see that again from on board. Get on board. was it this year? Just watching, look at that, just steer into that, steering. Very nice, well done. Well done, that man. Anyway, he's now looking to make a move. That's obviously not for position, but he needed to get a shift out of the way because he's lost probably about 3 or 4 attempts trying to get that past him. So John, evidently quick in the Bentley, is back in, and we did see when he had his other stint. I'm not saying that. One sec. I'm not saying. Where's John gone? I've lost my train of thought. Of course I have. Anyway, my point is, John is rapid. I'm not saying his teammate isn't rapid, because evidently he is. But John went on a bit of a mission, didn't he, when he came in for his first stint, and it looks like he's back in the same spot. So he's picked up the Bentley, they're in 3rd place, they're on the podium, he's now only 6.5 seconds behind Peter. Again, we did say at the beginning, these guys that are running solo, like Peter is, at some stage, they are going to get a little bit mentally fatigued, yeah? Everyone that's coming on, that we're talking to drivers, are saying, well, that was pretty hard, we had to work hard there. It's going to happen. So they're in essentially their 3rd stint now, 3rd stint. So we'll see how that works out. Michael Races is still in 7th place. So what gap has he got back? So John Dudley is back out in the 34 McLaren. Mr. Consistent, if you remember, his teammate was telling us earlier on this afternoon, and Mr. Consistent indeed, and he's under 6 seconds behind John. So again, that is not a huge margin between them. That could develop. Again, you're making the odd mistake here and there, you're going to lose time. Obviously you don't want to be doing that, but certainly in that sort of top from 2 to 6, I think is going to be quite important. And Daz is in the pits. I'm waiting for my pit lane reporter to let me know if that's a penalty or not. That's what we should have done, guys. That's what we should have done. We should have had an extra chat on the comms for pit lane stuff. And if there was any live stewarding or something like that, someone could have just jumped in there and kept me in. That could have been good. Next time. It's a good idea. Next time. Right, 266 live Podium Chasers now. Blimey, guys, I'm feeling very, very humbled. A lot of people have been very kind enough to leave a like on this so far and have subbed as well, which is... thank you very much. As well as making sure that the donations, obviously the link is just below me, making sure the donations are well over £800 so far. I mean, if we could hit £1,000, I think that would just be astonishing. I think Mark wouldn't really know what to do with himself if we hit £1,000, to be fair, but we'll see. We've got a couple of hours yet to go. If you are watching and you haven't pressed like yet, please do so. It takes half a second. That's all I ask of anyone, is just to press the like button. You want to consider a sub, that is your choice. I'm not going to influence that one. But if you don't, you can't see any more of my content. No, I'm joking. You might not want to. There we go. Right, so we've been watching Mr. Dudley. Let's see if that doubt has changed between 3rd. It's under 6 seconds now, so John Munro is running quicker than Peter Greaves. Bobby is doing his damnedest, isn't he? He's really trying hard. Remember, he took back over that Aston. They'd had a terrible issue with the driver swap from... who was it from? It wasn't this guy. Hold on, I'll tell you. It was the swap between Dorwin and Chris Overend. Those two, when they did their driver swap, for some reason, there was a bit of an issue there. And he ended up back in the pits. So I don't know if there was a drive-through, if there was track limits or something like that, but they ended up coming back in, essentially, which is evidently quite annoying for them. And that didn't work out too well. Dan Barnard is in 6th place, so how far is Dan down the road? Another 30 seconds. So realistically, Dan Barnard's not going to make up that gap. Obviously anything can happen. There's over 2 hours left, but if they were just to carry on at the same pace, that's not going to make a big issue. Michael Races running in 7th place. He's 15 seconds down the road, so his last lap was a 59.240, and he's just done a 2 minutes flat. And he's got himself 26 seconds back to Lee Bullion, who's back in that BMW again. They're still running the top 8. I did say between 7 and 10 is usually where they sit, and they're in 8th place. They're doing very, very well. Michael's looking to see. So where are we at? So Michael... Well, that's interesting, because it's saying that Josh holds the fastest lap with a 59.382, but Michael's just done a 59.205. Unless that lap was invalid, that would be the quickest. Oh no, it wouldn't actually. Bobby Trunley has done a 59.045. So we do have, again, a very decent pace. First time doing it for them, I think, says Crampy with an F. Sorry, first time who's doing what? Sorry, Crampy. It's alright, I chat away so much stuff. By the time I get back to what you're saying, I need to be reminded of it, my friend. But they're doing well. Or you're on about the bullion guys. First time they're doing it. Because if it is, then they're good pace, right? Good pace. So there you go. There's Michael running in 7th. Driver swap with Team Brit. Okay, fine. It is. Do you know what? And that's understandable, right? Because you assume, right? You assume. I'm assuming it's Paul, or if not, someone else in the family's jumped in. You do assume, don't you, that the pit stop is going to be pretty easy. You just think, well, I'm just going to drive in, and then my mate's going to drive out. But it's not quite like that, is it? Not quite. You do have to have things in place, and we had to do quite a lot of practice. When we were doing the 24 hours of Spa. Okay, sorry, just texting the wife there. Stuff for the kids. Okay, right. Wait, busy. So then Michael's doing a sterling job. Right, off you, because I know I drive in there with you, and people will start to think it's favouritism, which it's not. So Lee Bullion in 8th position, 28 seconds down the road. Guys, you need to keep your eye on. I've been catching him doing another slide again. So John Munro in the 22. This guy is absolutely on a mission. Look at him. The gap is down to around 3.5 seconds. Peter Greaves. Right, mental fortitude. Does he have that? Does he have the strength to be able to fight? Yeah. We don't know when he's coming in for the pit stop. We don't know when John's coming in for his pit stop. And, well, we'll certainly have to see what happens between these two. But they're going to get together. There's no doubt about it. They are definitely going to have a scrap in a few laps' time with the gap the way it is. I'm sure Peter's just hoping he can get to the end of this stint intact and get himself some new boots on and get some more grip, because track and ambient temperatures will not be a surprise to you all, have dropped by another degree, because it is now almost 8 o'clock at night. So I hope, ladies and gents, I hope these guys have done a little bit of work in the free practice servers, because what I like to do when I'm doing the comms is, during the day of whatever day I'm doing comms, I will literally just go into the server. Well, no, I can't give out my secrets, can I? No, I don't do anything. I just turn up and guess it all. That's exactly what I do. But seriously, I sit in the practice server all day, and the race server, whilst I'm doing work, obviously, I take notes of what the track's doing. So that's what they should do as well, really. So then they can get their setups correct, can't they? But we'll see. I'm sure they'll be able to, these guys will be well adept at doing things on the fly. No doubt about that whatsoever. So the gap between these two is now 2.5 seconds. It's not going to be long, is it? Anything else closer? So Damien Ancliffe in 15th is only 1.2 behind Dazza Snipes in 14th position, and Stoke Jacko is only 1.2 behind Chris Wall. That's for 18th. I have to say, Stoke Jacko has been showing some decent pace. I'm not saying he doesn't have decent pace, but Mark's saying he's literally just rocked up from work, jumped in his rig, and off he goes. And yeah, he's been on a bit of a mission, which is good to see. But I'm sure you all are, I'm very keen to see how this one develops. Does he fight him for the position? What would you, in the live chat, tell me what you would do. If you were Peter Greaves, yeah, and you're doing this solo, and you're almost 4 hours in, or would you fight for that position at this moment in time? Or not? I'm assuming he's coming in about 12 minutes. So do you try and fight to keep him behind you for the 12 minutes? Because let's face it, you're not catching Josh. That's not really going to happen. Yeah, I know. Mark was saying he's literally just gone, open the door, jump in, headset on, bosh. Right, so Dom's saying, hell yeah, you would fight for the position. Hell yeah! Right. I'm feeling American. No, I'm not going to do the FIFA speech. That's ridiculous. Actually, I know this is a bit heresy, just emergency, need to check something here. Oh, it's all motorsport related, obviously. And in the latest motorsport news, Spain motorsports have got one car, and Germany motorsports have no cars. Sorry about that. If it was 4 hours into a solo endurance race, I'd be fighting my bladder more than position. This is what I'm talking about, right? It's like an operation, isn't it? You know when they say to you, you can't, if you're going to have anaesthetic, and they're like, listen, you can't eat or drink. No, because we're going to give you a needle. Well, if I knew I was doing an endurance race like this, 100% with you, Diz, I wouldn't be eating or drinking, and then I'd probably just faint. How? How is that possible? And this is 4 hours, yeah? He's got another 2 to go. Absolutely brilliant. Anyway, the gap is now down to 1.2. I'm saying he's not going to fight it. He's not going to fight it. I think he's going to say, like, I'm going to let him go. 10 minutes to go till I stop. Or if he does fight it a little bit and then let him go, I think he'll pitch straight away and just get new boots on. That's what I think he's going to do. Because there's no doubt that Bentley's been showing brilliant pace. Really, really good pace throughout at the moment. Lee Bullion is now 1.5 behind Dewsbury. So look at that. Dewsbury, again, I did say at the top of the show, he's an absolutely rapid driver. He's only 16, I think. And he's with the RKM boys. He's driving with Traction Dave today in the WTF, but he is really, really quick. And actually reminds me a little bit of Sam Holloway. Just really chilled vibe. Just, yeah, it's alright. Yeah. I know, I am the fastest person on earth. That was a bit too exciting. I am the fastest person on earth. It doesn't really matter, really. It's just cool. I can't understand how I would be just going nuts as battle is about to commence. So we have been waiting. I mean, come on, guys, hurry up. We've been waiting for this for a few laps. Although that Bentley, every time we've looked at her, she looks a bit skittish on the tyres, and this battle isn't even going to happen because it's got to be done. It's got to be done now. Where is he? It's got to be done right now. He's not even going to fight it. Told ya. I told you, and I would expect to see Mr. Greaves in the pits now when he comes back round to the pit stop. Let's see if I'm correct. If I am, I win £1. I have myself £1 in case I win, and obviously if I don't win, I lose £1 to myself. This is what doing comms for so long does to you. You end up becoming slightly mad. But it's all good. I want to see if he pits. So John Munro moves himself up into second place with a very, very good drive at the moment, and I'm sure he'll be really happy about that. But I'd still want to know, who are you, John Munro? In fact, when he's finished his stint, I need him to get into the live chat. I want to see who it is, and we've got to change the position. So Wayne McGiff's gone yellow. That's unfortunate. Lee Foreman's moved up a position over Dazza Snipe, so that's for 20 for 21st. But Wayne, well, he's all over the shop. Let's get a replay. So I think he's respun that. So he's done that. I bet he spins it again. Ready? Ready, go. And drive. Hey. Oh, no, that was all right. We'll let him off. We can have that one. That was pretty good, actually. John Dudley, ever consistent. As always, in 4th place. Right, come on, Mr. Greaves. Where are you? Got me near the pit lane now. Oh, he hasn't pitted. Well, that's it. I'll lose £1. There you go. I'll put it over here. Just lost £1. Shocking. Okay, I can win it back then. So Josh is still 63 seconds. So you've got to think, John and Peter have been having this. Well, in fact, they haven't had a battle, have they? He's just rocked up on the back of him and just drove past him down the Hanger Straight. So these guys are running even-ish pace. Josh is evidently holding quite firm in terms of his pace and being consistent at the moment, hence why that gap is around about the same as what it was when we came back on air about an hour ago. So Dan Barnard, well, do you know what? Dan's doing alright, isn't he, actually? He is doing alright, is old Barney, in the 177 Aston. Been quite anonymous, I'd have to say. You know, not massively, like, threatening to do anything crazy on track, but he's just been going about his business. Evidently him and his teammates are quite comfortable. Him and Kiki Mack obviously quite comfortable in the Aston and at Silverstone, and they've just been putting in the lap times, being consistent, evidently keeping out of major trouble. And yeah, that's seen them put themselves into 6th place overall, which is pretty impressive. They're 11.5 seconds ahead of Michael Races. That might not stay the same, but they are quite far behind Mr. Trumley, aren't they? They are 34 seconds behind him. So I think this is what they're hoping for, is to be around about this position. That's what I'll be aiming for now. So let's have a look. Let's have a look at how the light is changing across the track. Let's have a look at how some of those shadows are changing and jinking around. We get that sort of nice sort of glare on the screen. Well, obviously we're not on the screen, we're on the splitter at the moment, but you get what I'm saying. You get to enjoy all of these beautiful sights. And you'd probably get to enjoy more if my face wasn't there, but it is. So that's a bit tough, isn't it, really? Because all the drivers have their face on the TV. So I thought, well, do the same. Do the same. Why not? And you guys don't mind it, and you just like looking at all the artwork behind and stuff. That's what everyone really likes, which is good by me. Right, anyway, into Luffield we come. So we completed 115 laps so far. Incidentally, when we did the 24 Hours of Spa last weekend, I think, well, it was well over 600 laps. When you think about that, 600 laps, I mean, that's tiring, isn't it? Just thinking about 600 laps is tiring. But anyway, all for the great good. So Michael's pulled that gap down by 0.3 seconds, which is pretty good. He's got 11 more to go. He's got plenty of time. 23 still watching, 37 likes. Thank you very much, everybody. The 23 that are still watching, listen, if you've got anything you want me to do, say if you've got a car you want me to have a look at, someone specific, drop it in the live chat, let me know. If you're a driver or you're managing a team and you want to actually have a chat live, then just drop yourselves into the interviews, into the interview channel on the Discord, and I'll pick you up in there. I won't pick you up in there, you know what I mean. Good to keep our eye on that. So, other close battles. Where's Mr. Rees? That looks pretty close to me. Ah, Rees. Yes, Maurice. Let's go. Let's have a battle. So, Rees in 16th position in the 14 is currently chasing down Mr. Alistair Baldwin, as you can see there, in the 666 BMWs are coming into farm. We've got, blue flags waving. And that, I believe, with Tim Lunn, in the sort of lime greeny McLaren that they've just walked past. Interesting battle between these two. Let's see how difficult it is for them to see, actually. Because again, you know, when you're actually out really driving a car and the sun is low, you can't really see much, can you? Nope. Well, it is a simulator for a reason. It simulates real life, and so they're going to see the glare of the sun, which might get in their way. So we've got somebody dropping into the pits there. So Ross Webster is in the pits. Goff has been in and is coming out of the pits, so we'll see as we come down towards COMMS on those brakes. Get the car turned in. Wow, he was definitely carrying a lot more speed through there, wasn't he? So Rees doesn't have the confidence in that BMW, and he's just, come on boys, let's keep it clean. Through Maggis and Beckett's, evidently he was just trying to make sure he was on his defensive line there, but that could have caused a little bit of door rubbing. But that McLaren definitely took a lot. Hi Coops, a few people have asked me about keeping the donations page open. It will be open for a month from today. Brilliant, Mark, great to know. Well, obviously all the details on that will stay on the stream as well. You know, that's not going to come off there. So you know, anybody then watches back, or people share that, for instance, and other people in different groups have a watch of it, well then they'll always know where the donations link is. So yeah, that could work quite well. Great. I think we should keep it open. Why not? Why not, Mark? Thanks for letting me know. But you can see, so through this part of the track, evidently, Rees isn't as quick as Baldwin. Nowhere near as quick as Baldwin through that section of the track there, so it looked like maybe that's to do with the setup. It did look like the car was scrubbing quite a lot across the track, so it's going to pull a lot of speed and take some grip out of those tyres. You're welcome, Mark. No worries, man. No worries, dude. No worries at all. A pleasure. A total pleasure. we are in a couple of laps. We're going to start. The sun's going to just dip just then. It's going to start blinding us, which is what I want to happen. But that gap has increased now. So we've got a different scrap going on a bit further down the grid. Just 1 second, let me find it for you all. And this man, where's Hughes? Dale Hughes. Dale Hughes finds himself attacking the back of Alex Meadowcroft. 0.4 seconds in this. This is for 20th and 21st place. So again, you know, people think about racing. Oh, it's got to be really tight at the front. You know, it's not. It's always, there's always close racing to be had. It doesn't matter where you are on the grid, as you can see them just getting on the brakes. It's always close racing to be had. Let's have a look. Let's see what they're like. I've shared to my following on my Facebook page. I know a few of them enjoy racing in F1. Fantastic, Dids. Good work. Awesome, mate. Lee Foreman's gone yellow. Let's do a replay. See what happened from up above. So what's happened there quite clearly is, as we've gone into the braking zone there, we've either lifted off a little bit too much, or we've just taken too much speed in, and the back end has just over-rotated quite evidently. But this scrap continues for 21st place. Good timing actually, Dids. We're having a look at your brother. It's close, isn't it? It is close, and he's making a move, so he gets a better run through COMMS. So on the way into Maggots and Beckett's, if these guys are side by side, there may be a touch there. No, he manages to get ahead. Where's he gone? Where's Alex gone? And he's just complete. Did he just back out of that completely? Well, the thing is, Dids, right? I would always say to anybody, I don't know why you don't have some form of sim set up, right? But you will see plastered everywhere over social media, every influencer, you know, me, or amazing person who does streaming, and, you know, me, and all those sort of things. Well, obviously not me. They will all say the same thing. It is a dangerous rabbit hole, mate. I mean, I'm lucky, okay, because I've have spent more stuff on my streaming equipment, yeah, to be able to do this than I have on my rig. But I still want to go and spend a ton of money on my rig. Yeah, I'm still looking at, you know, a track racer rig. I'm still looking at like Moser stuff and this, that, you know, because I'm like, but I want to drive because I am a good driver. But I just seem to be quite good at this, and it's dangerous. It's dangerous, mate. You got to have the time, yeah. But if you're into racing, there is nothing better. Nothing better. Once you put these on, and you've got the roar of the engine going through and the feel of that car, mate, there is nothing better. We're currently on no way. No way, Mark. Guys, I said earlier on, wouldn't it be brilliant if we could do a grand? Well, Mark's just telling me we're on 910 plus 175 gift aid. So basically we're over a grand. You lot are fantastic. Amazing. Amazing people. Well done. Good, I'll put the field to 30%. I am joking, please. Nobody take anything I say like that as serious, because evidently it's not, right? I'm doing this for what it's for. There's no recompense apart from spending a great afternoon with you guys and girls, and that's all we need to do, don't we? You're a serious Call of Duty player, says Dids. So this would be completely new to me. I get what you mean, spending money on streaming equipment. Yeah, well, I love it. I love it. Call of Duty, mate, if you start doing this, you'll drop Call of Duty. No, you really will. It says it's fantastic as well with £1,000. It is. It's totally amazing. So, anyway, in the midst of doing all that talking, as I like to do, we did miss that Dale put a move. Oh no, we didn't miss it. We saw Alex just backed out, didn't he, through Maggots and Beckett's. I thought he was going to do a challenge there, but he's now put himself in a position where Mr. K. Jones is now potentially, well, not potentially, is going to make a challenge. So we probably need to have a quick look at that as well. So unfortunately, Did, your brother, every time we decide we're going to have a look at him, seems to be getting, well, his... Oh, big oversteer there. So he heard him back right out of the throttle, and he saw a big counter steer, so evidently trying to carry a bit too much speed, and you don't actually realise as Wayne's off again. So I'm thinking there's damage on that Ferrari. Let's have a little look. Let's see what happened to Wayne this time. Oh, so he's gone back to that's coming out from COPS. So he's obviously taken too much speed on the way out of COPS, or he's just got on the throttle a little bit too early and the back end's rotated around on him, hence why he was sat there facing that way, which is unfortunate, no doubt. Back at the front, yeah, because it's pretty boring at the front, isn't it? Well, they've cut the gap a little bit. Bobby's having a good run. Bobby's now 0.3 seconds behind John. So remember, ever consistent John in his McLaren is coming under pressure. There's the 29 Redline Racing BMW, which Mark and co drive. So Stoke Jacko's company in that does the right thing, just keeps out of the way. Don't want to be getting involved in any incidents at this stage of the race. We are 2/3 of the way through, 1 hour 56 minutes left. So ladies and gents, we are doing very, very well. Big clap for everybody. We're still all alive. We're still here. We're still getting on. We're still doing the great thing for this race for Alex. And the amount that's been raised is phenomenal. Phenomenal. Anyway, we're on board with Bobby, and he's in 5th place. So he's managed to close that gap down quite nicely. Maybe he's had a little bit of hand with traffic, but I'm not taking anything away. Remember, this guy is a real life racing driver, so he knows what he's doing. No one wants to come and talk to me. Right, when the next pit stops are done, I'm going to drag loads of people in to have a little chat. Yeah, well, that will be the sibling rivalry then. So secretly, I mean, you want your brother to do well, yeah, because you're supporting him here. But secretly, you probably want him to bin it and finish last, and then for you to genuinely be able to say, I don't think you're very good at that, Alex. So I'm going to buy a rig, and I think I'm better than you. And then starts a whole other alleyway of competition. I know it. Right, so come on, Bobby, let's get a challenge on. Right, let's see. Wow, we're starting to get blinded by the sun. Fantastic. Right, everybody that's watching so far, there's 23 of you in. Please, in the live chat, just drop me the name of your favourite sounding GT3 car on ACC. Let's do a little poll. As we get nice and close up onto the back of Dudley. Now, John, well, timing-wise, he should be coming into pit soon. Well, they should all be coming into pit soon, really, and Lee's going slow again there, so that means Dewsbury's got himself into 8th position, Michael's in 7th, Dan Barnard, so what's the gap between them? So Barnard, Michael's 5.6 seconds behind him. That's potentially doable. That is potentially doable, and Lee's in the pits. Lee Bullion is in the pits. He's going to hand over, so Tim likes the Audi. Okay, Tim. Okay, good to know. So we've got 1 vote for the Audi. 22 to go. We'll put my vote in there at the end. I think you all know what my vote is because I say it every time I do a live stream. She is a screaming banshee. She is. She is. Do you know what? I know. I bet all you guys do. So Aston in real life. Pork in ACC. Now, Mike. Did you mean the Porsche? Or are you trying to say that a certain car sounds a bit porky? I would like to know what you mean. But yes, Tim, I do agree that she is a screaming banshee, and I'm sure we all love doing this. When you jump in the rig, yeah, and you get in Corvette. No, Rich. Oh, GT4. I said GT3, Rich. GT3 car. That is in the game right now. Yeah. Not nothing from like Dreamyland. As we get this challenge, so Bobby wants to get this move, wants to make this move stick. There's only 0.2 between them, so let's see if that can translate into a change. So Mike says Porsche. Okay. So not Porsche, but that's fair enough. I like both. Porsches are nice. Porsche is nice. Right. Hard on the brakes. So now it's about the racecraft. So these guys will be well aware of who is weak in what part of the track and who is strong in what other part of the track. There's no question about that. They've been together for a long time. So it's now a question of can we actually put ourselves in. The sun has come down. Beautiful. Look at that. Gorgeous. Well, he's definitely got a decent toe. A little bit of rubber banding going on there, but not quite close enough. He thought about it, didn't he? He thought. I think Bobby would have gone for a move. I think he would have pushed that on the brakes if John didn't move across at the time he did. But John, fantastic defensive drive from him. He is holding on to 3rd place. He's fighting, isn't he? He definitely is fighting. Mine is the Aston, actually. Surprise, surprise. I just love that. I love that meaty, dirty, low. I just love it. But I do love the sound of the Porsche as well. And I love the sound of the Audi. And to be fair, I really like the sound of the Ferrari. Bentley sounds thunderous. McLaren's unique with a nice crisp down change. The Merc sounds like probably a bit illegal. The Honda sounds good. I like the Nissan. The Beamer's okay. I like the M6. I like the down change on the M6. Sounds like someone's got a little pistol in their car. I kind of like that, really. So basically, I love all the sounds. So what I'm getting at is sometimes when I actually get into the rig and I'm getting ready to race or getting ready to do the comms, if I'm not in the rig, I just whack the volume up on the headset, and I'm quite happy just sat there listening. Just listening, because it is just like being at Silverstone. All brands, as the challenge comes in, has he got a better drive out there? I think he has. He was just a little bit tight on his angle, wasn't he? And Brizzle's in. Hello, Alan Brown. Good evening, sir. How are you? Have you had a good day racing? Tell me what happened. Where did you finish in the World Cup qualifier, mate? I'm just happy you got in it, which is all good. So these guys are still scrapping away, aren't they? 1 minute 50 left of this race. Now, the real question that I have for everybody is, do I go? You finished P22. That's not bad, mate. It's not bad at all, considering considering the strength of that field. We're watching this race. We're 2/3 of the way through, Briz. We've raised over £1,000 so far for Mind, for Race for Alex, which is amazing. And the support that everyone has shown so far through this, in terms of viewership, likes, subs, comments, banter, getting involved. It's been a really, really good event so far. Really, really good. And 4.5 hours. In one hit, you're nuts, mate. You always do that. You should have done this then. Right, so John in third. Wow, Bobby. So that's the end of his challenge. So he was pushing. We saw he was pushing there, but he was pushing because he knew he was having to come into the pits. Now, who is going to jump in? I'm thinking is probably going to be Chris. Yeah, it is going to be Chris, because I'm looking at the driver stints. Chris has only done an hour, I think. So I think Chris is going to be your next man to jump in the car. So we'll see what happens. Up front, and Jamie's got in for Red Kings Motorsport now as well. So all of the changes are happening at the moment. Josh is still out on his stint, which is pretty good. John Monroe, he's just relentless, this guy. John Dudley. I tell you what, he's doing really well. He's doing really well. We weren't thinking, when we were talking earlier on, when I was having a chat with teammate, we weren't thinking that we were talking podium. We weren't thinking that at all. I mean, it was all about being steady Eddie and, really consistent. So I would maybe thinking of those kind of vibes, maybe sort of 5th, 6th place, but certainly not up to 3rd, which is doing really, really well. Look at Mr. Barnard. Again, I said, these guys they've come from nowhere. Really, they've just been really, really under the radar, completely under the radar, and they're doing exceptionally well in 4th place. Bobby's come back out, so he's double stinting. Okay, so he's evidently, we know he's quick, so he is double stinting on this race. So he's obviously jumped in, got himself some fresh tyres on, a little bit of fuel on board, and he's been tasked with going again. Let's see if he can get those positions back. I don't know. Dewsbury is up to 6th. No? Okay, so it's lying to me. So the ACC is doing what ACC does, right? You all saw that on the screen. It said that Bobby was back out, yeah? Obviously, Bobby's not back out, because it was like Chris Overend is out, which I thought was going to happen when I just looked at the stints that everyone had done. So Chris is taking on the mantelpiece, and he is now going for it. Now, I would like to say, if Bobby is available, Bobby, I'd love you to go into the interviews channel so I can have a chat with you. So if you're watching the stream, Bobby, jump on the interviews channel, come and have a chat. Don't be shy. No need to be shy. But back out on track, so Chris Overend's in 5th, so he's now got a job to do, yeah? And we know the people have got to pit yet, so maybe they're thinking themselves, they might get themselves a little bit of well, a bit of an overcut going on. We'll see. Dewsbury's in 6th place. He's doing really, really well. He's managed to get a move done on Kennedy already, although Jamie Kennedy, the RKM boys, have done 4 stops. Of course, Aaron hasn't done his additional stop yet, so Jamie's back out for his 2nd stint. Obviously, he's hoping if he can do that. Can you see car 77? Yes, of course you can. So Dom Joy, there we go. The moose is loose. Sorry, I can't help that. I'm thinking of the wine gums advert, aren't you? But anyway, so Dom's back out. He obviously came and had a chat with me earlier on. He was talking about Mike and how he decided to break his Husky sprint pedals. Don't know how he did that. 2 bolts broke on there apparently, but he did come and share that with us. And actually, has he put a picture on Discord yet? Let me have a look. Let me have a quick look. Has he? He has. Load Cell Hardware Fubard. Yep. Oh, mate. That's rather unlucky, I have to say. Right, so Tim's having a look at that beautiful livery on the Moose. So we've got 28 in watching at the moment. Good evening, everyone. We've got an hour and 45 left. We've done 4 hours and 15 minutes currently of this 6-hour endurance at Silverstone. The Red Line Racing League race for Alex. You can see there is a donation link. We'll turn that back on just below my camera there. That is the donation link, and you will all be, well, I think thoroughly impressed to know that we have managed to raise over £1,000. That's £500 more than what we had at the start of the race. So it's been a fantastic effort by everybody who's watched. Anyone that's dropped a like on the channel, maybe subbed, getting involved in the live chat, all the drivers getting involved in the interviews. Just a very good togetherness and feeling about this one, which is exactly what we want. We have ourselves a yellow flag, but that's gone away. Right, Tim, has that quenched your thirst for moosiness? Well, I'll even show you the back. What? Okay, we'll listen to it. Sorry, went full send for 70 minutes. I'm tired, says Michael Races. Well, I thought you had a very good stint, buddy. I thought you had a very good stint. Yeah. Now it's in the hands of Jamie and Keno to see what they could do with it. But you did very well, mate. Very, very well. Yeah, I'm satisfied with the Moose content. Good. Thank you very much, Tim. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Right, let's get off the Moose. Not that I think the Moose is bad. Not just any Moose. Anyway, let's stop talking about mooses. So we've got 30 and watching at the moment now. If you haven't caught up with what's going on, this is evidently a 6-hour race. We are more than 2/3 in. People are now getting into, well, they've just completed another stop. So we've got other drivers getting in. Remember, in terms of the teams, you've got different levels of drivers, haven't you, really? Some teams have only got 1 person in. Hold on a minute. Chris says, thought I'd drop back in. John Dudley doing well. Yes, Chris. John is doing extremely well, actually. He is. He's been very consistent. He was in 2nd place, but John Monroe in the Team Rocket Bentley just caught him and just wow. There was no challenge. I called there would be no challenge in the lead up to it, but there was no challenge. So there's John. He managed to take that position rather easily. But Mr. Dudley has been very, very consistent. Massively consistent, really impressive actually, in his McLaren there, but also these guys I keep talking about, Barney, Mr. Dan Barnard in the 177 Aston into 4th position. Only done 3 stops though. Chris Overend's running in the brick car. They've done 5 stops. Remember, they did have a bit of an issue with one of their stops. First time they were doing that, I believe. So hence there was an issue there. Jamie Kennedy is running in the Red Kings Motorsport. McLaren now has taken back over from Michael, who's got them back up to 6th place. So that's good for them. And Mr. Peter Greaves, well, he is out in his car. Remember, Peter's doing this on his own. So he's, again, doing a fantastic job in that 452 in the Porsche. And for those that love the sound of the Porsche, there you go. I need to turn it up a bit. Lovely. Beautiful sound. So Peter is in 7th place at the moment, as you can see. He's not doing too badly, is he? Not at all. Right, what are we? Quarter to. Right, ladies and gents, what I'm going to do, as the sun is beginning to drop, I'm going to leave you again for, I would say, 4 minutes, I think. I'm going to go and make a coffee. That's what I'm going to do. And that will see us through the last couple of hours, because obviously we're not going to finish when the race finishes. Yeah, we're going to have to do podiums and interviews and talk about the action that we've seen. So it won't be like race is done, see you later. So I'm going to go and make a quick coffee. And before I do that, I'm going to put this back on. We'll put it back on auto. Not that I ever like using auto, but we'll put it back on there just so that it changes what you guys are looking at for a few moments. Right, so I should be back. Okay, 267 live Podium Chasers is absolutely fantastic. Give me a couple of minutes and we'll move on again. All right? Okay, see you in a minute. Haha, I'm back. Hello, Podium Chasers. Yeah, I do have. As well as some high quality H2O, we also have a rather hot coffee delivery device full of said black coffee, which I'm sure will certainly get us through to the end of the show. And then maybe afterwards I might have raise a little glass for you guys and for Mark and Alex and whatnot. But obviously I can't do that on stream. No, because I'll get told off for that by the gods that are YouTube or whatever. So I wouldn't do that. But yeah, it's certainly been, I think it's been pretty epic so far, guys. I'm sure you will agree. Anything major happened since I've been away? Don't think so. Although it would appear... Oh no, Chris Overhead. Oh no. Let's see what's happened to Chris. I'll need to go back further. Let's go back further. Come on, do your job. No, it hasn't done its job. Okay, so Chris is evidently... Wow. That is a big shame for those boys. What's happening there? So windscreen's a little bit smashed up. It's just, there's no steering at all. Look at that. He just dabbed the accelerator there and it went to go full right and his steering wheel's pointing straight. So we've got the suspension broke. Ouch. So that's dropping them down to 9th currently. That is really bad luck on those guys. They've been doing really well. But, I mean, they know. Look at the wheel. He's trying to turn it full left there. He saw that. Look, it's not going anywhere. Look. Oh. Chris, port to the pits. You're not getting back doing that, are you? Port to the pits, mate. Port to the pits. Somebody tell him. Port to the pits. No one's going to shout at him. He can't turn the wheel left. But back up top, what a beautiful shot that was there. Sunset is definitely in full swing here at Silverstone. Track and ambient temperatures dropped again by a couple of degrees, so it's now 16 and 16. So in case you're interested, it is 8:36 in the evening here on track, obviously. So we'll see. We'll see what it holds for us. We've got an hour and a half, just over an hour and a half left. So again, this is what I was saying earlier on. Everyone's been through that, you know, the first few laps, that adrenaline and excitement that happens there. You know, all the nervous energy leaves the body, and then it's all about, you know, the alpha male. You know, how fast am I? Get out of the way, you're not having my position, all that kind of stuff goes on. And then they all realise, well, actually, that's pretty pointless because I nearly went off and got hit then. And they all settle into their then sort of metronomic way of thinking in terms of, right, okay, well, I know what I need to do. Let's settle in. Braking points, turning points, acceleration points, all that type of stuff. And then they get into the groove. And then they go through this middle part of the race, which is potentially a bit dull for them, and they're getting a bit tired. And I think once you get to about an hour and a half left, if you're in the car now, probably this is your last half an hour. Yeah, so you're thinking, you know what, I've got half an hour, let's do it, let's really switch on, let's go for it, let's do the best I can for this half an hour for the team. Unless you're one of the guys who's running on their own, in which case it's all yours. But you generally find people do that, and then they start driving better as we get towards the end of their last stint. And then what happens is the guy who's then due to get in the car, it's then not about pressure. It's not then about, oh, can I do this in the last? It's then about, it's the last stint we can do this. And you generally find that person then, because you're going to be under an hour left of the race, they kick on as well. And that's what I really do love about it. So there's 25 of you back in. Evidently you probably saw a break, which is great. If you haven't pressed like, please do so. It takes half a second. We have been on the air together for hours and hours and hours. So if you haven't pressed like, I think you're doing something pretty wrong. And obviously if you want to look at any of the content I've got out there, please consider a sub. Right, Alex says, that's my stint done. Happy with how we're doing so far. I had 3 cases of being crashed into, which has cost us a good few places. But Kirk may have overdone his stint, resulting in a drive-through. Well, that's thank you for sharing that, Alex. If you want to maybe discuss what your brother was saying about you, then feel free to come and join me in the interview room, and we can discuss that live on air. No, but your brother's now, he's being turned, my friend. He's now saying that he wants to get himself a little sim rig, which is great. I mean, if you can. have you gone back to the pits yet, Chris? That's what I want to know. Not yet. Yeah, ouch. I'm just looking at. I'm reading the Discord chat at the same time. But yes, throttle stuck open was apparently the issue there, which it's not really. Well, there's no real way to sort that out, is there really? Just made a tyre pressure error in the earlier stint. Went from running P11 to P20, just trying to recover some sort of race from here. That's all you could do at this stage. We were under an hour and a half left. You still don't know what's going to happen. I mean, look at the Brit car guys. Yeah, I mean, they were running second place at the start, second, third place, and then they dropped down a little bit. Then they were fighting to get back up there again, and then they've had that issue with Chris and the throttle sticking open. You just never know what's going to happen. You just have to keep slogging away at those lap times, and just that's all you can do. Everything else is out of your hands really at this stage because you've been racing for so long with people. But Josh Irwin, he's keeping his lap times very consistent, as is Mr. Monroe here. So the gap between first and second is still 60 seconds, and then we've got another 35 seconds further back to this guy. But you know what? I'm sure John Dudley, he won't give a. You know what I'm going to say? I'm sure he won't be bothered at all. He is clear in third place. He doesn't have to worry about chasing down John in front, because let's face it, that's not going to happen. Yeah, we saw John arrive and get past him. So he knows he's not getting second place. More importantly, he knows he's got 36.5 seconds back to Barnard in fourth place in the Aston Martin. So this is a perfect game for John at the moment. It is about consistency. We heard from his teammate earlier on in the driver interview that is his forte. He's quick, but he's ultra consistent. He does not make mistakes. Touch wood. So, now I've said that nice thing about you, I'm going to leave you alone. We've got double Aston sound there. Beautiful. Yeah, 27 of you in. So Lauren says, name of the game in endurance racing, sadly, the number of times we've gone to bed at Le Mans and woken up a totally different grid, 100%. Do you know what, Lauren? What I have to say is, I'm so jealous. I am so jealous of that. I really am. No doubt, no, not a bad thing. You guys evidently have, you will work hard and you're in that position, which is down to hard work. I've been trying to plan a trip to Le Mans for about 10 years, and for one reason or another, it never ends up happening. And it is a travesty, I have to say that. But one day I would get there. But yeah, that was really, really unlucky with Chris. If he wants to come and have a chat, you know what he needs to do. Just jump into the interview bit on the Discord. I'll happily have a word with him whenever he can. Yeah, real shame that. Oh, Chris Oak's putting out crying faces. Oh, don't do that. You're making us feel bad. Okay, give him first place. No, don't. And he got a drive-through as well. Blimey neck. Okay. That is not going your way at all, is it? Anyway, but Mr. Barnard is doing, as I say, we're talking about the endurance side of things and just keeping going and just being consistent. That's what Dan's doing as well in fourth place. And this guy, well, do you know what? I have to say, Mr. Jamie, I am really, really impressed with that. One day, yeah, Claire, one day, you never know. Probably when the kids are about 18. So what? That's only another 14 years to go. Brilliant. Probably won't be able to walk by then. I better have some of this before it goes cold, because that's the other thing that always happens. I make a nice coffee and then I get too busy rabbiting away, which is great, and then it goes stone cold. So. Oh, lovely. Beautiful. Thank you very much for making me that coffee. You're welcome. So Jamie's holding fifth place quite nicely, isn't he, really? And he's got 13.5 seconds back to Peter. And remember, Peter's completing in this all on his own. Yeah, there's nobody else in there. Oh, Josh has gone into the pits. Okay. So I just saw that go red and I was thinking, he's had a crash. Something's happened, but wow, it says in and out. Was that a drive-through then? Because Josh is still in the car. Somebody tell me, was that a drive-through? I'm thinking that was a drive-through, because that's 60 seconds. You've got to think, to run through the pits. It's about, wow, we have got some major drama here, ladies and gents, because I do believe Josh Irwin has just had a drive-through. I can't see him doing a full pit stop there in that time. someone has to let me know what's going on with that, because he's now in second place. So John Munro, who we've said has been absolutely beasting around in that Team Rocket Bentley for a long time today, finds himself now in first place. No, they did do a full pit stop because ACC was lying to me again. So Sasha King is now in the BMW. When we spoke with Sam earlier on today, Sam was saying that he thinks he is about a second quicker than Sasha and Josh per lap. Now, we'll have to wait and see, won't we? We'll have to wait and see, because the pace from John to Erwin before, and John Dudley comes into the pits for their final stop. Is that ready for a final stop? Are people out of place there? Because there's an hour and 24 minutes left. I can't see someone jumping in to do an hour and a half, considering we're only looking at a 70-minute window in terms of how long you could drive in a stint for. So I'm thinking we're going to see more stops right at the end, maybe to chuck the faster driver in if needed, right at the end again. I don't know, we'll have to see how that works out. But anyway, this is your current situation. Sasha is now out in the car. Someone earlier on was saying that Sasha is absolutely rapid as well. No doubt about that. They've got some work to do now. It's 5.5 seconds to catch back up with John. Remember, John hasn't pitted. So who's John got to choose from? Oh, where is he? Come on, John. Where are you? $22. So John, so it's going to be Ross. Okay. Ross is no slouch either. Darren Christie says, great stint, John. Yeah, do you know what? I take it on about Dudley, because Rich has got back in. So Rich, I can't see Rich going to the end though. I'm sure there's going to have to be another stop. Maybe he will double stint and finish the race, but I'm sure he's going to have to do another stop. Because we've got longer than 70 minutes left. Anyway, so John Dudley's most certainly done his job. Hands over to Richard Christie, so he's now going to get out there and try to do what he needs to. That gap is just hovering around 5 seconds still. So Dan Barnard is now elevated up into third place. Again, we're probably going to have to do another stop. Yeah, splash and dash totally, Darren. I think there's going to be quite a few of those actually. Maybe to give themselves a little 10-15 minute run as Dan Barnard comes into the pits. So who is going to swap for him? Kiki Mack's going to get back in the car and do the next stint. So those guys will be hoping for more consistency and see what happens. So there's Richard there in the McLaren. Richard Christie in 4th position. He's obviously quite a long way behind, but he is in the pits. So this is going to be your battle between, well, for your last podium place. Jamie Kennedy still holding 5th place. I'm really impressed, mate. And again, you watch him. When I say I'm really impressed, I really don't want anybody to think that's said in any form of condescending manner. I mean, I am really impressed. Yeah, he's held that position really, really well since he's jumped in for Michael doing his pits. And obviously that didn't quite happen the first time round, but it has this time, which just shows again driver intelligence, adapting to the track, adapting to the conditions. And obviously he drove this Nissan, and well, John's in the pits. Okay, so Sasha retakes the lead of the race. So that 60-second gap is going to be restored, which is fair enough, no doubt. But I'm just saying about Jamie, you know, he drove this particular car in the dead of night at Spa in the 24 hours last week, so he'll be used to 16-16, 14-14, 12-12 track conditions, so he'll have that knowledge of the McLaren already, which is going to be helpful. Peter Greaves in 6th position. How far away is he? 8 seconds. So actually, with the pit stops done, Jamie's now only 2 seconds behind Dan Barnard. So I'm going to say, look, Dan Barnard's doing another stint. Let's wait for it to change. Come on, change. It needs to show Kiki, or this time he's going to keep Dan in. I mean, that's been 137 laps. Not bad. Right, so here's Greaves in 6th place. Traction Dave. I've got to say, the WTF McLaren has done a very good salvage job. Very, very good salvage job so far today. You know, Aaron drove beautifully in the first stint, had them up to 4th, I believe. Then Traction got in the car and something happened. He had a drive through or something, ended up way back down in the 20s. But they've, again, just been at it, been consistent, and they've managed to get themselves up to 6th place, and they're only now 1.8 seconds. You can see Peter Greaves in his Porsche is just in front of them. So 1.8 seconds is not a huge amount of time, which will be able to be made up, I would suggest. In 8th position, we've got Goff, there you go, in the 959 Aston Martin. And he's got himself a decent gap. He's 22 seconds behind Traction, but he's got 18.5 in his pocket ahead of this guy. So Niall's back in, Niall Bullion. And you know what, again, these guys, all race long, the entire race I've been saying that the Bullion team have been between sort of 7th and 10th. That's where their consistent pace, 159 flats, consistent pace. Whether it's the dad or the son in the car, they have done really, really well this evening, and they continue to do that, which you can't knock really. They're what? Nearly 5 hours into this race, and they're still putting in those consistent lap times. Mr. Webster. Mr. Webster got himself back up into the top 10. Now this guy, there's been some stellar drives out there that have, and we'll wait to see where he comes, but he's doing the entire thing on his own, as is Peter Greaves, who's in 6th place. So I'm not saying he's any better than anyone else, blah blah blah. He managed to get himself up into the top 2 and was doing fantastically well, really, really well. And then I think had a drive through and speeding in the pit lane. So I think he got a stop go 30 actually. Someone informed me on the live chat, and that essentially just put pay to his race, and he's then had to be, again, ended up down to 24th, something like that, and he's had to battle his way back through, which he has done, and finds himself in the top 10. So, Ross, well done to you so far, mate. Don't throw it away now. James Franklin is in 11th place in the 23 Ferrari. We had a good chat with him earlier on today, didn't we, in the driver chat? Speaking of which, let me just see if there's anyone in the interview room. No, nobody wants to talk at the moment. That's totally fine. So he's running in 12th position. Then we've got Trevor Anderson, the man with a plan. He certainly does a fantastic job within Redline Racing League, and he's doing a pretty decent job out on track as well, isn't he? So he's in 12th position at the moment, 5-6 seconds behind Franklin, but he's got himself, apparently a lot. That time is definitely not right. Back to Dale Hughes in 13th place. So Trevor, well done. You're doing really well, mate. Really well. And what I like to see, what I really do like with these events, is when you actually get to see the other people out driving. I know people joke about it, this guy's an admin, or he's a comms guy, whatever it is. We're all racers, yeah. No one joins, no one gets involved with sim racing and joins a league, yeah, and then says, do you know what, guys? I would just like to do some background admin work for your league all the time and give up my time to do that. Yeah, I know it will have a knock-on effect on my social life, and it will probably half ruin my marriage, and my kids will hate me for it as well. But I think I'd just love to do some admin work. Yeah, that doesn't really happen, does it? No, it doesn't. You're a racer first, and then you fall into a league and you end up becoming so attached to that community as it develops that you offer additional time to do things for free, and it just snowballs from there. Case in point, exactly the same. So very, 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 very big high fives for Trevor there. So Dale Hughes, get away, Trevor. Bad enough for you. Dale Hughes in 13th place in the 27 Aston Martin. So he's having a half decent run at the moment, isn't he? So in 13th, his time is completely wrong though. But then we've got Crab in the 666 BMW, still going for it actually, still doing pretty well there. Can I have a look at that? No, I can't. Just seeing if I could get a different bit of information on it, which I can't. And there's still 24 of you with me. It's 9:20 on a Sunday. I'm sure there's much more better things you guys would rather be doing on your Sunday evening. Like preparing for work. It's boring. Getting the kids ready, like their stuff ready for school. That's boring too. Watching the football. Can somebody please let me know what the score is? Because if I check it again, I think you guys might get annoyed. But are Germany out yet is what I want to know. It's really great. Oh no, I've lost someone that didn't like that. I mean, Germany are in. Come back. I don't care. And Christian Buckley in 15th position in the 722 Aston, rocking the Team Carbon look, as you can see. is in 15th. Where's he? 7 seconds behind Crab and 3.5 in front of Reese. So we could get a battle develop out of that one. That would be quite interesting. And there you have. There is Reese in the 14. McLaren still. What was his last lap? So his best is a 2 flat 2.80 last lap. And that was the last lap. So maybe Reese has just got in after a pit stop a short while ago. If I have a look, let me have a look at that. Reese is in. Yeah, maybe that is what it is. Maybe that's what it is. But yeah, so 1 hour 15 left to go. That one in there yet. Okay. Kirk Heath, there we go. We haven't seen, so Kirk's obviously taken over from Alex Meadowcroft there. He's running a stint now, so let's see what kind of times Kirk is. The last lap was a 59.580. That's not too shabby. Not too shabby at all. And Traction Dave has got the move done on Peter Greaves. Let's have a look at the replay on that. So Traction Dave, yeah, he's on the left-hand side coming down into the braking zone, so he's just going to hold station there. He doesn't have to squeeze, no crowding needed in that position, just needs to hold station. And Traction Dave manages to get that McLaren up. Wow, up to 6th place. Now, the interesting story here is Jamie Kennedy, who is in 5th, okay, is obviously a little bit ahead of Traction at the moment, right? Thank you very much. Now, Red Kings Motorsport is a team which is owned and ran. You can see they're not too far behind, are they? No, they're not. So Red Kings Motorsport, the McLaren you can see on your screens right now, they are owned and ran by Michael Races. And WTF, which is the McLaren, the green McLaren, which is just behind, a la that rather bright thing, that team is ran and managed by Traction Dave. And in real life, Traction Dave and Michael Races are best of mates. Yep, they are teammates. They're best buddies. But now, now we've got both teams competing against each other. So that's going to be a test of friendship. But let's have a look on the back and let's see if that Porsche is really making any inroads. We've also got lights on now, so it's evidently getting a bit twilighty out there. We've still got quite a way to go yet, so we are going to end up in full pitch black, which why would you do that to me? I mean, I did the Bathurst race earlier today, which started off at 4 AM, so that was in the pitch black. And when I, decided to finish my stint there, we were nearly 3 hours into the race, and the sun was just coming up. So I got to do that entire race in the dark. Oh, great! And this one's going to end in the dark. My eyes are killing me. Right, SLK says Sasha. Sasha is slaying things, as Sam's saying, good luck, bring it home for us. Well, let's have a look at 158. 970, 7 thousandths quicker than Ross McGregor in the Bentley. So we need to keep an eye on that. There's 56 seconds between 1 and 2 at the moment. And this is the fight for 5th, 6th and 7th. You can see they're now reasonably gapped, so I'm 100% sure that Traction is the quickest of this bunch at this particular moment in time, because he seems to be moving away quite easily from Peter Greaves, which means he's closing in on Jamie Kennedy. It's only 1.2 seconds now, so I fear for him. I really do. Remember, ladies and gents, I'll say it yet again, you have all been ridiculously awesome so far this evening. We have managed to raise, pre-race, we're at 500 quid, which is what Mark wanted to raise. At the last time Mark gave me a figure, which was a little while ago, we were over £1,000. It's absolutely ridiculous, guys and girls. I can't thank you enough. Obviously, it goes all to a fantastic charity at Mind, and if anyone hasn't donated and you wish to, and it doesn't matter what it is, the link for that is just under my face on the screen. As you can see, there is your donation link, and we are going to leave that open. I believe Mark was saying we'll leave it open for a month or so, just to see, as Traction puts himself in a position. That's hanger straight, isn't it? So that move is done. There's no way he's going to be able to fight that. Yeah, he's up the inside. So Traction just positions the car nicely, takes a little bit more pace into there, and that move is done. So Jamie's now got to be careful that he doesn't end up being a domino if you like, in this situation, and that allowed Peter Greaves to make a move on him as well. But Traction will be very happy to be up in the top 5 now. He's 13 seconds behind Barnard. I'd say that's doable. I would say that's doable, knowing the pace that Traction normally runs at. Sasha's doing really well up front. Let's have a quick look at Sasha in the 96 BMW. Again, we haven't had a huge amount of airtime on this BMW, but that's because it's been so far away from everybody. There's always been other action going on. But Sasha's doing a great job so far in that stint, and that will no doubt please SLK and Sam Holloway in the live chat. The gap is still at 55 seconds. It was 55 seconds last time we looked, and Ross McGregor's doing his damnedest in that Team Rocket Bentley to try and close that gap down. He's almost got the same gap behind him to Richard Christie, so that's not going to be a bit of a worry. And Peter Greaves gets that move done. Let's have a look at that on a replay on Jamie Kennedy. I did say that that might happen under the brakes. Yeah, Jamie's not going to get involved in a massive scrap there on the way into Luffield, I do believe, so that move is done. Jamie, you just need to keep moving, mate. Keep cracking on, buddy. You're doing a great job in 7th place. If you bring it home there, I'm sure the team would be ecstatic. We still have an hour to go, although Keno's got to get in soon, so we'll see what happens there. So this is Ross McGregor, evidently. Richard Christie currently in 3rd place, so the last man on the podium. Now remember, John Dudley, we spoke with Rich earlier in the driver interview, and he was just saying that he was quite happy with his stint, and you know, the car felt pretty good, and that John Dudley was Mr. Ultra consistent, and then John Dudley got in the car and he was ridiculously consistent, and that's what he's done. And together these two have worked very, very well to put them. Okay, there has been things happen. It's a 6-hour endurance race. Yeah? There has been people have had the odd drive through or a stop go, or there's been the odd love tap, or someone's gone off the track. I'm not talking major incidents or crashes, far from it. But it is endurance racing. There will be mistakes that are made, and these guys have just been completely on the ball. So when mistakes have happened, they've been there to be able to take advantage of that. So they're certainly maximising the potential from their package. So I sound like a real racing person there, don't I? Yeah, they are going to take the package. Anyway. I know. Don't say anything. Don't unlock it. Come on, I'm just joking. Right, anyway, so Dan Barnard he's in 4th. Now, I reckon Traction now is 14 seconds. Well, I did say it was 13. I thought Traction would be able to do something about that. But it would appear that he's got himself stuck in a bit of traffic. And he's now 14, nearly 15 seconds behind this guy. So Barnard knows he's not, realistically, unless something happens, he's not going to get 3rd place. Because that, I mean, he's 50 seconds behind. It's not going to happen. However, he's now 15 seconds ahead of Traction, so he's actually doing the opposite of what I thought would happen there. So Traction, you need to get a shift on, Howie, if you're going to attack 4th place. Peter Greaves is in 6th currently. Now remember, Peter's doing this completely on his own, so he's almost done 5 hours on his own, which is absolutely brilliant. But Jamie's not let that go, is he? He's only a second behind him. So Jamie in 7th place, only 1 second behind Peter Greaves. Jamie's going to have to go into the pit soon. This is where sometimes, you could maybe get away with sort of maybe missing a pit stop. So as Goff comes into the pits. So in 8th position, again, these guys, Niles in now. So when Lee's in the car, it's normally 9th or 10th. So when Niles in the car, it's usually 7th or 8th. And again, you take into account people doing their pit stops around that. That will give you the positional changes. Mark Brown saying, good luck, Sasha. Now, we don't all want to give Sasha good luck, because then it looks like we're supporting Sasha. And Mark, you're not in that team. I'm joking. No, it's good luck to everyone, but yeah, Sasha's doing pretty well. Holding that gap, it's still 54.7 seconds, so that gap really hasn't changed in the last 10 minutes or so. So evidently sticking to what they need to do, which is fantastic. Ross Webster, there he is. He's up to 9th now with pit stops. And Peter, what's happened to Peter? What's happened to Peter? Let me just have a quick look at this. And Vinger van der Berg. Hope I got that right. Hope I got it right. I think it was quite close. With a lot of clappy hands for Sasha. So a lot of support coming in for Sasha at the moment, which is Fabulous. Thank you, Vinger van der Burgt. And I know I haven't got that quite right. I really tried. Feel free to correct me. Happy days. Right, so what I'm going to do, when we get to the hour point, so in 5 minutes' time, just to be safe, I'm going to stop the stream and restart the stream, because we would have been streaming for a long, long time by the time we get to there. And what I don't want to happen is, I don't want us to get to like 20 minutes, or whatever it is, 25 minutes till the end, and then the streaming software says, you have to restart, mate, you've used your allotted time. Yeah, so I think just to keep it nice and succinct, we'll do it that way. So don't worry, everyone, the stream will stop. And then we'll crack on again. Don't worry about it. But how did I get... I did my best. I did my best. That's right. Thank you for being so understanding on my poor pronunciation of your name. Happens quite a lot, actually. I do a lot of stuff with another league, ERS, and that league is like 50 very exotic European names. Let's put it that way. Yeah, it takes a while. So there you go. There's Goff in 11th position. Trevor's still in 12th, and he's not far behind, is he? This is a fight for position. So let's have a look at it, shall we? Yeah, 100% Dutch, definitely Dutch. No question about that at all. So Trevor is a second down the road from Mr. Goff there in his BMW. Can he make a challenge at this stage? 1 hour, 4 minutes left to go. Wow, it's crazy when you think about actually how much time we've been doing this for. 146 laps completed so far. But more importantly, an absolutely epic amount of money has been donated to the Race for Alex charity donation link below my camera. And again, guys and girls, everyone that's been in the live chat that's got involved, it's been absolutely epic, you know. Everyone that's liked, everyone that's subbed, everyone that's got involved in the live chat, you know, you guys make this what it is. If you're not interacting with me, then it's just me chatting random stuff about what's going on the racetrack. So thank you all for doing that. I am going to throw out there, guys, I think we'll try and drag a couple more people in for a driver interview, team interview, see what people are going to do in the last stint. Because at the end of the day, if it is their last driver, you know, if someone being a bit coy and they're leaving 10-15 minutes open for a splash and dash and, you know, throw the fast guy in again for a few laps and see what happens, that's different. But if we know they've completed their last stint, as in their last drivers in, then they should come and have a chat with us and tell us what the plan is and how they're getting on. That's certainly what I think. But they probably won't do that. So, Crab in the 666 BMW. Crab is doing, you know, again, really consistent. Michael Tank, this race is exhausting. Well, tell me about it. No, it's all good. What do we expect from a 6-hour endurance race? That's what it's, you know, it's endurance. It's supposed to be like this, you know. You've got to battle through it. Rain, wind, snow, sunshine, failures on the track, cold track, warm track, light, dark, COMMS guy rattling on. I don't know, whatever it is. But it's great to be a part of it. But it is a good challenge, Michael. It is. Who are you supporting, Michael? Let me know. Or who are you driving with? I haven't seen your name on the drivers list. I would have probably remembered that during the last 5 hours, to be fair. And you're probably going to tell me now you are driving, which is great. Dale Hughes is in the pits. Your last radio. Let me have a look. Jacob. Are you supporting Jacob then? Or are you in that team? Let me see. Spot a guide. I saw Jacob. It says Jacob's in on his own. So I'm assuming you're giving him a bit of support. Okay. So why? Are you in Jacob's team though, yeah? Hold on. No, you're not in Jacob's team. Kurt's team. Okay. And you're waiting for... You'll be fine. All good. 27th, yeah. So I'm guessing. Yeah, no, I've got the car. Who's 27th, Coops? What? What's going on? Fatigue kicking in? No. What do you want to... Jamie, what are you chatting about? Yeah, I know the 27. I'm looking at a totally different screen. And so don't start giving me... Don't start giving me any of your nonsense, GT Jamie, okay? Don't start, and don't start putting out any tracks on YouTube either with me on it. GT Jamie in the live chat has a very artistic flow about him, and has a habit when people annoy him, well, not people, a person, puts out musical tracks, which is actually very, very good. But there we go. We are amateurs and just racing for fun. Yes, well, so you should. So I'm assuming that you're Finnick then, because we've seen Tom's name in there, and we've seen Kret's name in there. Do you know the Milden? Yes, that tune. Exactly. Anyway, I hope you're well, Jamie. We've been at this for a long time, mate. We're just under an hour. It's a 6-hour race. That's us too, mate. We're having fun. That's what it's all about. That's what it's all about. And you just posted it. You could do it, Michael. You can do it. It's only... Look, this is the way you've all got to think about it now. It's under an hour. Yeah, it's not... There's not 5.5 hours left to go. There's not 5 hours left to go. It's not, oh, we're getting to halfway. You know, what's going to happen? We are under an hour. In fact, we're almost under 59 minutes. So we are not far from the end. Everyone just needs to do one more effort. Track temps, as you would expect, have gone down again. Excuse me, we are now 15 of 15. 148 laps done. So let me go and find you all something nice to look at. So Sasha, everyone's giving some big love out to Sasha at the moment in the 96 BMW. Let's have a little watch of Sasha King, and that gap is still around about the same mark. It's 55.7 seconds gap back to Ross McGregor in second place, and his gap has grown slightly to Richard Christie. That's now 61 seconds. Dan Barnard in fourth. Okay, he's really holding that position nicely. I am impressed with those guys, Christie and Barnard, in terms of teams from qualifying, through practice and qualifying, and certainly the pace at the beginning of the race. Those two have surprised me. They really have. Peter Traction Dave is in fifth place, 15.9 seconds down the road. Peter Greaves, remember, he's doing this solo. He's currently in sixth place, and Jamie Kennedy's dropped back. Is now 7.2 off the pace, but he is still holding seventh. He's got 27.5 seconds to Niall. So Niall's back in the car now. So Lee's going to get back in a minute, and they're going to be about 8th or 9th. That's Jeremy Hans has gone. Ross Webster finds himself back up into 9th place in his Aston. Remember, he's also doing this on his own. And then we've got James Franklin, who rounds out your top 10. It doesn't matter if you're last though, dude. Honestly, I know you're like, oh, I don't want to be last. I get that. But you're not last, because we had over 30 people start the race. There's still 29 in it. So you're not last. There are people who didn't actually even finish the race. Finishing is the key. It's the most important thing. And you can then sit there and you can think about it. And Mad Chip's gone yellow. What's happened to Mad Chip? Let's hope he hasn't broken another part of his steering wheel. Oh no, so he has just pulled over there. Oh, I'm thinking something's happened there, unless it's our first 6-hour race. Exactly. So this is what I'm talking about, right? It doesn't matter that you're last, first from last. It doesn't matter if you're 20th. It doesn't matter if you're 18th. The whole point is, as we look at it, oh, Mad Chip's got going again, so I think that's probably a hardware issue somewhere. You know, you have to have a little think that you're just doing a 6-hour race. It's not an easy thing to do. There's lots of things to consider. You've got to think about all your tyre changes. You've got to think about how do we do the pit stops? How do we do the driver changes? How do you prep for an endurance race that moves across the time in terms of track conditions and all those bits? But you've done it now. Well, you haven't done it yet. In 56 minutes and 30 seconds, you will have completed that. And that is great experience and knowledge that you guys will all always have. And so the next time you do one of these, you've got more stuff. And that's it. That's all you've got to do. So that's me. Vote for Cooper. Right, so here's another one of our lone soldiers, Peter Greaves. He's doing pretty well. Dave's dropped back another second. So what I said earlier on, I take it back. Traction, you're not going to beat Dan. You're not quick enough, mate. Jamie's running in 7th, Niles in 8th. Where did we get to, actually? We got to Franklin, didn't we? So Goff's running in 11th place at the moment, 2.3 seconds off Franklin. So that could develop into something, certainly. Trevor's still running 12th. He likes that position, doesn't he? So he's running solidly in 12th place at the moment. Crab's in 13th still, Rees in 14th, and again another 5.5 seconds between those guys, so not massive gaps, but probably not close enough for you to think anything's going to happen at this stage. Christian Buckley in 15th in the 7.22, Aston, he's still running 5.5 seconds down the road, and then we've got Kirk Heath running in the 1.41, Aston, last lap well, pretty much 2 minutes flat. We will fight. Okay, that is good. It's fighting talk. Don't really fight though. Just drive nice. Kay Jones is in the 44 Audi. They're running in 17th position, 18.8 seconds down the road. Rod Meir. Rod Meir? I don't think I've seen you on yet, Rod. Where are you on my driver's sheet? Well, anyway, well done. Great to be out there. So Rod's in 18th position in the Beach Dean Aston there, as you can see, last lap 2 minutes flat, 7.00, and then Mad Chip is still out, but I do think he's had some issues. Let's go on board and see what's... Oh no, I didn't stop the stream, did I? Oh dear. Let me just, I'm just going to do a bit of research whilst we're watching, because I might not have to stop it. Let's just check. Let me just bear with me, everyone. Well, apparently 12 hours. So we'll just let it run, shall we? Fantastic. Okay, as Crab moves up a spot. Oh dear, oh dear. So Ross has got himself in a bit of a tiz there somewhere. Let's go back and see if we catch it or not. No, we don't. It looks definitely like he's running a bit slower there. So he's gone from 9th to 13th, unfortunately. That is a shame, isn't it? So Rees is running in 14th position. You can see he's trying to close Ross down at the moment. And is he catching him? And it says that's not going to be for position, but we know that there is a bug on that particular one there for the timings. Christian Buckley in the 7.22, he's 7.9 seconds down the road. We've done Kirk already. Jones, and we were looking at Rod, weren't we? Mad Chip was who we were looking at when he pulled over. So Dom, who we were talking to earlier on in the driver interview, he's in 20th position at the moment. I think he will actually be quite happy to be there. I did say I thought he could get in the top 20. You will recall that. And he was about 80 odd seconds down the road and didn't know if that was possible. I said I thought it was possible, and here you find them. 52.5 minutes left to go of this endurance race at Silverstone. They are in 20th position. Chris Wall in 21st is a further. In fact, Dom's going to maybe get Mad Chip, so let's stay with that. Let's stay and enjoy. Let's stay with this one for a minute, most definitely. You see Mad Chip's Aston's getting all a little bit squirrely there. Going into, I think his tyres are done. Oh, his pit time's coming into the pits. Wow. Interesting. So the Moose is back in the pits, as is the BMW there. So, final driver swaps taking place then, it would appear. So, Chris Wall in 21st, Stoke Jacko. Remember, he rocked up literally from work and jumped in the car. And everybody on the live chat was saying, no. I mean, literally, he literally came in and just got in his rig. So, he's had a very, very good run so far in the time that he's been involved. Pulls back in the 404 Ferrari, finds themselves down in 23rd place. And in terms of being able to attack anyone, they're 9 seconds off the back of Stoke Jacko. And it looks like they're about 1 million seconds in front of Lorenzo, who has just gone yellow on my screen, but it seems okay in their Ferrari. You know what? Again, haven't been challenging anybody in terms of at the front of the grid, but what they have been doing is they have been Look, oh no, don't tell me the server's going to die. Hopefully that's just their internet. I was just going to say, look at that Ferrari doing a wheelie on my screen. Let's change. Let's see if it happens to Tim. So Tim's back out. Well, it hasn't happened just yet, which is good. 26 of you still in watching. Hello, everybody. This is the race for Alex. 6 hours endurance of Silverstone. You can see we're almost, well, we're into the last 50 minutes now. So it has been a good long race. Actually, we've had a lot of good action going on. It's been very fair. We've had a lot of good stuff going on in the background, within the driver interviews, in the live chats, etc. So if you haven't pressed like yet, you know what, guys? Actually, I'm going to ask you for a favour here. I've got 39 likes. Can somebody please make it 40? Because I really don't like odd numbers like that. Can someone make it 40? Absolutely amazing. And if none of you do it, I'll have to get the wife to do it, mate. Right, so Tim moves up. Obviously, Lorenzo has ended up in the pits. That's the final driver change for Lorenzo. Oh, okay, fair enough, guys. Well, some of you hadn't hit like, so now it's up to 43. Fantastic. Brilliant, thank you very much. You can see I'm, well, speechless on that one. And it's not very often you can say that I'm speechless. Jacques Lahome is in 26th position at the moment in the 52. McLaren still putting the laps in, still getting on with it. So that's all that you want to see at this stage. There's no point in trying to win trophies at this moment in time as Kay Jones has gone yellow. Let's see what's happened to him in the Aston. That's going through COMMS, so he's backed off. He's touched that curb, or he's got on the touched the curb. See you later. We knew that was going to happen. Unlucky indeed. But back on the track. So let's get back to where we were. We was on with Jacques, weren't we, in the 52. So still putting those laps in, which is all good. And then Bobby. Dear oh dear. These. Do you know what? It's such a shame. It is such a shame, you know. We found out about these guys a little while ago from James, you know, real life racing drivers, you know, real, not, I mean, don't mean sim racing. R8 sounds the best, so SLK is an R8 fan. She does sound fantastic. You can't deny it. You can't deny that. Real life racing drivers, real life team. This is their livery on their car. I watched it at Donington a few weeks ago. Another 70-min hot lap instant, yes, indeed. But that's what needs to be done. That is what needs to be done, Dom. Yeah, he did all right, mate. Did all right. Kret is in the 669 at the moment, and they were talking earlier on in the live chat about they're glad they're not last. But like I said, it doesn't matter if you're last or not. Jacob H is currently your final driver on the grid in 29th position, but again, still going. Still going. Right. So we've done our full roundup of that. And so we just had a bunch of driver swaps, haven't we? So the question is, anyone want to come and have a little chat that hasn't had a chat already? Let's do that first. Yeah, I don't want everyone going, oh yeah, I'll do it. So anyone who's just done a driver swap, any team that you're in, you want to give me an update on how the race is going, how you feel it's going to end, just come into the Discord, yeah, underneath the comms chat where I am, there's an interviews box. Come and sit in there and we'll have a little chat. It'll be all good. But Sasha is doing a fabulous job up front. Still 55 seconds. That has not changed at all, has it? But these two have been slowly pulling away because Ross's pace is exactly the same. So these two have got really hot pace and they are now 83 seconds ahead of... Oh. What happened there? That must have been a pit stop. That must have been a pit stop. We've got 29 in watching at the moment. That's got to have been a pit stop because they were running happily in third place. So I need someone to come and actually inform me of what's going on there. So Dan Barnard now finds himself running in third place. He's got a 15.5 second lead over Traction Dave. So Dan's done 4 stops. So Sasha and Ross in front have done 5. Dan's done 4 stops. Traction has done 4 stops. And Peter Greaves in the Porsche, again remember he's doing this on his own, has also done 4 stops. Then you've got Jamie Kennedy. Those RKM boys have done 4 stops. He's getting into a fight with Stone Jacko, by the look of it. That's definitely not going to be for position, is it? And then this guy, Rich, finds himself down in 7th. I know they did the driver swap. And he's done 5 stops, so he's assuming, and I think he's probably correct, there's assuming that Dan, Traction, Peter and Jamie have all got to pit again. which should be correct because I know Jamie should be pitting for Keno at some point. Again, this may be slightly different. They might be running slightly different times in terms of well, who's going to take on that last stint and for how long for. But Richard Christie's got to be hoping that that is the case. Otherwise, he's done an extra pit stop, which he's needed to do. We'll find out, won't we? SLK says, is the power of the engines capped to something equal? Or is it up to the car owners to just raise the power as much as they want? So, no, in real life... No, well, you've got BOP, haven't you? Oh, so Sam's answering the question. Yeah, BOP, the Bentley, the lightest car balloon. Okay, so in real life, it's in the GT3 class, each of the cars, obviously they have their own power outputs, and some are much more than others. I'm not talking hundreds of horsepower more, but there's decent differences between them. And well, there you go. I don't need to say. SLK, Sam. There you go. Meet, talk. Sam knows what he's chatting about. He's been the fastest guy on this track all day long. Jamie Kennedy gets a move done. Oh no, so Peter Greaves has pitted for his last stop. What's BOP? BOP SLK is balance of performance. Yep. So that's how they get to keep all the cars so closely together in terms of competitiveness. So at certain tracks, some cars, it's alright Sam, at certain tracks, certain cars have a higher balance of performance, which means their power is either capped, yeah, or other cars they're allowed to have their power increased so that they all level up a little bit, and then there's differences, and then weight and stuff like that they could do as well. So balance of performance is what they use in the GT3 category to keep the cars within a, I'm not sure of the exact figure, I don't want to say within X amount of attempts or within X amount of seconds, but it's to keep them all within a very small window of competitiveness. Just look at the Mercedes GT3 and its restrictors. There you go. See? Good. Conversation started. Enjoy, everyone. Right, Traction in 4th place. Well, he's got the gap under 15 seconds now. It's 14.9. Yeah, reeling him in, Dave, but you're doing a great job. You are doing a great job. Haven't done any more pits there, so Kennedy's in. So Peter Greaves has done his pit stop, and he's come out of the pits in 7th place. Although, that's not for position. So Christie... So Christie's now in front of Greaves. We'd expect that. And is he fairly close? No, 36 seconds down the road. Well, I'm sure a lot of people have those thought processes, SLK, as Jamie comes into the pits for the final pit stop for Red Kings Motorsport. So Dave King should be jumping in the car now to round out that. SRO are watching everything. Indeed they are. Indeed they are. Right, let's have a quick run through the grids. Again, we don't need to look at the top 3. They are all good to go. Traction's in 4th. Kennedy's in the pit, so he's going to lose a place or 2. That's going to put Christie back up. So I'm assuming Traction's going to have to pit again. It's going to be quite interesting, actually, between Richard Christie and Dan Barnard. That's going to be an interesting one for the podium at the end of this race. Would be quite cool. I'm a busy man. I am indeed, Brooker. I am ridiculously busy today. I have not moved from this chair, apart from an hour. An hour this morning between sessions. But it's all good, mate. Glad to see you in tonight, buddy. It has been a good one, actually. I think one of the best ones I've done. There's been a really good atmosphere. Loads of driver interviews. Loads of chat going on. Loads of people have been kind and liked and subbed. What else can you ask for? And we've raised a lot of money. We've raised a lot of money for Mind. Yeah, all good. Right, anyway, who are we looking at? We're looking at Sasha still. So, Kennedy is coming out of the pit. So, that should be Keno. We'll see if it changes in a minute, because we know this thing likes to play around with me. Has been messing me about all evening, let's be honest. So, Traction's trying his best. He's not going to get a podium out of that, is he? I don't think so. Or is Kennedy? Is he still running? No, there you go. Now it's changed. So, Keno. Here we go. Dave Keane. I'm not going to look at him just yet. Every time I look at him, he'll die. So Niall's in. Niall Bullion is in. And again, look, he's back to 9th now. Again, we were saying about him and Lee. and how that position changes, usually 8th, 9th and 10th. So he's running in 9th position, 5.1 seconds behind Kino. So that could develop into a battle, but he's then only got 2.8 seconds ahead of this guy. So Mr. Rees is doing pretty well, actually, isn't he, in the 14 McLaren? They're closing that gap down quite nicely. And what does everyone think? 27 of you in still. We've got 40 minutes left of this race. Are we going to have any challenge, maybe for the podium? Do you think Barnard's going to pit again? Do you think that's going to allow Christie from 5th place, who's done his final stop? Is that going to allow him to slip into 3rd place? Who knows? Webster's running in 11th in the 33 Aston. He's done this entire race. He's done 5 hours 20 minutes so far, all on his own. I'm telling you, he would be up there. He would be up there if he didn't get that stop go. Definitely would be up there. As we've got more people coming in to join. Remember, anyone who's just finished doing their stint, if you want to come and have a chat, want to be live, just drop into the interviews box underneath my name on the team chats and Discord, and let me know. Let me know what you think is going to happen at the end of the race. It would be good to get some views on that. Race teams then, but okay, they're still having good, brilliant. Right, Skins is running in 12th position. Number 23 Ferrari. So he's had a good race actually. Now Ferrari's also had a half decent race. Got to say that. Gareth Fox is running in 13th in the 221. Well, that's not going to be for position, but we might as well enjoy it anyway. We've got the lights on. Well, he gets out of the way. I wanted to see a bit more Dyson. Look at that beautiful sky. Look at the different colours we've got over there. Typically rather angry little clouds there over Silverstone, but what a beautiful view. I really hope that everybody that watches this appreciates just how beautiful the simulator really is, not just in terms of the way it looks, the sound. Awesome. I love it. Right, so Crab is running in 14th. So it's just gone. It's 9:30 in terms of the actual time on track at the moment. 15 and 15. So again, 38 minutes to go. Blue flags waving. We will probably get just into. I don't think it's going to be dark by the time we finish. But Damien Ancliffe in the 722 Aston Martin is in 15th place. He's 30 seconds behind, but he has got nearly 6 seconds on Rod Mir. So we'll have a look at Rod, and we've got a slow go in there. Who's that? Traction Dave. He's probably had a little bit of an off. Seeing the aux lights is always cool. It's always cool. Everything about this game is cool. Sorry, I said game, didn't I? Shoot myself in a moment. The simulator. Crab's just going a little bit slowly there, so let's have a look back. He looks like he's coming under a little bit of pressure. Again, let's just enjoy some of the different lighting effects that we've got, and we'll keep going through. Matt Damon, hold on a minute, we've got to change. Matt Damon, yes please. Matt Damon attacking the Audi of Jones. Come on, let's push. You guys, I said you'd get a top 20 finish, get this move done, and then you can concentrate for half an hour. That move's done. See you later. He may be able to get back over to the inside. Okay, he does, but come on. Come on. No, touch him. Brilliant. Let's see the little screaming Audi into the braking zone, hard on those brakes, so you can see. You just saw I don't want to show you where he is. Don't want to show you. Let's see if he manages to push up the inside. He should do, because he's gone pretty wide there. He's going for a switcheroo. He's looking to get back on the throttle. Can't get on the throttle early enough. So move done. M. Jones moves down to 22nd place, and Reese is in the pits. So Matt Damon gets the moose. Got a yellow flag. So just saying, Skins and that Ferrari. I was just saying they're doing pretty well, aren't they? But he manages again. Come on, guys. I've said it a million times. You can't touch the inside curb through COMMS, especially when you're in one of the skittish cars, such as the Ferrari or the Audi or the McLaren. Come on. Can't do that. So he's lost a position there, unfortunately. But the important thing is he's still in the race. He's still in the race, and that's all that we need to think about. Go car number 21. Or go 21, as in let's go. So they're doing pretty well, aren't they? Yeah, Dom's quite happy about that. They're doing. Dom is doing well, you know. I told you we could have a top 20 finish. Yeah, they've only got 10 seconds to make up on Stoke. I think that is doable, and we've got another yellow. What's that there? So Damien's had a little off as well. Let's see what's happened to his Aston 722. So where are we at? Oh, he's just gone straight off. Okay. Sorry to slow you down. This is my first such long race with so many drivers. Great experience. Hi, Sir Holloway. Right, so who are you in the live chat? Who is that actually talking? Because obviously I don't know what that name is. So let me know who you are. And it's Sir Holloway, blimey. Getting yourself a little fan club there, Sam. By the look of it. Ah, it's Cret. Hello, buddy. Hey, you're not slowing anyone down. Don't you worry about it, mate. Don't you worry about it. It's exactly what this is all about. It's endurance racing. 28, yes, you are. But don't worry about it. It's fantastic you're with us. That's all we want. I know, he's definitely an alien. He is definitely an alien. So Sasha's still doing the business. 44.9 seconds. And these guys are now 2 laps ahead. Because they're on lap 160. Kiki Mack in 3rd place is on 159. Then you've got Traction Dave and Richard Christie. So they have pitted. They did pit. So Dan Barnard has brought the car in. They have done their pit stop. And they are out in clean 3rd. At the moment, which means Traction Dave is 16 seconds behind them, and then Christie's another 12 seconds further back. So, I mean, what I was really hoping was going to be a pretty epic challenge for 3rd place at the end of this race between Richard Christie and Kiki Mack has ended up not being that way at all. But, you know, again, this is all part and parcel. Smurf account. The whole race has been a brilliant experience, especially for me. My first Enduro has been such a fun time. Good, Smurf. Now, who are you? Again, I'm going to, because your name isn't obviously Smurf, so which driver are you? It'd always be great to know. Yeah, let me know. And I'm going to have a look in the driver chat. Anyone in there for an interview? No, everyone's getting tired. I get it. No one wants to talk. I get it. Ah, Callahan. Good lad. Well done, mate. Well done. It's definitely a different experience, isn't it, when you do an endurance race? It's got a different feel about it. Definitely a different feel. Totally different vibe, you know. Okay, I know people can get pretty salty if things don't go well, but you've got to take a step back and think it's such a long race. That isn't a challenge for position, is it? Or is it? It looks like it. It is. Oh my word. So Bullion is looking to put a move on Kino. Go into the braking zone. He's gone a bit wide there. That should allow Kino to come back through. He's gone way wide there. So Dave Keane manages to get that position back, and he's just going to hope. He's going to hope and pray. Good to see a couple of Zanshu guys in the race. Okay, Michael, Rocket, SimSport and Team Brit. Yeah, no, they've done really well, actually. Well, Team Brit have had some issues. But the guys at Rocket SimSport have been really pushing the boat, come back through the field quite nicely. And, I mean, they haven't challenged first place, and are not going to, but they've held second very nicely. And we're currently looking at the battle between 8th and 9th so far, 0.2 between these two. Again, you've got to remember, there's only 32 minutes. They've done 5 hours 28 in their respective teams. And obviously, Niall has done double what the racing that Kino's done, because Niall and Lee have done. There's only 2 drivers in the Bullion team, whereas there's 3 drivers in the Red Kings Motorsport team. Not that that's going to make too much of a difference as he tries to attack him as we come towards Luffield. Who's going to get the better drive, the BMW or the McLaren? So these guys really battling away. The longest I've done is an hour and a quarter. So 3 hours, even with breaks, has been exhausting. You'll get there. Keep at it. Keep at it. Yeah, this will become the norm for you, as it does for all of us eventually. So this is your closest battle on track at the moment. Rod Mears in the pits. So that looks like it is an actual stop there. Ryan Young and Mad Chip move up a spot to 16th and 17th respectively. Keynote. So Keynote, let's do a comparison of these guys, shall we? Does that come up? Yep. It hasn't. So 1 second, everybody. I want to give you all a comparison. There we go. Right, let's have a look at their previous lap. as they get pretty close together. I just want to say again to the 26 that are currently watching, I know there's half an hour left of this, so thank you for bearing with us all. I really do appreciate that. Anyone that has liked or subbed, thank you very much. If you haven't, consider it. Yeah, we've all been together all day. You're all part of my family now. It would be great if you could do. Yeah, these two, I mean, let's look at their previous lap Silverstone. Wow. I mean, you can see how closely they are in terms of their pace. There's 3,000ths between them. So Niall did a 201.427, Keno did a 201.430, and so all of the time that they're losing there, those 3,000ths is in sector 2. Well, they're looking at no, sector 1, sorry. So amazing, really, really great to see such a close fought race at this stage. These two are having a good battle, aren't they? Indeed they are. Right, let's take that off then. No, let's take that off. Right, come on guys and girls, it's starting to get dark. Yeah, means we've got half an hour left. Bang, we are under half an hour. I can't believe I'm saying that. We are under 30 minutes left of this race, which is probably meaning we've got what, 15, 16 laps left. So let's crack on. 26 of you with us at the moment. You can see the link is just under my face there in terms of the donations link for the race for Alex. I know at the moment, I don't actually know, it'd be good to get an update on where we're at. Last time we were just over £1,000 including gift aid, which is just phenomenal. It'd be good to see what that's been in the last hour again. And everyone here is absolutely driving their hearts out, and it's been absolutely fantastic. I'm very, very privileged A, to have been asked to do this for such a great cause, and B, to be able to sit here with you guys literally pretty much all day, tinker around, making things look pretty, and talk about the racing. That's pretty good. That's pretty cool. And Keno's probably feeling a little bit of pressure now, though. He's probably thinking, Niall, could you just back off a little bit? Just go away. Stop. And I know he's probably watching the stream, so stop looking at the screen, Keno. And as Keddy would say, faster. Right, so it's pulled half a second now. Right, I'm going to get off this. Oh, I don't want to get off this battle, but I feel like I'm going to curse him. I really do feel like I'm going to curse him. Richard Christie. I can't do it, guys. As I say, I know Keno really well. I feel like I'm going to curse him. I'll just keep an eye on it. It's only 0.4 seconds. Oops. Right, Richard Christie in 5th. He's 11.5 seconds behind Traction. Traction's still gapped as he was pretty much around the 15-second mark to Kiki Matt. Don't get me wrong, Traction's going to be extremely happy if he can recover to a 4th place. And Keno's going to be desperately hoping he can keep hold of 8th. But again, Keno, just think about it. Bigger picture, dude. 28 minutes left to go. Just take it one lap at a time. If you lose that position, hey, it's no big deal. Because if you guys are busy holding each other up, the worst you can finish is 9th, yeah? Realistically. Unless you crash, the worst you're going to finish, Dave, is 9th, because Gareth Fox is in 10th place and he's 55 seconds down the road. And he's under attack by this guy, which I think that's going to yield results, because he's definitely going to want a piece. Isn't he? Yes, he is. So let's have a look at Gareth Fox trying to fend off Ross Webster. And this is for a place in the top 10. Yeah, and again, I know it's like, we've just got to finish the race. It's not all about where you it's not all about where you finish, but being in the top 10 is ultimately better than being 11th. And it is. After such a long race, to say I'm a top 10 finisher, it has a better ring to it, you know. It does definitely have a little ring to it. So 27 minutes left to go. We've still got 385 million of you watching. Brilliant. Still got 45 likes. Can't complain about that. Cannot complain about that at all. I'll tell you what I do need to do. Sorry, I just need to send this as a message out to all the drivers and the teams. Right, message is sent. Let's see if anyone reads it. Right, let's see. Well, oh, another 2 likes. Oh, come on, guys, come on, get to 50. Please, please, get to 50. You know what? If we get to 50, I could just quit, and you'd never have to hear me again. How about that? I could just get back to driving. I could get in my little play seat challenge, yeah, my little G29. Just drive around like a numpty, because that's probably my skill level. Or is it? That's what I like to say to people. Or is it indeed? Right, so Mark, Stoke, Jack, and Bells. Okay, does anyone have the replay folders? Don't know, Pan. That I don't know, my friend. That I don't know. So it is full getting dark now, isn't it? Right, we need to probably start changing how. Oh dear, someone's just gone off there. Oh no, not gone off. That was me looking and thinking it was a different part of the track. So, from Vox, Gareth Vox, come in, splash and dash. Ladies and gents, that is going to be quite interesting. Keno still. He is, isn't he? Come on, Keno. Come on, Niall. It's a good battle, this. Really good battle between these two. Let's get on board with Niall, yeah? And we've had a look at it from Keno's perspective. Let's get on board with the Beamer. Again, let's actually get in there. Let's get in the mind of Niall. And let's think about what's he having to take into consideration driving in these particular conditions. And not only is he trying to attack and get by Keno, he's also having to take into account beautiful kick of flames out the back of that McLaren there. Beautiful. Gotta love to see that as we go into Luffield. Yeah, you know, there's different things that they're going to have to consider now. Track temperatures being one of those, and I'm sure they would have dropped again. They have. It's 14 and 14. So remember, if they had come in and done their pit stop half an hour or so ago, maybe when it was 16 and 16, then their tyre pressures are going to be different to what's needed now. And then you've got to take into account tyre wear. Maybe the brakes are getting colder. Again, all these different little things. That Beamer, she is just so planted through there. Always is planted through there. And I know we're sticking on this battle a lot, but it is a pretty close battle. It's only 0.3 seconds, and the other one is... Okay. I need to have a look at this one as well. Matt Damon, I said to Dom, these guys were gonna get, I said to Dom, they were gonna get P20. They're already in 20th position at the moment, aren't they? And they're looking to see if they can get up to 19th, which would be a brilliant achievement considering what's happened to them. So let's see. Obviously, he's looking... Oh, that's not going to help. He's had to go a bit wide there, and that is going to let Foreman. So this is a battle for position. Nice. 3-way battle for 19th. Well, it looks like there's a lot of people involved in that. There's not. Niall and Keno is now 0.3 seconds between these guys. I'm going to leave them alone for a little bit and just let them know it's only 0.1. Oh my god. 0.1. What are you doing to me, guys? It's only 22.5 minutes left of this race. This is good. This is what I thought would happen. We're getting battles all coming together right at the end of the race, which obviously it makes it more exciting for us watching to see these battles and how they actually work out in the end. And who's that behind? So that, yeah, that's not for position, but that Aston is lurking. Keno just needs to put the car in the right spot. We'll go through Luffield there. That was pretty close. Well, I like getting in my Terminator 2 camera. That's what I like doing at this stage when it's this weather. I love seeing how quick it eats up the ground. 0.7 now between them. So back to this battle here. Well, I think we need to have a look at it because this is again, remember, it's a 3-way fight. These three are all going past somebody, so that's not for position. But we're on board. Well, Matt Damon has got past Foreman. Okay, Stoke is still in 19th place, so that's the one he's after. He wants to get that 19th position, doesn't he? And who's that coming through? That's Traction Dave in his lime green zebra type car. and someone else has come flying through, and that definitely isn't the position. That was Lee Foreman decided, I'm coming through, and who else we got in there? The 222? That's not even the position. They're trying to lap themselves, and we've got all types of chaos going on here. And again, you know, it's difficult. These people with 20 minutes to go might be thinking, I don't, you know, is this for position? Is it not for position? What should I be doing here? You just don't know, do you? And you've got to take into account people on different laps, etc. as well. So, 28 of you with us for what I think is going to be a fantastic final 20 minutes of this 6-hour endurance race. It is going to be pretty good. And we're looking at 21st there, so he's lost out a position there. He wants that back. Why is the 222, where is 222 on track in terms of position? Oh no, that is for position. Apologies, this is all for position. Wow. Wow. So Stoke Jacko, as you can see in the BMW there, he's fighting with Foreman, who's in the 222 Aston, who's then fighting with Matt Damon, who's in the 77. So this is all for position. So I'm getting on board with this guy. He's right in the middle of the sandwich. Let's have a look at this one, shall we? Come on. Let's have an exciting last 20 minutes. So I'll just look a bit further up the grid. Is Kino still ahead? Kino is still ahead of Niall. And again, it's down to 0.1 seconds. So their battle, now it's 0.2. Their battle continues to rage on for 8th and 9th place respectively. And I'm sure both of them are having a fabulous time whilst that is happening at 10:15 on a Sunday evening. Which is all good. If you're wondering why we are on a little bit later on, evidently there were some issues with the servers earlier on. Kunos decided to run a load of maintenance, and obviously no one knew that was happening, so all the servers were offline. So the race was due to start at 5 minutes past 4, so evidently we should just about finish by now. But we didn't get really started into free practice and stuff until that time, or qualifying into that time, so hence everything's been moved back a little bit. But that's alright. The important thing is, it's able to happen. So these guys are pretty similarly gapped, aren't they? And that gap has extended, so it's 0.7s everywhere. Let's leave this one alone. Let's get back on board with Niall in the 58. Now, somebody somewhere, there is no close battles. Anyway, he's trying to go around the outside. Ideally, he was hoping to be able to put himself then on the left-hand side, the inside, for the next left-hander. But Kino, again, I have said to you before, Kino's a wise little fox. And he isn't going to put his car in a position where he's not going to fall for that. Let's put it that way. What has happened there? Oh no, not this camera. Right, so some cameras. So the Bentley's got one of these beautiful cameras. Look at that. Look, I'm not even doing that. It's a special camera on the Bentley. Anyway, let's get off the Bentley. So, what has happened here? So we now find ourselves, I have completely missed that because we were looking at those really close battles. However, ladies and gents, somebody please, in the live chat or come and have an interview with me, please tell me why Ross McGregor in the Bentley is now 21.5 seconds ahead of Sasha. So Sasha's in second place. Kiki Max just chilling in third at the moment. Traction Dave in fourth, 11.5 seconds. Okay, he's catching, but not enough to probably put a challenge on. Richard Christie's going slow now, or just had a slight go slow there, in fifth place. Peter Greaves in sixth, 6 and a bit seconds further down the road. Goff, you know, he's had a good race, hasn't he? In the 959 Aston again, just a very steady, consistent race. Finds himself happily in 7th place. Kino, as we know, is under quite a bit of pressure, although I think the fact that Niall's just probably gone the long way round, that's going to help Kino out a little bit there, I think, as we get back on and have a look at this battle. Ross Webster is in 10th, so he's got to be happy with that. Another 55 seconds down the road, and then Krabs in 11th, Reese is in 12th, Skins 13th, Gareth Fox is in 14th position, Ancliffe is in 15th. We've got Dust being kicked up left, right and centre at the moment, haven't we? In fact, I would be keen to know, ladies and gents, could somebody just... hold on. No, it's still streaming. 7 hours, 3 minutes. I'm just worried it's just going to stop. Anybody in the live chat, please make some kind of comment for me. That would be great, just so I know that he's still ticking over in there. That would be good to know. It says there's 29 of you in, which is good enough for me. But these guys are still all steady on Niall. So Niall's getting stuck at the moment, isn't he? Niall's getting himself stuck in difficult times with the traffic. He's lost 1.5 seconds flashing away at that Aston Martin. I don't think he's going to jump out of your way though, mate. As we come down towards COMMS. They're still here. Good man. Yeah, I know. What happened to Sasha SLK? What happened? Sasha's pitted. Okay. So maybe it was a drive-through then. Yeah, that's quite possible that it was a drive-through. Track limits, and evidently, well, if we're looking at the times, Sasha was, what, 55 seconds ahead? So 55 seconds ahead, and then, let's say, 30, 40 seconds in the pits. So there's your 20-second gap. No drive-through. What, so splash and dash? I mean, it couldn't have been a full pit stop, because Sasha went in and came out, so I'm assuming it's a fuel splash and dash. That's probably what it is. Okay, good to know, though. Good to know. So yeah, that again just shows you that anything can happen in these races. That looked, for all intents and purposes, that was just in the bag. And I know the gap is coming down, but does Sasha have the pace in the next 15 minutes to bring that gap down 19.8 seconds and make a move on McGregor in the Bentley? We've got to keep our eyes on that. We've got to figure that out, don't we? And Kino is still doing a great job in 8th place. He's now got 1.5 seconds back to Niall, which is probably going to really please him. It will certainly give him a breather, no doubt. So there you go, there's that one there. Let's have a look. So Crab's in 11th, Reese is in 13th. There you go, the number 14. So where is Reese? He's 12th, 1.8 seconds behind Crab at the moment. So not much doing there. And then we've got Skins. There you go. Skins is running in 13th position. Gareth Fox in 14th. Well, where are you, Foxy? There you are. Mr. Fox in the 221 BMW there. Guys, you're all doing magnificently well. Yeah, under 14 minutes left to go. It's absolutely crazy. Sat behind 58 on 123. What a fight. I love it. Yeah, good. Okay. I have the first hour. Okay, Trev's got the first hour. I'm just looking at the live chat in the Discord. Michael Jackson's eating popcorn. I won't tell you why that is, but we shall get there. We shall get there indeed. So 5.6 seconds between those two. Then we've got Ancliffe is in 15th position, Madship in 16th. He's got himself quite a long way to go though to make up that gap. Ryan Young's, there you go, 17th in a 1:41. Aston, and he is running 5.9 seconds in front of our man Chris Wall, who is in 18th at the moment in the 26 BMW. Again, you guys, let me have a look on the stream. You probably can't see much because it is night time. That's why it's best if I find a fairly close battle. But again, I just want to give everyone a bit of time. You know, all the drivers, all the teams, you've all been here, you've all been involved. And Lee Foreman, wow, I think this is where we were at, weren't we? Yes, so the 222 Aston of Lee Foreman. Then we've got Stoke Jacko, and then we've got Matt Damon. So let's keep our eye on this one, shall we? The Moose is coming. The Moose thought about doing a move into Cox there, and that would probably not have been the wisest of moves. We're trying to chase down that Aston. The Aston's got some good legs, hasn't she? Let's be honest. 30 in at the moment. Right, last 12 minutes, guys and girls. There could still be opportunities for people to manoeuvre. The gap, by the way, just to keep you all abreast, is 13.4 seconds. Sorry, 16.4 seconds from Sasha to Ross. That's second to first. So that gap has come down by 3.8 seconds. And I did. How long ago did I say that? Was a couple of minutes ago, wasn't it? So that gap is coming down. We'll see just how much. We're watching this fight at the moment for 19th place. Now, Matt Damon and the Moosey crew will be utterly disappointed if they don't get at least one of these two chaps, because they wanted a P20. I told them they could get a P20, but they've got 0.7 seconds to catch up with Stoke Jacko. He's fallen behind Foreman's, or I should say Foreman's managed to forge a 1.2 second gap in front of them in his Aston Martin. So whether anything happens there or not, I do not know. We'll keep an eye on this one. M. Jones is currently in 22nd place. Wayne McGiff is in 23rd. and he's doing okay. He's 404. Then Tim Lunn is back out. He's still driving his McLaren around. He's in 24th position. Cavero's in 25th, and Jacques Lahon is in 26th in his car, 41.3 seconds down the road. Chris Overend's 3 laps down. Jacobs 2 laps down. Oh dear, and O'Finnick is in the pits. So there you go, closest battle on the track there are. Which 2 of those? Let's have a look at Rees. Rees is also pretty close as well. So this is car number 14. He's chasing down the 666 BMW. Hi mate, we okay for a quick chat? You want to do it now? Yeah, okay, 1 sec. 1 second, let me just come away from this. This is where I get sacked, everyone. Right, in we go. Let me just change the screen that I'm on, chaps, and then it will make the sound easier. Right, fire away.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey mate, how you doing?
Good.
Okay.
Yeah, good. So we got Mark and Trev in with us at the moment. How you doing, guys?
Yeah, good.
Yeah, spot on. So basically, we just both wanted to come on here. First of all, thank you, and obviously to use your platform has been brilliant, and also just to thank everybody for the donations and taking part. It's been absolutely fantastic.
It has.
Honest mate, my family are messaging me about your the job that you're doing here. It's brilliant. So they've all said,
good, mate.
yeah, I bet you are. But yes, it's fab. Also from me as well, and I know the rest of Redline. Just want to say to Trevor, mate, this is because of you. This you what you do for the group, Trev, is just fantastic. So I just want to thank you very, very much, mate.
Thanks very much. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Trev, where's the accent?
I'm a Geordie.
I know you. Yeah, I was going to say, good. Wow. Good times. Good times at the moment, then, no doubt, in different sports. But yeah, we got a couple of Northerners, Michael Racers and Traction Dave are both up near that neck of the woods.
Right. I must admit, I'm not a football fan in the slightest.
Fair enough.
But no, I'd just like to apologise for all the little mishaps at the start. We've got through it eventually, though, and just thank you to everybody for joining and taking part. It's been absolutely brilliant.
Good.
It's been amazing.
It has been amazing, and it's brilliant. We've had the opportunity. Well, you gave me, asked me to get involved with this, which is fantastic, and I think everyone's really, really got involved in the show, in all the chats, in the interviews, and that's what really helps. And people are telling me there's been another change in the lead. Okay, we'll check that out in a minute. But I think it's been one of the best ones I've actually been involved with, I have to say. I think it's been a really good vibe about it. Everyone's pushed through. We know it's difficult doing these longer races, but yeah, I think it's been really successful. Trev, again, thank you for doing what you have done with setting up all the live chats and stuff like that. And Who You 77 says yes, thanks Trev, top bloke, Rod. Yeah, it's brilliant. So guys, look, I mean, I hope next year you say, Mark, do you want to come and get involved? And I will do. It's been totally cool.
Definitely, mate. Definitely. Just to give you a quick update, we're up to £929 now, and then plus the gift aid on top of that, which is about £180. So the money is still coming in. So this is just awesome, everyone. Brilliant, fantastic.
Awesome. Right. Okay. There you go, ladies and gents. I'm going to kick you guys off for the last 7 minutes, if you don't mind.
Yeah.
No worries. Get the race finished.
Well, I wanted to get it done before you, so you could finish off. So 100%. Thanks very much.
100%.
Speak to you later.
See you later. See you later, boys. Thank you.
Bye.
There you go. See. Let's just get on it. Thanking everybody for getting involved with this, and well, we're not done yet, are we? We do have a little bit of a race left to finish before we all start getting a bit sentimental about things. But again, it's just great to see so many people involved, and the appreciation that's coming through from Mark and Trev, and all the guys at Redline Racing. I'm sure they all know each other very well, but those of us that are new are getting a decent feel for what everyone is like in that group, and that's all good news, most certainly. So Ross McGregor. So I did say there'd been another change for lead. So it looks like Ross has probably also maybe done, because he's now done 6 stops as well. So Sasha and Ross It looks like they were trying to be a bit cute with their strategies, maybe, but they've ended up falling into the same trap as each other. So Sasha now retakes that lead because Ross had to come in. That's either going to be a drive-through or a splash and dash because it wasn't a long pit stop there. So we'll see what happens with that. Kiki Mack is still running in 3rd place. Traction Dave in 4th. I'm going to change the camera view, ladies and gents, so we can actually see something. Charlie Stevenson says £929 on the page, which is just awesome, guys and girls. If you want to know how to donate, the donation link is just below my face. That will stay live, so anyone that watches this can go on there. That's going to stay live for a month or so, just to see if we can raise as much as we can, really, for Mike, which would be fabulous. Richard Christie, there you go, there's your man. He's in 5th place at the moment. Close battles on track, there aren't any at the moment. Keno lost that spot in the end. Did he just get blinking headlights? No, so Keno 9.7 seconds, and he's had an issue somewhere, unfortunately. But as I said, Keno, it doesn't matter, mate. You're in the top 10, you're 9, yeah? You're not going to finish 10th. You've got a long way to go before Ross Webster. We know Ross is pretty rapid in his Aston, but we've got a long way to go before he's going to catch you up. So Ross manages to get himself back up into the top 10. Really good comeback drive from him. I have to give a shout out actually to your man Peter here. I didn't actually say anything about Peter. I can't be on this view, guys. You can't see anything. Don't like that one. So, Peter in the Porsche. Peter's Porsche. Peter Greasy Porsche. He's currently running 6th. Again, he's doing this entire thing on his own. He's got 4 minutes 20 seconds left to complete his 6 hours. Same as your man here, Ross Webster, in the 33 Aston Martin. He's also completing this on his own as well. Arbreeze in the 14 McLaren is running in 11th place. On the brakes. We've got some nice lighting in the car anyway. No, don't know that either. You guys will have to enjoy this type of view, I think, for the next couple of minutes. So please don't get cross. Let's go to Mad Chip. He's only a second behind, so at least we'll maybe see some battling going on there. Let's follow this one. Well, there's only a second in it. Oh, Damo. Come on, Matt Damon. Oh, they're at it again, aren't they? So Matt Damon, Moosey, is really trying to get the performances. Managed to get Stoke Jackie in the end. Balls at 6861. It's my first race here with Redline and my first charity endurance race. I was brave enough to join teams with Mark and Jacko. Well, okay, well done. And I have to say, the guys are welcoming me into Redline with sound advice. What more could you ask for? What more could you ask for? Hopefully, a few more likes for me to get to 50. I need 3. Come on, guys, fastest finger first. Come on. That would be a record. Not only are we doing great things over there, that would be a record. So 0.5 between these two. We've got 2 minutes 45 left, so we may get definitely one, maybe 2 more laps in, depending on where Sasha is on the circuit at the moment. We're going to stick with this one because it is currently, well, this and Madchip are currently your closest battles on track. Now, I have said to all the drivers and teams, so if anyone is listening into this, I have said, can you please stay in the lobby when the race is complete? Let everyone finish the race so I can do a full rundown of the listings. And then I need somebody from each of the top 3 teams, or one person from your team has to go into the interview room, please, so we can have a little podium chat afterwards. So please, guys, do that. Don't leave me hanging around for 7 years, because it happens sometimes. Madchip's only 0.3. Now he's a second down, so this is still your closest battle. 28 still with us, thank you. Someone else has pressed like, that's 2 to go. Come on, guys and girls, 2 more likes, that's all we need. And then I can just quit, because I can be so happy I actually got 50 in one session. I know these are ridiculously silly, stupid low numbers, but to me, it's awesome. Come on, Matt Damon. Right, where's Sasha? Right, 1 minute 25 to go, so Sasha is coming round. Okay. No, she is going to finish this lap. So, we're going to definitely get one more lap in, I think, ladies and gents. I think we are going to get another lap in. We certainly are. No, you heard it. The leader is on the final lap. So let's stay on board. Let's get in the car. Right. I know you guys really can't see much, can you? Really? That's okay, I suppose. 269 live Podium Chasers. You guys are mad. Wouldn't it be amazing by the end of this if I had 50 likes, which is 2 more, and 1 more sub to make it 270? That would be ridiculous. Come on, you know you want it, guys. That would be ridiculous. It really would. It would be totally amazing. Gavlar says, brilliant race. Really enjoyed the first endurance race with Redline Group. CJ Double and myself are lucky not to finish higher than we have. We're proud of our 18th place race for Alex. Yes, you should be. Everybody. Do you know what? Gavlar? I know it's a shame the livery didn't come through as well, but you should be proud of that finish, because it is not easy to do a 6-hour endurance race, mate. It is not. It takes an awful lot of work. An awful lot of work. Because if you're wondering what we're doing at the moment, we're on board with Sasha on the final tour. Let's actually get some lights on. So yeah, I mean, congrats, well done. You can see the times is 0-0-0-0-0-0, which means we're done. The race is done. We've just got to finish off this lap now, and everyone else can finish their lap. Close. Madship is pretty close. 0.4 seconds behind Anklit there. Ryan Young's only a second behind them as well. And Matt Damon is 0.2 behind Foreman. So as always, during these rather long endurance events, everyone decides, you know what? It's the last lap. Hoops is going to be busy, probably looking at the leader. Let's all have a major battle all over the track, so he doesn't know what to do. Cheers, boys. Anyway, as we're coming round, let's get ready. Let's get ready. There we go. There we go. Sasha King, Sam Holloway, and wow, what a fantastic drive from Josh Irwin, Sasha King, and Sam Holloway. They take P1 in the 6 hours of Silverstone race for Alex. Added you a sub. Oh, Darren, have you? Oh, you geezer. Tell you what, Darren. Here's a £1. Thank you, Darren. You've just made my night. That is epic. And I've got 50 likes. Sasha's won the race. Everybody's really happy. We've raised tons of money for Mind. And I think it's been thoroughly amazing. Really, really successful. But we have to run through the full standings, of course, because we've got people at different parts of the track still. People still racing. So Ross McGregor, there we go for Ross. Congratulations, Ross. P2. Pretty mighty effort, I have to say, in that Bentley coming through. I think if you'd have started higher up the grid, could have been a challenge for P1 there. Sam Holloway says, P1, nice one, guys. Thank you all and for a great cause. And we got lots of congrats and love going on in the live chat, which is what we want. Kiki Mack, there we go, P3. Well done, guys. Absolutely fabulous. Really, really well done. Traction Dave comes across the line in 4th place. Richard Christie, there you go, in 5th place in his McLaren. Peter Greaves, you know what, Peter? What a great job you've just done. And Ross Webster said that was interesting. I'll talk to you about that in a moment, Ross. Peter Greaves in 6th. Goff in 7th. Niall ended up in 8th. Keno in 9th position. Well, Niall's given us a bit of a flash there. Well done, mate. Keno in 9th. Great drive from you, Keno. Ross Webster ended up in the top 10, which is pretty good. And Rich Christie said was on pads 1. Had to swap them and lost 45 seconds. Gutted. Reese crosses the line in 12th place. In 11th. Crab in 12th. Flash it away. Skins finishes in 13th. Gareth Fox 14th. Damien Ancliffe 15th. Madship 16th. Ryan Young 17th. Chris Wall finishes 18th. We've got some donuts going on, of course we have. Foreman 19th. And Matt Damon manages to get himself in the top 20. I told you guys you would do that. Stoke Jacko 21st. Great stint from him, getting in from work, jumping straight in. Jones 22nd. McGiff finishes in 23rd place. Tim Lunn in the commentators, McLaren there finishes 24th. Lorenzo 25th in the Ferrari. Jacques Lahome in 26th position. Chris Overend in the Brit car. Lucky for those guys, really, in the end. Some major issues going on. They finished 27th. Jacob 28th. And Al Finnick in 29th position. So thank you to all of you that's participated in this. Let me just jump in. Right, so I'm ready in the interview room, ladies and gents. I need somebody from each of the top 3 teams if you want to, guys. If you don't want to, that's totally fine. So either Kiki Mac or Dan, Barnard, please, Ross or John, or Sasha, Josh, or Sam. I would really like you to come and just drop in for a few moments. Josh is in. Right, let's do Josh. Josh, how you doing?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm alright. Still got a throat. I've still got a voice, which is great. Well done. Well done, buddy. That was pretty impressive.
That was awesome. Like, I couldn't have asked it to go any better. It's only the second endurance race I've done. I mean, a lot of it's probably down to Sam's great stint at the start and good quality, and Sash putting a great stint at the end. But yeah, couldn't have gone much better, really.
Good, mate. Good. It's always good to get on the podium in a race that long. And I have to say, Sam was pretty epic at the beginning, no doubt about that. You had a good drive as well, and Sasha obviously had a good drive at the end. So it's a collective effort. It's not just down to Sam, although I've just never seen haven't seen pace like that in a decent grid before. You know, that was pretty impressive. But
he's pretty phenomenal.
What are you guys doing now? Is it a case of just chill out now, or are you going to watch something?
Yeah, just chilling out. I mean, 2 hours and 15 minutes is the longest single stint I've ever done, so I'm a little bit sore. So I think just having a bit of relax after that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Relieved is the right word for it, I think.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, congratulations. So you guys, P1 in the Race for Alex 2022. You need to come back next year and defend that now, don't you? Yes, you do.
Yeah, we'll try by any means. Yeah, see how we get on next year. But
good. Okay, buddy. Listen, thank you very much for dropping in. Best of luck for the rest of the not the evening, for the rest of your season, and have a good one, mate. Have a good one.
Yeah, thank you very much. Cheers, guys.
Right, see you later. Thanks.
See you later.
Kiki Mac.
Hello.
Is it Kiki or Kiki?
Kiki, that'll do.
Kiki, right, that will do, won't it? So, congrats, dude. 3rd place. That you and Mr. Barnard had which is Barney, yeah. You guys had a really good run actually to get that 3rd position. I was really impressed. Well done.
Thank you very much. Yeah, bit of luck involved and a bit of just persistence, and we got there in the end. Saw a few guys have some issues, like the 46 Aston, throttle getting stuck, and a few other guys having some extended pit stops, but we stuck through and managed to get a podium out of it.
Yeah. It was definitely a bit of a journey, wasn't it, though? It was fun, though.
It was. As I was saying, when I was watching it unfold, I said at one point, I think we're about 4 hours in, or just over that, and I was looking at you guys and I was thinking, I wasn't expecting you to be there because it was very under the radar. Yeah, it wasn't. You didn't seem to be getting involved in any massive, huge fights. Although there was a train of you that were getting involved in it, and it was just it was good.
It makes 2 of us. I don't think we was expecting to be there either as well. I think when we came out of that last pit stop was like, are we P3?
Yeah, P3. How? Where's Christy? What's going on? Yeah, no, it was really awesome. So, I mean, congratulations to both of you. Great team effort. And again, P3 in the race for Alex. You're going to be proud of that. And you guys have got to come back and defend that next year. And I am going to bug everyone and hold you all to that because, well, obviously we're all on Discord. So I'm going to try and keep everyone together for next year on it.
Yeah, definitely. I was here for the 6 hours of Spa. I'm not sure, was that last year or 2 years ago? But the Spa one was really good as well last time. And yeah, definitely be back again. We love racing with the Redline guys. And of course, it's for a great charity. Shout out to Mind and get your donations in if you haven't already.
Good man. 100%. Donation is on the screen, guys. Come on, you know what to do. But yeah, brilliant. Thank you, guys. Enjoy the rest of your evening and just rest up, man. I think you've earned it. Go and get a drink.
Thank you very much. Thanks for the comms as well, and we'll see you next time.
I will see you later. Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
See you later, Barney. Thanks. Right, who we got left in? So I've got RRL, Bormanelli.
Hello.
Hello. How you doing?
Tired. We were actually battling right to the flag. It was ridiculous.
Yeah, no, it was really good, wasn't it? I think I've been very impressed with the racing this evening. Everyone really kept at it. You know, there was good, clean racing, and yeah, everyone did very, very well. So you must be pretty pleased with that in the end.
Yeah, I'm just pleased that we had a relatively clean race. It's just so competitive throughout the field. So, as far as our team's concerned, we're relatively new in terms of endurance and doing races together, but I thought we all did a cracking job. I know we finished 19th, but for us, that's pretty decent.
Yeah, no, you should be proud of it. I've said before, if just finishing. We did a 24-hour race of Spa last week for Formula Racing League, and I was driving and doing the comms in that, and just finishing that was the achievement in itself. 6 hours is exactly the same. I think once you start getting over sort of 3-4 hours, then you're starting to work different parts of your brain and your body, and so
yeah, exactly.
Just finishing is fantastic. And if you can, I don't know how much of the stream you watch, but if you can, go back and the amount of love that's coming through on there on the live chat, I mean, it's been a real pleasure to get involved with, I have to say. So congrats, mate. Well done.
No, cheers for you. It's awesome to have some official comms and a proper broadcast. It shows the red line's come a long way, in the few years it's been around. So awesome job. Thank you.
Good man. No worries. All right. Have a good one. See you later.
Yeah. Cheers, man.
Chris.
Hello.
How are you?
Good. Really enjoyed
I want
the
to
event.
give you a virtual hug, really, because it was, watching those battles unravel was, and then obviously Lauren was telling me how much, she's not allowed anywhere near you because she's bad luck charm and all this sort of stuff. But I'm really watching these thinking, so unlucky. What happened in the end?
So I'm using hand controls, so I've got a hand throttle on the steering wheel.
Yep.
And essentially, I've let go of the hand throttle, and the hand throttle apparently was still on full gas. So it was a software issue somewhere to do with the steering wheel. Yeah.
So through no fault of your own, all of that hard work is just.
Yeah, I'm gutted for Devon and Bobby because they both drove fantastic stints.
Yeah.
And there were some really brilliant battles they had, and they got us up into a really good position. I just thought, right, just going to keep the car in one piece for Bob to finish the race. And Bob stepped off for 15 minutes and came back and was like, what happened?
Yeah, well, I remember I was on the stream when it happened, and you were at the side of the road, and I jumped on with you, and you were turning full right at one point. I'm sure there'd been a crash thereafter if the throttle had been left open, or just before that, because you were steering. You were trying to move forward, but the car was just going directly right, and you weren't steering right. It wasn't even moving properly. And I was thinking, I was saying it on the stream, just pull it to the pits. Just get to the pits, because you can't turn the steering wheel. And then, obviously, all the information came out about the throttle being stuck open, which is a real shame. Real shame. But it's been a pleasure.
One of those things.
It's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure. Thanks so much for having us.
No, well, it's not me. It's the Red Line Racing guys. I just jumped in to help out and just do a comms thing for them. But yeah, I think it's been really impressive. And as I say, I was watching your car at Donington a few weeks ago, flying down the Craner curves and saying to the lads that came and joined in this race, like, look, there you go, there, those boys. That's the car you got to be looking out for. And they were like, what are you on about?
Brilliant.
But, yeah, it's all good. So. Well done,
Thank you very much.
No
Yep,
worries,
cheers.
no worries. Have a good one.
Yep, I'll see you later.
See you later, Chris. Thank you.
Bye.
Right, ladies and gents, there you have it. We've done some interviews. Traction Dave. Okay, I'm going to do one more because. How are you? Oh no, he's gone. Right, that's it. No more. Right, ladies and gents, there you have it. So I think we've almost done near enough £1,000. Okay, the link, which you can see on your screen now, just below me, that's obviously live. That's going to be live for about another month or so. So please do go and have a look. Do donate. Doesn't matter how much. We've almost done £1,000 today, which is absolutely awesome. Remember, this is for such a good cause, and I just want to thank everybody that's been involved in this. All the drivers, all the teams, everyone that's involved, from the admin guys to setting up, getting involved with all of the lists. James for bugging everyone, trying to drag people in, like real life racing drivers in, other people that have joined from other leagues just to get involved with this race. It has been absolutely brilliant. And £1,009 now, says Trevor. Guys, what a great effort. Absolutely brilliant. I really hope you've all enjoyed it. It has been a long session, which is no problem whatsoever. I hope you've enjoyed it. We've still got over 20 watching. 50 of you have liked this. If you haven't, well, the other 50 can't be wrong, so copy them. We've had a load of new live Podium Chasers as well, which has really made my evening. It's quite humbling, really. And look, I hope to be able to come back and do more stuff within Redline. If there's an opportunity there, we can have conversations about that. See what I try to provide. But honestly, ladies and gents, it has been a pleasure. Mark, I hope that we've done what we've needed to make the race for Alex the event that it needs to be. You're welcome, Ross. You're welcome, mate. And yeah, everybody, have yourselves a brilliant evening. Right. I'm going to post a link up to the stream. Watch that stream. Obviously not all in one go, but it will help. And thanks for the cast. You're welcome, Tubes. That's what I do, mate. So, ladies and gents, the last thing for me to say is COMMS by Coops out.